The Flying Doctor by Moliere, translated by Charles Heron Wall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Flying Doctor, Le Médecin Volant by Moliere, translated by Charles Heron Wall. Persons represented:
Gorgibus, father to Lucile, read by Aaron White.
Valère, in love with Lucile, read by Todd.
Sganarelle, servant to Valère, read by Thomas Peter.
Gros-René, valet to Gorgibus, read by alanmapstoneA.
The Lawyer, read by Leanne.
Lucile, read by Devorah Allen.
Sabine, cousin to Lucile, read by phone.
Stage directions, read by Sonia. The Flying Doctor. Scene 1. Valère, Sabine.
Well, Sabine, what do you advise me to do?
I have really much to tell you. My uncle is bent upon marrying my cousin to Villebrequin, and things have gone so far that I believe the wedding would have taken place today if you were not loved by her. However, as my cousin told me the secret of all the love she feels for you, and as we were almost driven to desperation through the avarice of our niggardly uncle, we thought of a capital device to prevent the marriage. At the present moment, my cousin affects to be ill, and the foolish old man, who is easily deceived, has just sent me to fetch a doctor. Could you not find one, some friend of yours, who would be on our side, and order the invalid to go into the country for a change of air? The old man will be sure to send my cousin to live in the pavilion, which is at the bottom of our garden. In that way, you will be able to see her, unknown to our uncle, and marry her. Then let him and Villebrequin curse as much as they please.
But what means have I of finding so suddenly the doctor I want? And who would risk so much to serve me? I tell you frankly, I know of none.
Now I think of it, why don't you have your servant dressed up as a doctor? There is no one more easy to dupe than the old fellow.
But Sganarelle is a blockhead who will spoil everything. However, as we have nobody else, we must make use of him. But where shall we find him? Ah, here he is, in the very nick of time.
Exit Sabine. Scene 2. Valère, Sganarelle.
Ah, my poor Sganarelle! How glad I am to see you! I want your help in a most important business, but as I do not know what you can do—
What I can do, sir? Only make use of me in your more important business and things of consequence. For instance, send me to see what time it is by the clock. Send me to the market to ask the price of butter. Send me to water a horse. It is then that you will be able to judge of my talents.
I ask for none of these things. I want you to play the part of a doctor.
I, a doctor, sir? I am ready to do all you please, but as for being a doctor, I say no. I am your servant. I will be nothing of the kind. I ask you how I should set about it. Goodness me, sir, you are only laughing at me.
If you will try, I will give you 10 pistoles.
Ah, 10 pistoles. Well, I won't say I am no doctor, for you see, sir, I am not so scrupulous as to tell you the whole truth. But supposing I am a doctor, where shall I go?
To the old man Gorgibus, to see his daughter who is ill. But you are a blockhead who, instead of doing what we want, might—
Ah, sir, don't be anxious. I'll answer for it that I can kill anybody as well as any doctor in the town. The proverb usually is, after death comes the doctor, but you will see that if I have anything to do with it, it will be after the doctor comes death. But now, while I think of it, it must be difficult to play the doctor, and if I do nothing right—
There will be nothing difficult to do in this case. Gorgibus is a simpleton, a bore, who will readily believe everything you say, provided you speak to him of Hippocrates, of Galen, and that you have brass enough.
You mean that I shall have to speak of philosophy and mathematics? Leave that to me. If he is a man as easily deceived as you say, I answer for everything. You have only to find me a doctor's gown, tell me what you expect from me, and give me my diploma, that is, my 10 pistols.
Exeunt Valère and Sganarelle. Scene 3. Gorgibus, Gros-René.
Go quickly and fetch the doctor for my daughter, who is very ill. Make haste.
Why the deuce do you think of giving your daughter in marriage to an old man? Don't you see that it is the longing she has for a young one that makes her ill? See the attraction there is.
Go quickly. I am afraid that the wedding will have to be put off on account of this illness.
That is what vexes me, for I was looking forward to a good round bellyful, and now I have to do without it. Yes, I'll go and fetch the doctor, but it is much for my own sake as for your daughter's. I am dreadfully disappointed.
Exit Gros-René. Scene 4. Sabine, Gorgibus, Sganarelle as doctor.
I am glad to meet you, uncle, to tell you of a good piece of news. I bring the cleverest doctor in the world, a man who comes from foreign lands, who knows the most important secrets, and who will no doubt cure my cousin. He was fortunately shown to me, and I bring him to you. He is so clever that I heartily wish I were ill so that he might cure me.
Where is he?
Close at hand. Here he is.
Doctor, I am your very humble servant. I sent for you to come and see my daughter, who is ill. I put all my hopes in you.
Hippocrates says, and Galen too with strong reasoning argues, that a person does not feel well when he is ill. You are right to put all your hopes in me, for I am the greatest, the cleverest, the wisest doctor in the vegetable, animal, and mineral faculty.
I am delighted to hear it.
Do not imagine that I am an ordinary doctor, a common doctor. All other doctors compared to me are abortions. I possess wonderful talents. I am master of many secrets. Solomonic. Hast thou courage, Rodrigo? Signor si, signor non, per omnia secula secularum. Still, let us see a little.
Feels Gorgibus's pulse.
He is not the patient. It is his daughter who is ill.
It does not matter. The blood of the father and that of the daughter are the same, and by the deterioration of the blood of the father I can know the illness of the daughter.
Ah, doctor, I am greatly afraid that my daughter will die.
Death, she must not. She must not indeed have the pleasure of dying before she has a doctor's prescription. But, Mr. Gorgibus, can I see your daughter?
She is up. I will bring her if you like.
Scene 5. Sabine, Gorgibus, Sganarelle as doctor, Lucile.
Well, young lady, so you are ill?
Yes, sir.
So much the worse. It is a proof that you are not quite well. Do you feel great pains in your head and back?
Yes, sir.
I thought so. Yes, the great doctor I spoke of in the chapter he made on the nature of animals said 100 fine things, and how the humours which have connection have much relation to each other. For instance, as melancholy is the enemy to joy, and as the bile in going through our body makes us become yellow, and as nothing is more contrary to good health than illness, so we can say with that great man that your daughter is very ill. I must give her a prescription.
Quick, a table, paper, and ink.
Is there anybody here who can write?
What? Do you not know how to write?
Ah! I was forgetting. I have so many things to think of that I forget the half. I think it is quite necessary for your daughter to have a change of air, and that she should go and enjoy herself somewhere in the country.
We have a very fine garden, and some rooms attached to it. If you think it will do, I will send her there.
Let us go and see the place.
Exeunt. Scene 6. The lawyer.
I have heard that the daughter of Mr. Gorgibus is ill. I must go and inquire after her health, and offer my services, as the friend of the whole family.
Knocks.
Is Mr. Gorgibus at home?
Enter Gorgibus.
Having heard of your daughter's illness, I come to tell you of my entire sympathy, and to put myself at your disposal for all that may be wanted of me.
I have just left the cleverest man in the world.
Would it not be possible to speak with him for a few moments?
Gorgibus fetches Sganarelle. Scene 7. Gorgibus, lawyer, Sganarelle as doctor.
Sir, here is a friend of mine, a very clever man, who would be glad to speak with you.
I have no leisure, Mr. Gorgibus. I must go and see my patients. I will not presume to take your place of honour, sir.
Sir, from what Mr. Gorgibus has told me of your merit and talents, I had the greatest longing in the world to be introduced to you, and I have taken the liberty of addressing you on that account. I hope you will not think it too bold. One must acknowledge that those who excel in any great science are worthy of high praise, particularly those whose calling is that of doctor, as much on account of its utility as because it is the source of several other sciences. Hence it is a difficult one to know perfectly, and Hippocrates therefore says truly in his first treatise, Vita brevis, us vera longa, occasio autem praeceps, experimentum periculosum, judicium difficile.
Sganarelle to Gorgibus.
Vicile tandina poter biro combustibus.
You are not one of those doctors who only study the medicine called rational or dogmatic, and I believe that you practice it every day with great success. Experientia magistra rerum. The first men who practiced medicine were held in such consideration because of that wonderful science, that they were numbered among the gods on account of the marvellous cures they performed every day. Not that anyone should despise a doctor who has not given back health to his patient, since health does not altogether depend on his remedies or his knowledge. Interdum doctor plus valet arte malum. Sir, I am afraid I am importunate. I must leave you, with the hope that next time we meet, I shall have the honour of conversing with you at greater length. Your time is precious.
Exit lawyer.
What do you think of that man?
He has some trifling knowledge of things. Had he stopped a moment longer, I would have made him converse upon a lofty and sublime subject. But now I must leave you.
Gorgibus offers him money.
What are you about?
I know that I am indebted to you.
You are laughing, Mr. Gorgibus. I never take any money. I am not a mercenary man.
Takes the money.
Your very humble servant.
Exit Sganarelle. Gorgibus goes into his own house. Scene 8. Valère alone.
I wonder what Sganarelle has done. I have no news from him. I wish I knew where to meet him.
Sganarelle returns in his usual dress.
Ah, here he is. Well, Sganarelle, and what have you done since I saw you?
Scene 9. Valère Sganarelle.
Worked wonders upon wonders. I have done so well that Gorgibus really believes me to be a clever doctor. I went to his house. I ordered him to send his daughter to breathe fresh air, and she's now in an apartment at the bottom of their garden, so far from the old man that you can go and see her without fear of being disturbed.
Ah, how happy you make me! I shall go at once to see her without losing any more time.
Exit.
That old fellow Gorgibus must be a downright fool to allow himself to be deceived in that fashion.
Seeing Gorgibus.
Ah, goodness, all is lost. Well, here's a pretty upset for my doctorship. But I must try and take him in once more.
Scene 10. Sganarelle Gorgibus.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, your servant. You see in me a poor fellow driven to despair. Do you know a doctor who has only lately come to this town, and who performs wonderful cures?
Yes, I know him. He has just left my house.
I am his brother, sir. We are twins, and we resemble each other like two peas, and are often taken the one for the other.
Deuce take me, if I did not make the mistake myself. And what is your name?
Narcissus, sir, at your service. You must know that while in his study I upset 2 bottles full of essence, which were on the edge of his table. Will you believe that he was so furious with me that he actually drove me out of the house and said he would never see me again, so that here I am, a poor destitute fellow, without friends and without help, without anything at all.
Don't distress yourself. I will make your peace with your brother. I am his friend, and I promise you that he shall forgive you. I will speak with him the first time I meet him.
I shall be much obliged to you, Mr. Gorgibus.
Exit Sganarelle. Scene 11. Sganarelle, dressed as a doctor, Gorgibus.
One must say that when patients will not follow the advice of the doctor, will give themselves up to excesses.
Sir, Your very humble servant. I have a favour to ask of you.
What is it, sir? Can I be of service to you?
Sir, I have just met your brother, who is extremely sorry to—
He is a scoundrel, Mr. Gorgibus.
I assure you that he is so distressed to have put you in a passion that—
He is a drunkard, Mr. Gorgibus.
Sir, do you wish to drive the poor fellow to despair?
Do not speak to me of him. Just fancy that scoundrel's impudence to go and ask you to make his peace for him. I beg of you not to speak of him to me.
In heaven's name, sir, do it for my sake. If it is in my power to do anything to oblige you in return, I will do it with all my heart. I gave him my word, and—
You entreat me so much that although I swore I would never forgive him— Here, shake hands, I forgive him. I assure you that I impose a great restraint upon myself, and that I must have great regard for you. Farewell, Mr. Gorgibus.
Gorgibus goes into his house. Exit Sganarelle. Scene 12. Valère, Sganarelle.
I am forced to acknowledge that I should never have thought that Sganarelle could have done so well.
Sganarelle returns in his servant's dress.
Ah, my dear fellow, under what obligation I am to you! How happy I am, and how—
Yes, this is all very well, but Gorgibus met me, and if it had not been for a trick I thought of on the spur of a moment, all would have been discovered.
Seeing Gorgibus.
Run away, here he is.
Exit Valère. Scene 13. Gorgibus, Sganarelle.
I was looking for you everywhere, to tell you that I have spoken to your brother. He has promised me that he will forgive you. But in order that I may be more sure of it, I want him to embrace you in my presence. Step into my house. I will go and fetch him.
But, Mr. Gorgibus, I don't think you would find him now. Besides, I should not like to stop in your house. I dread his anger too much.
Indeed, you will stay there, for I shall lock you in. I am going now to fetch your brother. Fear nothing. I assure you that he is no longer angry.
Exit Gorgibus. Sganarelle at the window.
Well, I am caught this time. Oh, I see no way of escape. The clouds are very dark, and I greatly fear that, if they break, they will rain hard blows on my back, or that by a prescription stronger even than that of all the doctors they will apply a royal cautery to my shoulders. But why should I despair? Since I have done so much, I must go on to the end. Yes, I must get clear of all this, and show that Sganarelle is the king of rogues.
Sganarelle jumps out of the window and runs away. Scene 14. Gros-René, Gorgibus, Sganarelle.
Upon my word, this is funny. How people jump out of the windows in this place. I must just stop here and see what comes of it.
Hides.
I cannot find the doctor. I wonder where he went to hide himself.
Seeing Sganarelle returning with his doctor's gown.
Ah, here he is. It is not sufficient, sir, to have forgiven your brother. I beg you to give me the satisfaction of seeing you embrace him. He is in my house. I was looking everywhere for you to ask you to make your peace with him in my presence.
You are joking, Mr. Gorgibus. Is it not sufficient that I should have forgiven him? I will never see him again.
Do it for my sake, sir, I pray.
I can refuse you nothing. Tell him to come down.
While Gorgibus goes into the house by the door, Sganarelle goes in by the window. Gorgibus at the window.
Here is your brother, waiting for you yonder. He has promised me that he will do all you like.
Sganarelle at the window.
Mr. Gorgibus, I beg of you to make him come here. Let me see him and ask him in private to forgive me, for no doubt he would treat me roughly, and would shame me before everybody.
Gorgibus comes out of his house by the door, Sganarelle by the window.
Very well, I will tell him. Sir, he says that he is thoroughly ashamed, and he begs you to come in, so that he may ask you in private to forgive him. Here is the key. You may come in. I beg of you not to refuse me, but give me the satisfaction.
There is nothing I can refuse you. You will hear how I will speak to him.
Within the house.
Ah, so you are here, scoundrel. My brother, I beg your pardon. I assure you it was not my fault. Profligate wretch, I will teach you to dare importune Mr. Gorgibus and plague him with your absurdities. Ah, my brother, hold your tongue, I tell you. I will not disoblige. Be silent, rascal.
Gros-René coming forward.
Who do you think is in your house at present?
Why, it is the doctor with his brother Narcissus. They have had a quarrel, but they are making it up.
Deuce take it if they are more than one.
Sganarelle within the house.
Drunkard that you are, I will teach you how to behave. He may well look down. He feels he has done wrong, the good-for-nothing scoundrel. Ah, the hypocrite, how he pretends to be good.
Gros-René to Gorgibus.
Sir, do ask him, just for fun, to make his brother show himself at the window.
Very well. Sir, pray make your brother show himself at the window.
Sganarelle from the window.
He is unworthy of being seen by honourable people, and besides, I could not bear to have him by the side of me.
Sir, do not refuse me this favour, after all those you have granted me.
Sganarelle from the window.
Truly, Mr. Gorgibus, you have so much power over me that I can refuse you nothing. Show yourself, scoundrel.
After having disappeared one moment, he reappears as a valet.
Mr. Gorgibus, I'm so much indebted to you.
Disappears and reappears again as doctor.
Well, did you see that picture of drunkenness?
Gros-René to Gorgibus.
I know they are but one, and to prove it, tell him that you want to see them both together.
But grant me the favour of showing yourself with him, and of embracing him at the window before me.
Sganarelle from the window.
It is a thing I will refuse to anyone but you. But to show you that I would do anything for your sake, I consent, though with difficulty, and I wish that he should first ask you to forgive him for the trouble he has given you. Yes, Mr. Gorgibus, I beg your pardon for having troubled you so much, and I promise you, my brother, in the presence of Mr. Gorgibus, to be so careful in future that you will never have reason to complain. I beg of you not to think any more of what is past.
He kisses his hat and his ruff, which he has put at the end of his elbow.
Well, did you not see them both?
Upon my word, he is a sorcerer.
Sganarelle coming out of the house as doctor.
I give you back the key of your house, sir. I do not wish this scoundrel to come down with me, for he makes me ashamed of him. I would not for anything that he should be seen with me in this town, where I have some reputation. You can send him away when you please. I wish you good morning, and am your humble servant.
Feigns to go, but after having thrown down his gown, enters the house by the window.
I must go, and set this poor fellow free. To say the truth, if his brother has forgiven him, it is not before ill-treating him very much.
Goes into his house and comes out with Sganarelle as a servant.
Oh, thank you very much, sir, for the trouble you have taken, and the kindness you have shown me. I shall be obliged to you for it all my life.
Gros-René to Gorgibus.
Where do you think the doctor is now?
He is gone away.
Gros-René, who has picked up Sganarelle's gown.
I hold him under my arm. There is the knave who played the doctor and deceived you. And while he is deceiving you and playing you off, Valère and your daughter are together, doing as they like.
Ah, how unfortunate I am! But you shall be hanged, you knave, you scoundrel!
Why, say, what good will it do you to hang me? Hear a word or two, I beg of you. It is true that, thanks to my stratagem, my master is with your daughter, but while serving him, I have done you no wrong. It is a good match for her, both as to birth and money. Believe me, do not make a scandal which would turn to your shame, but send this knave here to the devil along with Villebrequin. But here are our lovers.
Scene 15. Valère, Lucile, Gorgibus, Sganarelle.
We come to ask you to forgive us.
I forgive you, and on seeing such a good son-in-law, think myself happily deceived by Scaranelle. Now, let us all go to the wedding, and drink the health of the company.
The End. End of The Flying Doctor by Moliere, translated by Charles Heron Wall. At St. Judas by Henry Blake Fuller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. At St. Judas. Al fondo che divora Lucifero con Giuda. Inferno 31. In the abyss which swallows up Judas with Lucifer. Longfellow's translation. Persons.
The Bridegroom, read by Nemo.
The Best Man, read by Thomas Peter.
The Sacristan, read by Todd.
A procession of priests and acolytes. 8 painted windows. Stage directions, read by Sonia. The sacristy of the Church of St. Judas. Time, 10 minutes before noon. A pealing of bells is heard. The sacristy is a great octagonal room of sculptured stone. Its groined vaulting is upheld by one central column, which is wreathed from base to capital with a band of pale carven flowers, and its 8 windows, broad and high, trefoiled and quadrifoiled, flood both floor and roof with an endless dapple and ripple of variegated light. Under one of these windows an open door leads into the church. Through this doorway one sees the chancel banked with flowers, and above the decorous murmur of 1,000 tongues one hears the tones of the organ and the voices of the choir boys. Present in the sacristy, the bridegroom and his best man. Both are in full uniform. Each wears white gloves and carries a sword.
In 10 minutes, 10 minutes more.
In 10 minutes, as you say.
The bridegroom, fastening his glove.
Is that a long time or a short time? A long time, I think.
A short time. But much may happen within a short time. Much may happen in 10 minutes.
How soberly said. Are you as jovial as one's closest friend should be?
Perhaps not. This day, it means so much for me.
The bridegroom, unfastening his glove.
As much as it means for me?
As much, yes. Quite as much. Perhaps more.
Not more, for it means everything in the world for me.
It means everything in the world for me.
Now, that voice vibrates with such a degree of interest as I have felt this day demanded. Now, I begin to recognize you, the first time for a month.
I am the same. I am unaltered.
The bridegroom, refastening his glove.
No, no, you've never been quite the same since I told you, since you heard of the great change in store for me.
How did you tell me? In your sleep, your own pillow close to mine. I felt myself an eavesdropper. I felt that I had betrayed your confidence.
Not betrayed, only anticipated. You would have known within a day. You have known everything else. You have shared my thoughts, my ideas, my secrets, my ambitions. We have eaten together. We have slept together. We have fought side by side. We have the same age, the same height. My eyes have always been able to look level into yours. We are of the same bulk as well. Who shall say that even at the present moment I am not wearing your coat and you mine?
That has happened more than once.
You have saved my life. I have saved yours. Have we not pledged an unbreaking friendship?
We have.
The first of the 8 windows comes to life. There is a flux of colour and of outline among its mullioned lights. Gradually, two figures among its ranks of churchly warriors become strangely secularized. They raise their crossed swords on high, while their left hands meet in a clasp of friendship. The colours upon the pavement shift in correspondence, and from the church, or from spaces far above and beyond it, there come the tones of the Ecce quam bonum.
But for you, my bones, hacked by African sabres, might now be bleaching upon the desert sands.
But for you, my own, gnawed by nameless fishes, might now be lying at the bottom of the sea.
Your arm sweeping through that burning air saved me for today.
Yours, cleaving through those angry waters, saved me for...
To himself.
For what?
Yes, you have saved me for today. A moment more, and I shall stand where I have long hoped to stand, and shall take the vow that so long has been ready on my lips. At last, all obstacles are brushed aside. At last the way stands clear. Those obstacles, you know my combat with them as well as I myself. At every step, on every hand, this mysterious opposition, this determined and unceasing enmity. From what source could it come? From what motive? What enemy have I? The worst should stay his hand at such a time as this.
True.
I pass over the attempt to embarrass my fortune, and I will say nothing of the efforts made to transfer me to another regiment and to have me sent back to the wars, nor will I dwell upon the conspiracy disclosed by the repeated advice from so many friends to forego this marriage, for few of these advisers were close enough to me to have the right to speak. Fewer still had any definite reason to tender, and all were but too plainly moved, some of them unconsciously perhaps, by one hidden yet dexterous hand. Let all that pass. How did the real attack begin? What was the first thing to be insinuated?
Yes, I remember.
The second of the 8 windows is endowed with a moving consciousness. 10 honourable knights rise in a semicircle and look down, with an open apprehension in their pure young eyes, upon the pair beneath. An indignant diapason rolls in from the organ, and distant voices are heard to chant the In quo corriget.
A shameful whisper, creeping hither and thither, named me a cheat, a trickster, a gamester. I have played, yes, it is the privilege of my order, of my profession, but I have never played otherwise than honourably.
Never otherwise than honourably.
100 tongues came to my defence. Only one was silent, yours. I can never thank you enough for that. Your perfect confidence would not deign, your certainty of my innocence made it seem
unnecessary to defend.
The knights look into one another's eyes, and shake their heads, and turn away their faces.
I strangled the slanderous report, though she, indeed, had never doubted me, and I struck down the only man who dared repeat it openly. But what came next? After defending my honour as an officer, I was compelled to defend my honour as a suitor.
The third window sets itself in motion. A band of chaste young damsels brush forward through ranks of tall and rigid lilies, and curve their lustrous palms before their ears to hear the coming words of ill report. Voices, not theirs, intone the words of the Noli Emulari.
A score of lying words placed in an honest hand, a villainous bit of paper brought to the gaze of a pair of trusting eyes. Who could have done it, I ask, and why?
We never learned.
I have indeed lived freely, but who shall say that I have seriously overpassed the bounds?
The damsels blush, and stoop to hide their faces among the lilies, but their blushes are repeated upon the pavement.
No one.
I went to her brother. What I told him satisfied him. But who could have written that letter? And why?
You never learned.
But his bad followed, or worse. What was next attacked? My courage as a soldier. Mine! Mine!
The fourth window, an army with banners. The leaders of the host rest on their sword hilts and gaze downward with satirical and contemptuous smiles. Above the ranks rise flags of scarlet and purple that flaunt in airy derision and dapple the sculptured pillar.
I demanded a hearing. I combated the unworthy charges sent back across those wastes of sand and of sea. I summoned my witnesses. You spoke for me, briefly, quietly, one might almost have said reluctantly.
You were above such accusations.
Your words, added to those of others, sufficed. And that evening Angela kissed me for the untarnished soldier that I was.
Then I said enough.
To himself.
Too much, perhaps.
The leader of the army lifts a foreshortened sword and makes a movement as if of warning, but neither of the pair interprets his movement, for neither sees it.
I came at last, then, to stand forth whole, sound, unscathed, I. But the others, my bride, her parents?
The fifth window, a rising of the sheeted dead, the sun, half hidden by a passing cloud, but partly penetrates the dull and spectral panes.
A rumor ran that my orphaned bride had been born out of wedlock, that no priest had ever blessed the union of. Oh, it was foul! I beat at the doors of town halls. I rained blows upon the portals of parish churches. My Angela should not be thus doubly and disgracefully orphaned. I searched the records, dim and dusty as they were, and I brought the truth triumphantly to light.
The sun reappears. The dead throw back their cowls. Their eyes sparkle. Their cheeks are flushed with life. They raise their full-fleshed hands in benediction.
But who could have started that rumor? And why?
Who indeed? You have never learned.
But even that was not enough. Worse followed. You know what. Word passed that Angela herself. No, I cannot say it. I heard that she was false.
The sixth window, a trio of female figures, love, truth, and purity, entwined in one another's arms. Their eyes are startled, their garments quiver and scintillate in reds and ambers and pale greens. Their mouths open, but whether in condemnation or in defence it is too soon to say. From that quarter or from another there comes the chants iniquos odio habui.
That she was untrue, impure. Yes, but the last great lie was faced and routed. Here I await her. One moment more, and she will have come.
Happy tears course iridescently down the cheeks of the three virgins.
Hark, hark! I hear even now their carriage wheels without.
The sacristan enters.
Noon, and past noon, and the bride does not come.
The chimes have long since ceased pealing.
The whole church questions and whispers. Do you not hear?
Nothing can prevent that. Let the bells be heard too.
The sacristan closes the door leading into the church, and retires by means of a second one opposite. Through walls or doors or windows are heard the words Quare fremuerunt gentes.
The bells may ring, but they will bring you nothing.
What do you mean, my friend?
She will not come.
The seventh window, the seven cardinal virtues, they change with a slow but relentless movement of color, of outline, of feature, into the seven deadly sins. This transformation, like all the others, passes unheeded.
She will not come. Have you not heard?
Heard what?
What everyone else has heard. What fills the church with smiles and whispers even now.
What have you to tell me?
It is always thus. The most concerned is ever the last to learn.
What have I to learn?
This, that she has sinned.
That should have been said before, or better, and more truly not at all.
They say that she has sinned, and sinned with me.
Oh, my enemy, unseen, but unrelenting. And what is your response?
Were the other reports true?
Not one of them.
Ah, perhaps the chimes will begin again. Perhaps the bride will yet appear. Perhaps those whisperings will cease. Do you hear them?
Yes, even through that door.
Do you hear the bells?
No.
Do you hear the bride arriving?
Not yet.
Ah.
A pause.
Is it true, what you say? Is it true? Is it true?
Why need that matter? It is nothing. Let it pass.
Nothing? Let it pass?
Yes, I am here, and she will never be. You may wait, but you shall wait in vain.
He places his hand upon the other's shoulder.
If she were to come, I should not let her have you. She shall not have you. Nobody shall have you.
What is your meaning, Oliver?
The deadliest of the seven sins hides her face. It is too hideous for contemplation.
I shall not let you go. Our friendship has been too long, too close, too intimate. It shall not be destroyed. It shall not be broken. No one shall come between us.
Peace, Oliver, in heaven's name.
Why have we lived so long together? Why shared each other's every thought? To be completely sundered now? Why did I save your life? To have it taken from me thus? Why did you save mine? That you might cast this blight upon it in the end? She shall not have you. I will do everything to prevent it. I have done everything to
Ha! It is you who have attacked my honor?
Your honor is secure.
It is you who have questioned my courage?
You are brave. I believe that.
It is you who have insulted my love?
No one loves you more than I.
The sculptured wreath entwined round the great central column rise in descending spirals, like a vast serpent.
You are a liar, a traitor, a perjurer, and you shall die.
One of us shall die.
One of us too shall die. It shall be you.
One of us shall die. One of us three. She shall die. It is she who has come between us.
The bridegroom, drawing his sword.
You shall die. I shall kill you with my own hands.
The chimes begin to ring. A sound of rumbling wheels and trampling hoofs is heard outside. A procession of priests and acolytes crosses the sacristy on the way into the church. They pause at the signs of combat.
Ah! She comes. She believes in me, and so shall all the others. They do already. I will not believe the throng makes sport of our fair fame.
To the priests.
Move on, move on. I will follow you within a moment.
The procession traverses the sacristy and moves on toward the high altar. The bridegroom shuts the door behind it. The best man, springing forward, thrusts him from it, and then stands staunchly with his own back against its panels.
You shall not pass. You shall never pass. To her.
Stand aside. Let me through.
I do not mean to fail at the last moment. I shall not allow so many good endeavors to go for naught.
Stand aside. I hate you. I detest you. I despise you. I loathe you.
You hate me? That cannot be.
I hate you with my whole heart. I loathe you with my whole soul.
You loathe me? I, who have done so much.
You are not fit to live. You are not fit to die, but die you shall. I shall not kill you. You shall kill yourself. You shall do it now, and I shall see you do it. You have no other road to redemption.
We have been friends always. I have loved you all my life. The thought of her made me mad, made me desperate.
Time presses. Use your blade.
The 8th window. The angelic host trumpeting from the clouds, while Lucifer plunges headlong toward the pit. The wonder is that he can fall so long, so fast, so far. When the bridegroom opens the door into the church, the bride is seen coming up the aisle, while the choir boys and the organ unite in a resounding Gloria. Upon the floor of the sacristy lies the body of a man in a pool of blood. As the bride and the bridegroom meet before the altar rail, the 8 windows, dappling the floor of the sacristy with 1,000 varied splotches of color, but there is one, broader and brighter than them all, shudder back convulsively to their pristine selves. End of At St. Judas by Henry Blake Fuller.
The Grandmother by Lajos Biro. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters.
The Grandmother, read by Sonia.
The Blonde Young Lady, read by Phone.
The Brunette Young Lady, read by T.J. Burns.
The Bride, read by Elsie Selwyn.
The Vivacious Girl, read by Jen Broda.
The Melancholy Girl, read by Bhavya.
The Sentimental High School Girl, read by Devorah Allen.
Jovial Young Man, read by Josh Kibbe.
The Polite Young Man, read by Chuck Williamson.
The Disagreeable Young Man, read by Thomas Peter.
Stage directions read by Campbell Shelp. There is only this notable thing to be said about Grandmother. Her hair is snow white, her cheeks rosy, and her eyes violet blue. She is the most youthful and enthusiastic, best and most cordial grandmother ever beloved by her grandchildren. The scene opens on a broad, sunny terrace furnished with garden furniture, chairs, small tables, and chaise lounges. Back of the terrace is the beautiful summer residence of Grandpa. Behind it is a large English garden and its Lenten blossoms. The disagreeable young man enters, yawns, stretches discontentedly, slouches here and there, picks up a volume from the table, then falls into a couch at right, and, lighting a cigarette, begins to read. The other grandchildren enter in groups of 2 and 3 and seat themselves.
Oh, my word, children, I am too full for utterance. What a spread! Now for a good cigar and a soft chair, and I am as rich as a king.
We are having such charming weather. Is not this park like a paradise?
How did you like the after-dinner speeches?
Uncle Heinrich was splendid.
There is great laughter.
Uncle Heinrich was never strong in speech-making, but in the beginning even Demosthenes stuttered.
The trouble is that Uncle Heinrich stopped where Demosthenes began. Besides, a manufacturer has no time to parade on the seashore with pebbles under his tongue.
There is more laughter.
Children, who wants a cigarette?
I.
The polite young man, handing them cigarettes and lighting a match for them, he speaks to the bride.
Aren't you going to smoke?
No, I thank you.
Lord, no, she must not. The noble bride must not permit tobacco smoke to contaminate her rosy lips.
They all laugh.
May I have a cigarette too?
You be careful, or the same misfortune may happen to you at any minute that happened to Lucy.
The jovial young man, pointing to the bride, he hands the vivacious girl a cigarette.
If my bridegroom shall object to tobacco smoke, he can pack his things and off.
Well, young people, what are we going to do next?
Let's remain here. The park looks so beautiful.
Oh, I object. We'll remain here until the sun goes down a little, and then we'll play tennis.
They agree.
Can't we remain here? Let us enjoy the spring in the garden.
Let's play tennis. A little exercise is the best cure for romance. And you can enjoy your spring out there as well. You dreamer.
They laugh.
You are as loud as the besiegers of Jericho in your planning.
Behold, he speaketh.
You are so overbearing in your jollifications that it is positively disgusting. For the past hour you have been giggling away without the slightest reason. You have so much leisure you do not know what to do with yourselves.
Kurt, must you always be the killjoy in the party?
If you would at least take yourselves off from here.
But admit that today there's reason enough for every kind of jollity.
Is there indeed? You have finished a costly banquet and now are enjoying a good digestion. You are young and have a healthy animal appetite. But why deck sentimentalism on your horns?
Your pardon. Do you suppose that all a person gets out of this remarkable occasion is a good dinner? Have you no appreciation? Do you realize what this day means to all of us?
Very well, my boy. Now tell me why you are so overfilled with joy.
Yes, I will. I am glad that I can celebrate the golden wedding of my grandfather. I am glad that just 30 years ago today, grandfather founded his factory. I am glad because of our large and happy family, and that so many lovely and good and happy people have come here to celebrate this remarkable event. All of them good and prosperous.
Prosperous?
Yes, I rejoice at their prosperity.
The laborers down there in the foundry, however, are not as overjoyed at this prosperity as you are. For this prosperity of yours they have been starving these past 30 years.
Grandfather was always good to his employees.
Indeed. Our grandfather has managed by hook or by crook to amass an enormous fortune, and you are glad that his fortune is now made, and you do not have to resort to questionable means.
The polite young man, hurt.
Questionable means? You do not intend to assert that our grandpapa...
I assert nothing. But mark you this. There is only one honest way to gain a large fortune. Inheriting it. You cannot earn it without resorting to questionable means.
Shame to say a thing like that.
Shame to say that of grandfather.
All of them are upset and disturbed. Grandmother appears on the balcony.
Why, children, what is it? What's wrong?
Why, Grandma, just think of it. Kurt said that Grandpa made his fortune by questionable means.
I did not say exactly that.
Yes, you did.
You said that.
Yes,
you said that.
Grandmother, as energetically as possible for her.
I think you are in error, Kurt. In the entire fortune of your grandpa there is not a single copper that was not earned by him in the most honest way.
But look, Grandma, what I said was, generally in those cases no one—
Grandmother hurt.
When I tell you this, boy, it is so. When I tell you anything, my child, you should never doubt it.
Yes, Grandma, you are quite right. But I maintain that human learning and experience have proved—
Why don't you stop? Do you perhaps want to insult Grandma? You are taking too great an advantage of our good nature, I'll tell you that.
If you folks had any sense—
Don't you know enough?
To shut up?
Attacks him.
Indeed.
He's
right. Stop. Shut up.
The disagreeable young man, in spite of this scene, wants to continue, but the protests of the others drown his voice. He casts a contemptuous look at them, shrugs his shoulders, throws himself on the sofa, and begins to read.
Now don't trouble yourself about him any longer, Grandma dear. Here, rest yourself nicely in this chair among us.
There, Grandma. The old folks are there at the table. We young people are here in the fresh air. We lacked only the youngest one of us all. And here you are.
There is a glad assent as the grandmother sits down.
Are you quite comfortable, Grandma dear? Would you like something to rest your feet on?
Thanks, my child. I am quite all right, and I am very happy.
Yes, Grandma, you ought to feel happy.
How young you look, and how lovely and rosy.
Grandma,
What is it, my angel?
tell me, how does a woman manage so that she is admired by her husband for full 50 years, as you are by grandfather?
Yes. How did you manage that?
You will all be loved and admired after 50 years, as I have been. A person must be good. We must love each other.
But, Grandmother, is it not wonderful at 70 and 75 to love so beautifully and purely as you and Grandfather have loved?
You must always be good and patient with each other, and brave. Never lose courage.
But look, Grandma, not even I could be as brave as you have been, and no one can ever say that I lose courage.
They all laugh.
I still shudder when I think how in those days in March of '48 you had to run away, or in the '60s when the city was bombarded, you with my mamma and Aunt Olga escaped from the burning house.
How interesting that was. Tell us another story, Grandma.
There is loud assent.
Yes, Grandma shall tell us another story.
But I have already told you so much. You heard all our history.
Not I, Grandma. I have not heard the story of when you got lost in the Friedrichsroad forest.
That story I have told you so often, children. Ask your mother about it. She'll tell you.
But, Grandma, I haven't heard it either. Just tell us that one, and we'll go to play tennis.
If you'll pardon me, Grandma, I believe you ought to tell us a different incident today. I've heard that history so often. Tell us something contemporaneous. Tell us about the first sewing machine, or the first railroad, or about crinolines, or contemporary theatre or art.
No, tell us about the woods.
Yes, that's right.
The story
of how you got lost.
The disagreeable young man shrugs his shoulder and buries his head in his book. Grandmother begins to narrate, and the circle of her admiring and attentive audience grows narrower.
Well, my children, it happened in the year 1840, a year after Grandfather was almost shot by error. In those days, the happenings took us quite far away from here, to Friedrichsrode, my dears, where you have never been. Your grandfather had a small estate there, and that's how we made our livelihood. We always wished and prayed to get the management of the large estate of the Count of Schwanhausen, but we lived there humbly in the little house.
Was my mamma home then?
No, she was not in this world yet, but a year later she was born. So your grandfather and I lived then in this little red-roofed house. Your grandfather used to be busy with the land the entire day. Those days I was taking on weight, and to reduce I would take long walks through the country. One day in October, in the afternoon, it was beautiful sunny autumn weather. As usual I went again on my long walk. The country there is very beautiful, all hills, covered with dense forests. This afternoon my way led into the famous forest of Friedrichsrode. When there, I kept on walking. Here and there I would stop to pick a flower.
Don't forget, Grandma, that it was quite late when you left your house.
You are correct, my dear. After our dinner I had some things to attend to in the house, and that is why I started that day later than usual. I was walking through the forest, going in deeper and deeper, and suddenly I began to realize that it was getting dark. It was in the autumn and the days were getting short. When I saw how dark it was, I turned homeward. But in the meanwhile, evening came sooner than I counted, and suddenly it got dark altogether. Now, thought I must hustle. I hurried as well as I could, but as much as I hurried, I did not get home. Had I gone home the right way, I would have reached it then, and so it dawned on me that I had lost my way.
Great heavens!
Indeed, my child, I was really lost in the woods, and in the Friedrichsrode forest besides. What that meant you cannot now realize. Since that time these woods have been considerably cleared. Then also we live in a different world today, but in those days Friedrichsrode forest was a very, very dismal place. It spread away into the outskirts of the Harz Mountains, and was a wild, primeval, God-forsaken forest where highway robbers were hiding, and in the winter it was full of the wolves from the mountains.
There is a short pause.
And what did you do, grandmother?
Really, my child, a great anxiety came upon me. I stood still and tried to fix my direction. Then I turned to a path which I figured ought to lead me home. After I walked a half-hour, however, I found that the forest, instead of getting lighter, was getting thicker and thicker. 3 or 4 times I changed the direction, but no matter what I did, I was walking deeper and deeper into the dark woods. Although the moon was shining then, the branches of the trees were so thick that I could see but little, and that which I saw only frightened me all the more. Every tree stump, every overhanging bough excited my fear. My feet were continuously caught in the roots of big trees, and the undergrowth tore my bleeding face and feet, and it was getting cold. I felt frozen, and dismally quiet, terribly dark was the night in the forest.
There is a pause and suspense.
Good heavens, how perfectly terrible!
Then I collected all my wits. I said to myself, if I keep on walking, I will lose my way all the more. I ought to remain where I am and wait. When grandfather arrives at home and misses me, he will start a search with all the help and people. They will go into the woods with torchlights, and then I will see the lights from the distance and hear them call, and in that way I can get home.
How clever of our grandma!
And how brave!
After I figured it out that way, I looked about for a sheltered nook. In between 2 great big tree trunks there was a cave, like a little house, a place all filled with soft moss, a pleasant camping place. I fell into this and prepared myself for a long wait. I waited and waited. The night peopled the woods with every kind of sound. There was whistling, whispering, humming, blowing, screeching, and once from a distance a long-drawn, deep howling. This undoubtedly was the wolves.
Merciful God!
Then even I lost my courage. I wanted to run as long as my legs would carry me, but I realized that the wiser thing was to be brave and to remain. So I set my teeth and kept on waiting. And then, gradually, the howling ceased. So I sat there on this moss bank, gazing before me, and thought of many things. Suddenly, I heard a noise. I straightened up and listened. It was a breaking sound and a rustle as though someone were brushing aside the underbrush. The noise was getting nearer and nearer.
Oh!
I was all ears. I could clearly distinguish now that the sound was the footstep of a human being. Frightened, I started through the darkness, and in the dull moonlight I saw that actually a man was wading through the thick underbrush. What was I to do? I pressed against the tree trunk, and my fast and loud-beating heart seemed to be in my throat. The man was coming directly toward me. When he was about 3 paces away from me, and I could distinguish his features, I felt like fainting. It was Red Mike, a very dangerous fellow from our neighborhood. Everyone knew that he was a robber. Later on he was imprisoned for murder, but he escaped from the prison. Now he was there. What should I do?
What did you do, Grandma?
Great heavens!
Frenzied, I pressed against the tree trunk. I wanted to hide, but the robber came directly toward me. It was as though he could see me even in this darkness and behind the tree trunk. Later on, when he was caught, I found out that he had prepared this very place for his night's resting place. He had brought all this soft moss there. Of course, I did not know that he just came there to rest himself. All I saw was that he was making directly for me. Then such a great fear seized me that instead of pressing against the tree and letting him go past me, I shrieked just as he came within reaching distance and began to run away.
There is a pause and feverish suspense.
And what did the robber do?
My sudden outcry and quick dash and flight scared him for the moment, but as soon as I appeared in the moonlight, he saw that it was only a woman who had frightened him. He hesitated about half a minute, and then started to pursue me. I flew. I was young then, and I could run fast. But it was dark, and I did not know my way. As I pressed forward, I ran into a low branch and tore my cheek so that it bled. My skirt was torn into shreds. Suddenly I stumbled and fell to the ground. I hurt myself quite painfully, but in spite of that, I rose quickly again and commenced to run. And the robber after me all the time. I could always hear his footsteps in my wake. My legs were about to give up under me when I got an idea to hide behind a stout tree trunk. But the robber began to look through the underbrush in the spot where he last saw me, and he finally found me. He came near me.
How terrible!
With one single leap I jumped aside and started to run again. Once more I fell down, and again I rose. Aimlessly I ran wildly over roots and stones, and the robber kept right on after me. And the distance between me and my pursuer was getting smaller and smaller. Then, all of a sudden, I heard the sound of his footsteps close to me. To escape him I tried to dash away to the side of him, but with a sudden leap he was by my side. Grabbing me by my shoulder, he threw me on the ground, and I fell upon my back. He had to run so fast that he dashed a couple of paces past me. He turned about, and then I saw that he had a long knife in his hand.
Merciful heaven!
I could not budge. An unspeakable fear seized me. Then I uttered a piercing shriek. The robber approached me. I cried out.
There is a pause.
Then?
Well, what then? What?
I cried out like an insane person. Now the robber was near me. He bent over me. Suddenly a voice sounded. Who's crying here? The voice seemed to be near. The footsteps were audible. Who's crying here? It asked the second time. The branches parted, and a man in a hunting habit with a gun in his hand appeared. The robber took to his heels and flew into the woods. The hunter now came near me and called to a second man who followed. They helped me to rise, and they carried me over to a small clearing. There I saw a light buggy into which they lifted me. Soon they fetched the horses, and in a half-hour I was in the Schwanhausen castle, sipping hot brandy which they had prepared for me. The man in the hunting habit was the Count of Schwanhausen, who had been hunting in the woods.
How interesting!
In the castle I quite recovered. Then the Count ordered another carriage to drive me home, and at 6 in the morning I landed safely in our house. Your grandpa was sick with worry. He and his people had searched for me in the woods for hours, and that's how I was almost lost. A few days later Grandpa went to thank the Count for my rescue. The Count took a liking to him.
That was the old Count?
Yes, it was the old Count, the benefactor of all of us. Grandfather thanked him courteously for my rescue. The Count took a liking to him, and soon after that, Grandfather got the management of the entire Schwanhausen estate, which proved the cornerstone of his good fortune. And that, my dears, is the story of my night wander in the forest of Friedrichsrode.
Amid general approval, Grandma is surrounded. Everybody is indebted to her. They all speak at once, except the disagreeable young man.
We thank you cordially.
It was wonderful, Grandma dear.
Interesting.
Beautiful.
Grandma is a storytelling genius.
A most wonderful one.
Very well, my dears, but now run along to your tennis game. I'll come over later to watch on.
They all agree.
3 cheers for our very dear, beloved, charming Grandma.
They all cheer 3 times, then they surround her, kiss her cheeks and head, and stroke her hair.
Adieu, old sweetheart.
Auf Wiedersehen, precious Grandma.
The sentimental high school girl, inspired.
Grandma.
She rushes over to her and covers her with kisses. Grandma bears all these amiabilities with pleasurable tolerance. She strokes and pats the grandchildren, and as they retire, she fondly gazes after them, nodding to them with laughter.
Kurt, are not you going with the others?
No.
Why not, Kurt? Why don't you follow the others?
They think that I am bad, and I know that they are stupid.
Grandmother seats herself in silence. The disagreeable young man continues to read. He lights a new cigarette. While lighting the cigarette...
Grandma?
What is it, my child?
Whatever you say might, of course, never be questioned.
No, my child.
But do tell me, Grandma, did that story really happen in that way?
What story?
The night wander through the Friedrichsrode forest.
Certainly it happened.
Exactly as you told it? Are you quite sure that you remember all those details?
Yes. Why?
Oh, just so. I merely wanted to inquire, Grandma.
But why did you want to?
I was just interested. Thank you very much. Do not let me disturb you further, Grandma.
He takes up his book and continues to read. The grandmother remains seated, but is greatly embarrassed. She would like to keep on gazing into the park and enjoying her quiet, but she is unable to concentrate her thoughts. She is getting more and more disturbed. There is a pause.
Kurt.
Yes, Grandma dear?
Kurt, why have you asked me if the forest incident happened that way?
I merely wanted to find out, Grandma.
You just wanted to find out. But one does not ask such things without some good reason.
I was interested.
Interested? But why are you interested?
Just in general. But do not get disturbed on account of that, Grandma.
The grandmother is silent. The disagreeable young man picks up his book. The grandmother wants to drop the subject at this point. She does not succeed, but continues to look over toward the young man. He reads on.
Kurt.
Yes, Grandma dear?
Kurt, you shall tell me this instant the reason you asked if the incident really happened that way.
But, Grandma, I have already told you that.
Don't you tell me again that you asked because the matter interested you. You would never have asked such a question if you did not have some special reason for it.
But, Grandma...
Kurt, if you do not this moment tell me why you said that, then I will never...
Her voice becomes unusually strong and shakes.
I never in my life will speak to you again.
But, Grandma, I do not want to insult you.
You will not insult me if you will be sincere and open. Be sincere, always, and you will not insult me. But when you're trying to hide something from me, that's when you insult me. This cannot remain in this way. I must know what you are thinking of. I must know that.
Grandma, I was afraid you would be angry with me.
If you keep on concealing things, I shall be angry. No matter what you have to say, I will not hold it against you.
Are you not angry now?
No, I promise you I will not be angry. Say whatever you please.
The disagreeable young man hesitates.
Well then, out with it. Speak up, my child. Be it what it may, as long as it is frank and sincere. Speak up now. Come.
Very well then, Grandma. It is impossible that the story could happen in that manner.
Grandmother, offended.
You mean that I told an untruth?
Oh, no, I did not say that the incident did not happen. I just maintained that it could not have happened in that fashion.
But why not?
On account of the details. Let us take it for granted, Grandma, that as you state, you commenced your exercise walk in the afternoon.
Yes.
Let's say that you had household duties and started out quite late, about 4 o'clock.
Grandmother, disturbed, but following the cross-examination intently.
Yes.
Very well. You started at 4 o'clock. The walk was a good one and consumed, let us say, 1 hour and a half.
Yes.
Yes? This brings us to 5:30 o'clock. In October and in a dense forest, besides, at 5:30 it gets fairly dark at that hour. It was then that you lost your way.
The grandmother nods her head in assent.
Another hour and a half spent in wandering. That brings us to 7 o'clock. You now reach the night lodging of the robber. Here you were resting.
Exactly.
Quite right. Here you are waiting and resting. Now we want to allow a long time for it. 3... let us say 3.5 hours.
Not that long.
Oh yes, let us... we'll then have reached 10:30 o'clock. It could not have been later when this forest bandit came. These pirates never go to their bed earlier. They shun light and must get their sleep where the world is the darkest. He could not sleep during the day even in the darkest forests. In short, then, it was 10:30.
10:30.
Now began the flight and the pursuit. You ran, let us say, full 20 minutes. That is a great deal. I was a track runner in college, and I know what a 20-minute stretch means. Shall we say 20 minutes?
20 minutes?
In any circumstances, it was not even 11 when you were safely out of danger.
Yes.
And a half hour later, you were sipping hot brandy in the Schwanhausen castle.
Yes.
The disagreeable young man is silent. Grandmother, shaking with excitement.
And what else?
The disagreeable young man is silent. Grandmother, she shakes with fear as to what will follow, but forces herself to face it.
Well, say on. What else?
At 6 on the following morning, you reached your home and...
He pauses. Grandmother, if her loudspeaking could be called an outcry, then she cries out.
Yes. What else? What happened then? Go on, say it. What else?
The disagreeable young man. He makes a new attempt to tell everything bravely at once, but hesitates.
In the morning at 6 you arrived at home. The others had no idea as to the distance between Schwanhausen and Friedrichsrod, but I wanted to see it myself. So last year with a friend I made a walking trip through that country. I tried this distance. In a half-hour of slow walking I reached from one place to the other, and the horses in the Count's stables and the state roads were then in as good condition as today. Well, then you started from the castle at 5:30 in the morning, but you reached there at 11:30 the preceding night. You spent 6 entire hours in the castle. Then another point. They all speak of the Count, the benefactor of us all, as the old Count. When he died 5 years ago, he was, of course, an old Count, an old man of 70. But 35 years ago, he was a young Count of 30 years of age.
The grandmother stares blindly at the disagreeable young man. Alarmed over Grandma's fright, he rises. He would very much like to make up to her, but he lacks words. The grandmother rises. She is trembling. With a shaking hand, she is nervously setting her dress to rights. Twice she turns to the young man to speak to him, but is unable to utter a word. Then she turns. She is about to return into the house, but remains near the doorstep. Again she turns. Then she is about to go in, but turns again and remains standing. The disagreeable young man, frightened.
Grandma, you gave me your word that you would not be angry.
Grandmother, she stumbles forward a few steps. She is disturbed, shivering beside herself, complaining, almost sobbing.
You are an evil child. You are a bad and evil child. For 50 years I have told the same story. Always the same way. And that it happened differently never even came into my mind.
Curtain. End of The Grandmother.
Everybody's Husband by Richard Ryan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Everybody's Husband. Cast of Characters.
Mr. Alexis Twistleton, read by Aaron White.
Mr. Theophilus Bunbury, read by Thomas Peter.
Figgins, read by Larry Wilson.
Spriggins, read by Todd.
Dick, a waiter, read by Mark Somerville.
Mrs. Pimpernel, mistress of a boarding house, read by Pauline Latournerie.
Fanny, her daughter, read by Sonia.
Miss Thompson, Spriggins' ward, read by T.J. Burns.
Miss Tompkins, Figgins' ward, read by Jen Broda.
Mrs. Twistleton, read by Devorah Allen.
Maidservant, read by phone.
Narrator, read by Kevin S. Scene, a boarding house in Tunbridge Wells. A room handsomely furnished, doors right and left, and folding door in the flat. Enter Mrs. Pimpernel and Fanny. Mrs. Pimpernel, center.
Well now, my dear daughter, everything is prepared. You must lose no time in getting ready for church, for, as the play has it, the bridal fount now plays auspiciously.
Oh, my dear Ma, I can't help thinking that my visit to dear, delightful London was the luckiest thing in the world. For if I had never gone there, I should never have known that most charming of his sex, Mr. Theophilus Bunbury.
Yes, my dear Fanny, separated as your mother has been for the last 7 years from her cruel and good-for-nothing husband, she has been solaced alone by her maternal feelings and solicitude for your settlement, and to render your hymeneal fetters as rosy as hers were in your father's time, her first wedded lord.
Oh, you are a dear good ma, and I am sure Bunbury and myself shall often come down to Tunbridge in the season to drink the waters with our dear good ma.
You'll not forget my advice, Fanny, but dear me, you ought to have got dressed before now. Do go, yet stay a moment. Here, love, here are the conjugal instructions.
Pulling a paper out of her reticule.
This contains precepts for your rule and guidance for every hour of the day. I recommend to your particular attention Article the 9th, respecting the enforcement of obedience.
Fanny takes the paper and reads.
King Pepin, or the guilty mother?
Mrs. Pimpernel, surprised.
What do you say? Oh, that's not it. This is the one intended for you.
Takes it back and gives another.
But what can detain Bunbury?
Oh, he said he should only just step round the town to the different shops to see if he could do a little business in the order way, for my dear Theophilus says that even a pin a day is a groat a year. And as he happens to be on the spot, he thinks, I suppose, he may as well pick up a little to pay coach hire back.
Well, Fanny, as business is the life of our country, I am quite delighted to think what a patriotic husband you'll have.
Bells ring.
Some of the boarders. What can Dick be about? Instead of attending to the bells in the parlour, he's attending to the bells in the kitchen, I'll warrant him. Now, daughter, I must look after the guests. Go you, and get ready for the ceremony, and read over the conjugal instructions I have placed in your hands.
Oh, I'll get them every one by heart, mamma.
Exeunt Mrs. Pimpernel, left, Fanny, right. Enter Mr. Theophilus Bunbury.
Here I am again. Gad, we Londoners are cute fellows, always an eye to business. I've got a few orders in the pin line, though I have come down to Tunbridge on a pleasuring expedition to get married. La, I'm afraid it's getting late. Where's Fanny? Where's Mrs. Pimpernel? And where's my wedding favours? I must look after them.
Going.
But the rooms in this boarding-house are so much within one another, like a parcel of pill-boxes, that I scarcely know which way to go.
Exit. Enter Mr. Alexis Twistleton.
I wonder what can detain the adorable Mrs. Alexis Twistleton. She should have arrived by last night's stage. Well, now, really I have enjoyed myself pretty considerably for the last 3 days, doing a bit of bachelor. Enjoyed myself. If the adorable Mrs. Alexis Twistleton were to hear me make such an exclamation, enjoyment solus. After all, there is no state to compare to the state marital. She is a nice little woman. To be sure, she won't bear a comparison to the splendid boarders who are now staying here. Rather mysterious, though, that 2 real ladies should be staying at a boarding-house at a watering-place without any male protector. The tallest has decidedly cast diverse, not to be mistaken, amatory obliques at my figure, and the little one last night remarked that she never saw so striking a likeness to a young captain whom she'd been dying for, but who unluckily one day died himself.
Looking at his watch.
10 minutes after 12. I'm getting quite uneasy about the non-arrival of the delectable Mrs. T. I'll ring and inquire at what hour the next stage comes in.
Rings.
If that does not bring her, I'm determined not to delay any longer, but to take a post-chaise and meet her. Why the devil don't they answer the bell?
Rings again. Enter Dick, left.
Dick, what time is the next stage expected?
Not till tomorrow at 12, sir. The last stage has just come in, sir.
No lady make any inquiry after Mr. Alexis Twistleton?
No, sir.
Oh, that's strange. Dick, if there should be a return chaise to Flimwell, let me know.
Aside.
I'm a single man, then, until tomorrow. I say, Dick, I understand you're going to have a wedding in the family?
Yes, sir. A London gentleman in the pin line, very well-to-do, as they say, sir, fell in love with our Miss Fanny while she was on a visit to his mother in Threadneedle Street. He'll come in for all the old lady's property, so what with the sticks young missus will get when the old lady pops off, they'll be tolerably snug, as the saying is. Keep a chay, perhaps.
Bell rings.
Well, I'm coming. I'll be back again presently. I say, sir, I'll let you into some queer things.
No. Will you, though?
Yes, I will, honour bright, for I've taken a liking to you, but, Mum, you know.
Clapping his hand on his mouth and looking knowing. Bells ring.
Coming, I say, snug, sir, coming.
Exit Dick, right. Twizzletum, looking after him.
Communicative genius. Dick can't be called a dumb waiter.
Enter Miss Thompson and Miss Tompkins.
Good morning, ladies. Been promenading, I suppose. The balmy air of the wells has added a richer bloom to cheeks already radiant with a rosy tint of Hygeia's influence.
Miss Thompson, aside.
A very pretty spoken gentleman.
Miss Tompkins to Twizzleton.
We regret to learn from our hostess that you are about to deprive us of your agreeable society.
Crosses to center.
Yes, ladies, yes. The absence of a particular person, I may say a very particular person.
Aside.
I think I've made an impression.
Aloud.
The only regret I shall experience will be the separating from two ladies who have so preeminently contributed to the delight of the visitors of England's most salubrious watering place, Tunbridge Wells.
Beautifully complimentary.
Aside to Miss Tompkins.
Should our guardians overtake us, I almost feel disposed to solicit his friendship and trust him with our secret.
Twizzleton, aside.
An extempore congress. They whisper. I've hit them both. Oh, unhappy Alexis Twistleton, why were you made such a heart-breaker?
The ladies still whispering.
It's a clear case. They're both dying for me, and are quarrelling which shall have me.
Miss Thompson, aside to Miss Tompkins.
Then you agree to my trusting him?
Miss Tompkins, aside to Miss Thompson.
Most certainly.
Then you had better go and watch for the enemy, so as to give me a signal of his approach.
Exit Miss Tompkins. Twizzleton, looking at Miss Thompson.
Oh, then, this is to be the happy woman. Now for it.
Miss Thompson, hesitating.
Sir,
Madame?
Aside.
What a pretty bit of timidity.
Sir, your generous, agreeable air induces me to solicit your friendship.
My dear madam, you've got it, and a great deal more. You come but for friendship, and take away love.
Well, sir, I pardon your volatility, and you, in return, must excuse my briefness. You must know, sir, I and my companion, who is my cousin, have eloped from our guardians to avoid two matches contrary to our inclinations.
Enter Miss Tompkins, hastily.
Oh, my dear girl, there's a post-chaise coming at full speed down the hill.
That's them, I dare say. Go, look out again.
Exit Miss Tompkins.
Now, sir, if I am overtaken, I shall be conveyed back again, unless you, sir, are kind enough to...
What? To marry you? I can't do that, because I was married about a month ago.
Sir, I did not mean that. But you know, sir, you could pass yourself off as my husband.
Oh, to be sure I could.
But perhaps you're in a hurry?
Twistleton, pulling off his gloves and putting them in his pocket.
Oh, no, there's no hurry.
Spriggins, without.
Well, brother guardian, as you're jolted to death, sit down while I explore.
Enter Spriggins and sees Miss Thompson.
Ha! There you are, my pretty fugitive.
Staring at Twistleton and coming down left.
But who's this?
Twistleton, nodding familiarly at Spriggins.
Ah, how do you do? How do you do? Sit down and make yourself pleasant.
Spriggins, angrily.
No, sir, I shan't sit down, nor I shan't make myself pleasant.
Well, don't sit down if you don't like it, and don't make yourself pleasant. This is a land of liberty, and you've a right to please yourself.
Spriggins, enraged.
Madam, I have a right to demand an explanation of you as to who this impertinent companion of yours is.
Miss Thompson puts up her fan and assumes bashfulness. Twistleton, looking at her.
I'll speak for you, you pretty trembler.
Crosses to Spriggins.
Pretty trembler, be damned.
Hush, old gentleman. Don't conduct yourself so obstreperously, or I shall be obliged to exercise my prerogative and turn you out of the room.
Your prerogative, puppy?
Yes, sir. That of a doting, devilish agreeable, high-spirited husband.
Husband?
Yes, sir, husband. Where I was married, and when I was married to that young lady, she can perhaps inform you.
Aside.
For hang me if I can.
Very fine indeed. But hark ye, my sagacious bridegroom, not a shilling of that lady's property do you touch.
Well, sir, who wants it? I've 1,000,000 of acres in every county, besides 3 Welsh ambassadorships, all in my gift. If you'd like to go plenipotentiary to Poyer or ambassador to Parapapoo-Poo,
slapping him on the shoulder.
I'll start you off, my old boy.
You're very good, sir, but I'll inquire further into this.
Going.
That's right. A spirit of inquiry is very characteristic of the present day.
To Miss Thompson.
Go and satisfy your amiable guardian, my dear.
Puts her towards Spriggins.
Go and answer all his questions, and return to your adored on the wings of Cupid. I say...
Calling her back as they are going out together.
Tell him all the lies you can think upon.
Exeunt Spriggins and Miss Thompson.
So, they are got rid of. I wonder what my little wife would say to this. I'd better be off before they discover who I am. So here goes.
Draws on his gloves and crosses to left. Miss Tompkins peeps in and whispers,
Sir!
Who the deuce is that?
Looks round.
Oh, it's you.
Yes, it's me, sir. May I beg the favour of a word with you?
A word? Oh, certainly, but let it be a short one, because I am in a hurry.
Approaches her.
Pray don't say that, sir. Surely you are not going to separate from us so soon?
Twistleton, aside.
Separate so soon? Oh, she's in love with me, too. Nature, cruel but bountiful goddess, why did you make me so captivating?
To her.
Well, my dear, I'm resigned to my fate.
Pulling off his gloves and putting them into his pocket.
I'll not be in a hurry, since you seem to wish it otherwise.
Miss Tompkins, aside.
Kind-hearted being.
To him.
This, then, is the fact. The same post-chaise that brought hither the guardian of Miss Thompson also conveyed here my guardian.
Indeed? Then it brought here a pair of guardians.
True, sir, and strange to say, both on the same errand.
Oh, very remarkable indeed. Then you... That is, I mean to say that you ran away from your guardian also?
Miss Tompkins, assuming timidity.
Yes, sir.
And you expect him to overtake you?
He has overtaken me.
That's a pity.
Ah, sir, I knew you'd say so. Therefore, relying upon the kindness of your disposition, and feeling assured how powerfully you must sympathize with my situation, I have persuaded myself that, to prevent my falling again into the clutches of my guardian, you will grant me one request.
That is, in plain English, marry you myself. I can't, upon my soul. You are a very pretty girl, but the laws are too severe against bigamy to risk such a thing.
That is not what I mean.
No?
No. If you are not in too great a hurry, and would oblige me by acting the part of my husband for half an hour or so, I should never forget it.
Twistleton, surprised.
I dare say not.
Can you refuse me?
Figgins speaks without.
Hark! I hear my guardian on the stairs. You will grant me this small favour, will you not?
Loveliest of your sex, I will.
1,000 thanks, though positively I'm quite ashamed to delay you, for I think you said you were in a hurry.
Hurry? Oh, no, there's no hurry.
Pulls off his gloves and puts them in his pocket. Enter Figgins, seeing Miss Tompkins.
Ho, there you are.
Coming down left. Twistleton, to Miss Tompkins, holding up his glass and staring at Figgins, then speaks to Miss Tompkins.
Is this the dragon, who comes to look after his Hesperian fruit?
She signifies it is. To Figgins.
How are you, my old one? What a guy of a coat that is you've got on. As you are the guardian of my little lady here, I suppose I must treat you with some civilities, so—
Figgins is advancing towards him.
Keep your distance. Stand there. There!
Pointing.
Just there, and I'll talk to you.
And why not talk to me anywhere else?
Because you're as unfashionable as an alderman, and as ugly as a griffin.
Much obliged.
You are absolutely a pimple on the beautiful face of nature. But I can't spare you any more of my valuable time, so listen to me, old Change Alley. I've connubialized with this lady. You hold her fortune. If you hand it over to me quickly, I'll allow you a discount for the money, so goodbye. If you presume to follow us, I've a pistol in each pocket, and I'll blow your brains out.
Searches his pocket, and while searching, flings out a card unconsciously and struts off with Miss Tompkins to the other side, left. Figgins, aside, crossing to right.
This fellow's mad. If I could maneuver that card, I might find out who my young gentleman is.
Forces a laugh.
Very well, my sprightly spark. If you are married, I can't help myself. So I shall leave you as soon as I have tied my shoe.
Stoops and picks up the card.
I've got it. Adieu, young people.
Exit, pointing at them and singing.
None but the brave deserves the fair.
Twistleton, looking after him.
That's a hearty old cock, and I like him.
1,000 thanks for your kindness. Now, sir, proceed on your journey, while I communicate to Miss Thompson the success of our stratagem.
Runs off, left door. Twistleton, right, looking after her.
There she goes. And I suppose I may go too.
Drawing on his gloves.
So now I'll be off in right earnest.
Going left. Enter Mrs. Pimpernel, left, dressed for the wedding. Mrs. Pimpernel, curtsying formally.
How d'ye do, sir?
Twistleton, bowing.
Quite well, ma'am, I thank you.
Aside.
I must let her into the secret, or she may destroy the plans of my two allies.
To her.
My dear Mrs. Pimpernel, I've been all anxiety to see you, ma'am. There's something about your physiognomy, madam, which tells me, at a glimpse, that you are a lady of great discretion. To make use of a strong expression, you are a person to be trusted.
Mrs. Pimpernel, aside.
How awfully mysterious.
You must know, Mrs. Pimpernel, I have a profound and important secret which I wish to confide to you and to you alone.
A secret? That's delicious. I love a secret. Unbosom yourself, sir.
Learn, then, my dear Mrs. P., that reasons all-powerful and incomprehensible to you obliged me for a time to conceal from the world the holy tie which binds me to one of the ladies who now occupy part and parcel of your respectable and fashionable boarding-house. Those reasons still exist, but to you, and you alone, my dear madam, I divulge the secret that the ci-devant Miss Thompson is the real and legitimate spouse of Mr. Alexis Twistleton.
Miss Thompson?
Yes, Miss Thompson.
Aside.
I think I'm right. It's either Thompson or Tompkins, but hang me if I know which.
My dear Mr. Twistleton, allow me to offer you my congratulations. She is a charming woman.
Aside.
I'm almost tempted.
Hesitates.
I really, sir, feel quite overpowered at your selecting me as your confidant. I'll return the obligation by requesting your assistance in an affair of great delicacy and interest.
Twistleton, aside.
Oh, what the deuce is coming now? Proceed, Mrs. P.
Do the ladies intend making a long stay at Turnbridge?
Upon my life, I can't say.
Hesitating.
I believe so.
You believe so? Why, surely you can't be ignorant of the intentions of your own wife. But my reason for asking is this. But let us be seated, sir.
Twistleton brings forward 2 chairs. They sit with great formality.
You must know, sir, we have a small private theatre here, where we are going to play a play. Now, sir, I presume that you know what a play is.
Why, I believe I do, madam.
Now, sir, your wife is a most charming figure, and the lady that's with her has a very fine face for an opera. Now, sir, if you could but prevail upon them to take characters, it would be as delicious as ice cream in the dog days.
Twistleton, aside.
That's a pretty simile.
Hesitating.
Well, I don't know, I can't say, but however, I'll mention it to them.
Attempts to rise. She prevents him.
That's not all, sir. Would you believe it, sir? I am myself devoted to, and distractedly in love with, the beautiful histrionic art. I once saw the great Mrs. Siddons play the hand-washing scene of Lady Macbeth, and dreamed of the damned spot for 9 nights afterwards.
Looks at her watch.
It's earlier than I thought it was. I have got the part I am to act in my reticule. I am quite perfect in my great scene in the 4th act. If you would but have the extreme kindness to hear me go over it.
What, I? Me? And pray, my dear Mrs. P., what may be the name of the play you are going to act?
Why, it's a maiden effort, but full of genius, I assure you, written for the occasion by Miss Arabella Podgers. A blue, a deep blue. You can taste the prussic acid even in her conversation. She is head teacher at the great finishing seminary in Paradise Crescent. It is entitled King Pepin or the Guilty Mother. 'Tis such a prodigy of a production. I play the principal part, sir. Shakespeare has done nothing like it in the female line.
Twistleton, aside.
No, I dare say not.
Now, if you would but have the kindness.
drawing out the manuscript.
Well, for the rarity of the thing, I think I will.
I wouldn't trouble you, only there really are such a set of Gothic vandals in this house. For instance, there is my future son-in-law, Mr. Theophilus Bunbury, doesn't even know that Melpomene presides over comedy.
Twistleton, aside.
Ignorant wretch.
But here is my part. I am as perfect as an angel. Place yourself there. I'll stand here. You are King Pepin.
I, King Pepin.
I am the guilty mother. Be careful to give me what are called the cues.
Showing them in the manuscript.
It begins here.
Very well, I see. Give me hold of King Pepin.
Snatching the manuscript out of her hand.
Now for it. Are you ready, ma'am?
Wait till I get out my white handkerchief and dishevel my hair a little. Now, sir, I am all right.
Here goes.
Reading.
Great Princess, they declare your royal presence is wanted in the vestibule.
I beg your pardon, sir, but Miss Arabella Podgers, the authoress of the tragedy, always calls it vestibule, and be good enough to speak it louder than that. Recollect that I have twice broken my sworn truth, and that you are a majesty.
Oh, very well, ma'am. I'll pitch it higher.
Aside.
What a rum old pump she is.
Aloud.
Now, ma'am, hurrah for King Pepin!
Enter Bunbury, dressed with wedding favours and white gloves. He stops in the doorway, astonished, and listens. Twistleton holds the manuscript so that it is unseen by Bunbury. Mrs. Pimpernel, right, declaiming.
I believe, vast potentate of the Isle of Man, that we are here more freer from intruders than in your own room.
Twistleton, left, reading.
I guess we are. Speak.
Be seated, I conjure you, and lend me your ears.
No, I never, in council or in close divan, e'er sit, but always stand, erect, in conscious honour bold.
Mrs. Pimpernel, flinging herself into a chair centre and groaning.
It concerns my son.
Bunbury, in the doorway, aside.
Hello? What does she say?
Your son, madam?
Bunbury, aside.
Oh, she's got a son. She's a nice one.
And what other interest could vanquish my repugnance to seek this meeting, which you have never sought? But I saw him in a state which would curdle all your blood.
Bunbury, aside.
Oh, she has seen him. I wonder where.
His heart, his tender, youthful heart, is broken at your order for him to leave his native land. What could have incurred his father's anger?
Bunbury, aside.
His father? Well, if that gentleman should turn out to be his father.
Since that fatal duel ravished from our arms our other godlike son.
Bunbury, aside.
What, another? Why, I wonder how many the old lady's got.
Remember, perfidious woman, what you've done. In taking an adulterer to your arms, you have introduced a stranger child into our house.
Bunbury, aside.
A strange child? What a horrible old woman.
Mrs. Pimpernel, rising.
Let me fly.
Bunbury, aside.
Oh, she wants to bolt. A nice wedding I should have.
Twistleton, pushing her into her seat.
No, you shall not fly. You shall not escape the guilt which clogs your footsteps.
Bunbury, aside.
Oh, I see how it is. This chap's a husband. I've had enough. I'm off.
Exit. Mrs. Pimpernel, rising.
Well, sir, what do you think of it? You don't think I am too superannuated to create an effect upon a London audience?
An effect? Prodigious! Why, you are the guilty mother herself.
Mrs. Pimpernel, holding up her fan before her face.
Oh, sir, you are a flatterer. You quite confuse me.
A noise without. Mrs. Pimpernel hides the manuscript hastily. Twistleton, looking out, right.
But what's all this bustle about?
Oh, they are the wedding guests.
Oh, a wedding, eh?
Yes, sir, a wedding. A gentleman from London is to be married to my daughter. And if you would condescend to honour us with your presence, you might render a young and amiable girl an extraordinary service.
What? In the connubial line? Oh, I understand. I'm to pass for her husband, I suppose?
Aside.
I'm getting used to it.
No, sir, that's not it. It's merely to walk the bride to church. My daughter Fanny is going to be married today. If you would just hand her along, it would give such an éclat to the thing.
Ah, very amusing, upon my life.
I knew you'd think it so.
Music without.
Here comes the blooming bride. Here is your favour, sir. I have a needle and thread quite handy.
Sewing it to his coat.
And here is the gloves.
Music. Enter Fanny and attendants.
Ah, my dear child, how handsome you look. But where is Bunsbury?
I saw him a few minutes since, and he seemed quite flustered.
I can't help saying that if this is London manners, in Tunbridge we shall call it very ill-breeding.
Enter Bunbury.
Well, Bunbury, you haven't showed much anxiety for the happy moment. Everybody is ready. We've been only waiting for you.
Why, you see, Mrs. Pimpernel, circumstances alter cases. If the goods don't come up to the sample, the bargain's off.
What does he mean?
Bunbury, taking Twistleton and Mrs. Pimpernel aside.
The other son, who had to fly his country. If he should return, Fanny will be choused out of her property.
What other son? Are you mad?
Bunbury to Twistleton.
And you, Mr. What do you call 'em, may have a right to the old woman's movables, and then a pretty figure I should cut in Threadneedle Street.
The old woman's movables?
Now, I say, come to the point. Will you give me your consent to the match, and make over to me under your hand all the right and claim to any control over the property of Fanny's mother?
Of course I will. But I say, you're stark staring mad.
Enter Dick.
The parson's waiting at the church.
Well, let him wait.
Drives off Dick.
I'm not to be victimized. One word for all, Mrs. P. I've been to my lawyers and told him all about it, and he says if you sign a paper in Fanny's favour, I can marry without any fear. So will you or not?
Certainly I will.
Well then, if this gentleman will take my place till I run over to Mr. Cappius, the lawyer's, I'll meet you all at the church door.
Oh, certainly.
Bunbury, going.
Fanny, how pretty you do look. Goodbye for the present. I'll be there nearly as soon as you are.
Exit Twistleton, looking at himself and the group.
Well, I cut a pretty figure here. I wonder what Mrs. Alexis Twistleton would say to all this?
They all form into procession. Enter Figgins and Spriggins, and exchange looks. Mrs. Twistleton enters at the same time, left, unseen by the wedding party. Mrs. Twistleton, aside, with surprise.
My husband leading a bride, and with a wedding favour on his breast. Good heavens, what can this mean?
That stupid Bunbury has quite turned me topsy-turvy.
To Twistleton.
Now do say something pretty and complimentary to Fanny, for it's a very trying occasion.
Oh, I will.
To Fanny.
You'll not be surprised when I acknowledge this to be the happiest moment of my life, my dear Fanny.
Figgins to Spriggins.
His dear Fanny.
Mrs. Twistleton, aside.
His dear Fanny.
Oh, sir, excuse the blushes of a bride.
I do excuse them, and let me, ere you boast that honouring name, imprint upon your rosy lips one chaste salute.
Kisses her and struts about.
Ah, I like it.
Now then, to church.
Ah, to church. Come along, loveliest of your sex. Give me that hand, soon to be joined in Hymen's rosy bonds. Now for it. Here we go.
Aside to Mrs. Pimpernel.
I say, don't I do it handsomely and fashionably? Ah, there is nothing like the fashionable touch after all.
He takes Fanny's hand. Mrs. Pimpernel takes his arm, and the music plays. Haste to the wedding. Exeunt the wedding procession, right. Mrs. Twistleton, left. Figgins and Spriggins advance to the front.
Very pretty indeed. Here's bigamy in perfection. Why, he's everybody's husband. He's married to my ward.
And my ward.
And by this time he must be half married to our hostess' daughter. But let us look at the card. Let us learn his name.
Reads.
Mr. Alexis Twistleton. I'm electrified, horror-struck, and wonder-struck.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll fetch his wife.
Wife? Which wife?
Why, his real wife. And that she may credit this horrible story. Do you go with me to confirm it?
Willingly. Now, Mr. Alexis Twistleton, your wives will make the temperature of this room too hot to hold you, or I know nothing of the heat of atmosphere produced by the presence of half a dozen of enraged ladies.
Exeunt. Enter Mrs. Twistleton and a maid-servant.
Can I be mistaken? I could not. My lawful husband is gone to be married to someone else.
To the maid.
Would you be kind enough to show me Mr. Alexis Twistleton's room?
Maid, pointing to the door, right.
That's it.
Exit left. Mrs. Twistleton, aside.
I must find out the enigma.
Retires up, right. Enter Bunbury.
Oh, dear me. Oh, how I am blown. I thought I should have been in time. Old Cappius says it's all right. So...
Mrs. Twistleton, coming forward.
Do you belong to the house, sir?
Why, yes, ma'am. I think I may say I do, ma'am.
Could you inform me whose wedding that is about to take place?
Bunbury, aside.
Here's a question. Whose wedding, ma'am? Why, I think I ought to be able... Why, it's mine, ma'am, mine.
How is that gentleman concerned in it, who just left this apartment with the bride?
In my place, who held my wife's arm. That's my deputy. Oh, he's married already.
Yes, I know that, sir.
Oh, you know him, then? Know his wife, perhaps?
Huh, no one better.
Bunbury, aside.
This is a lucky meeting. I shall now have the full, true, and particular account. Pray, ma'am, was it a love match?
I thought so at the time.
They say, I suppose, that he's no great shakes.
Mrs. Twistleton, surprised.
Sir!
Bunbury, aside.
There's some mystery about this chap. I suppose you are acquainted with Mrs. Pimpernel, who keeps this house, and I dare say you'll think it strange, but this strange gentleman is my honoured father-in-law.
Your father-in-law? What, Mr. Alexis Twistleton?
Bunbury, knowingly.
Oh, what, you know him by that name, do you?
You must be dreaming, sir.
Aside.
If this man is not mad, I know not what to think.
Walks about distractedly. Bunbury, aside.
This lady's got the phobie. I'll be off.
Runs off, right. Mrs. Twistleton, walking about distractedly.
I'm so horrified that I hardly know whether I am asleep or awake.
Enter Figgins.
Oh, my dear madam, I was just about going to you. I am glad you have arrived. I hope it may not be too late. But your husband...
Well, sir, what of my husband?
Why, madam, he had not only a wife living before he married you, but I'm afraid by this time he is married to a second. The name of the first is Tompkins, my own ward.
Gracious heavens, it cannot be. The person who just left the room informed me that my husband was also the husband of Mrs. Pimpernel, the person who keeps this boarding house.
Here comes Mrs. Pimpernel.
Enter Mrs. Pimpernel in alarm. Right.
Every place has been searched, and Bunbury is nowhere to be found. It will be quite the town talk.
What has happened, Mrs. Pimpernel?
The most horrible thing that could happen to a fond maternal parent. The bridegroom is not to be found.
That's rather awkward. But here is a lady who wishes to be accommodated for a short time in your boarding house.
Introducing Mrs. Twistleton.
I have not the pleasure of knowing the lady, but Mr. Figgins' introduction.
But though you are not acquainted with me, madam, you at least know the gentleman who accompanied the young lady to church.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, I certainly know him, but only since he has lodged with me, and thus much I can say, that I never met with a more amiable, good-tempered, complaisant person. And as for that matter, so is his wife, who passed here under the name of Miss Thompson.
You mean Tompkins?
Indeed I do not. I mean what I say, Sir. Thompson.
What, another? I declare they'll quarrel who is really my husband's wife. This is not to be borne.
What do you say, madam? You the wife?
Of Mr. Alexis Twistleton.
Oh, I'll answer for that.
Well, this I'll say and stand to, that he told me with his own mouth that he was married to Miss Thompson.
Mrs. Twistleton, affected.
This is too much.
To Mrs. Pimpernel.
My dear lady, have me shown to my apartment.
Will you walk for the present into this chamber?
Conducting her to the room, left, aside.
Unfortunate Mrs. Twistleton.
Barbarous Mr. Twistleton.
Exit left. Figgins, looking after her.
Poor heartbroken Mrs. Twistleton. But I'll go and hunt up Spriggins, and we'll have this universal husband laid by the heels with as little delay as possible.
Exit.
And I will search every hole and corner for that little wretch, Bunbury.
Exit right. Enter Twistleton, almost breathless.
Oh, thank heaven, all's over. I never thought I could have undergone all this. But I suppose to a young man and a steam engine, nothing is impossible. I understand from Dick that Mrs. T has arrived. I hope she has not heard of any of my little winning ways hereabouts. If she has, I shall be lectured for a week on moral conduct, conjugal duty, and all that sort of thing.
Enter Spriggins.
Oh, here you are. Aren't you a pretty villain, sir, to have been committing a triple alliance?
Aye, sir, but not a holy alliance.
Insensible puppy. What must your heart resemble?
Oh, my heart's like the Greenwich stage, and carries 6 inside.
Very fine, sir.
A noise without, right.
But what the devil's the matter now?
Bunbury, without.
Send for a doctor! Send for a doctor!
Enter Bunbury, hastily.
Send for a doctor! My mother-in-law is inconsolable for not seeing me at church, and supposing I was off with the match, has been suddenly taken in a fit in the street.
Seeing Twistleton.
Oh, I'm glad I found you, sir. If you haven't the heart of a cannibal, or if it isn't a piece of Britannia metal, you fly to the assistance of your lawful wife.
His wife?
Yes, his wife, Mrs. Pimpernel.
What, another? That makes 4 wives, or I'm a Dutchman.
Yes, sir, his wife. A secret marriage. 2 grown-up boys. One of them fell in a fight as he fit, and the other had to fly the country, and is now perhaps in Van Diemen's Land. or Nova Scotia, or thereabouts. Do you dare to deny it, sir?
Oh, deny it? To the contrary, nothing is more true. Do you know King Pepin, sir?
No, sir.
Then I do, and the guilty mother into the bargain, and a devilish good jest it is.
You may laugh, sir, but let me tell you, polygamy is...
a hanging matter, but in this case, old gentleman, the hempen noose will not succeed the noose of wedlock. If you will be good enough to walk with me to my real wife, I will explain everything.
His real wife? Where is she?
Spriggins, pointing to the doors right and left.
Here, there, everywhere. He has them in all quarters. But here comes poor Mrs. Pimpernel.
Bunbury, drawing out his handkerchief.
Poor mother-in-law, when she knows all.
To Twistleton.
I shan't lose sight of you.
Laying hold of him.
I can tell you, Mr. Anonymous.
Enter Mrs. Pimpernel, supported by 2 women and Fanny, right. Mrs. Twistleton from her room, left. And Figgins at the same time, centre.
Place a chair for poor mother-in-law.
Once more I behold the traitor. What can be the meaning of all this?
Fanny, looking at Mrs. Pimpernel.
She's coming to herself.
Where am I?
In your own house, mother-in-law. In the bosom of your family.
Where is Bunbury? Are they married?
Here I am. All is over. Fanny is Mrs. Bunbury, and...
Showing Twistleton.
Here is your husband.
Ah! Mine here? Where is he?
Bunbury, pointing to Twistleton.
Here he is, before your eyes.
Mrs. Pimpernel, pushing away Bunbury.
Stupid fellow, you really frighten me.
I know you want to keep it a secret, but it won't do. I say it won't do.
Be quiet, Poopy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am no booby.
Pointing to Twistleton.
He is the husband of Mrs. Pimpernel.
And of my ward.
And of mine. And we saw him go to church.
To be married to another lady.
Mrs. Twistleton, coming forward, pointing to Fanny.
And I heard him declare himself this lady's husband.
To Twistleton.
Monster! Villain! Giant of bigamy!
Now, only hear me, my dear, adorable Mrs. Twistleton. I am still your own faithful, constant little Twiz.
It's all a wicked falsehood, sir. You faithful and constant, you wholesale breaker of the fond connubial vow. Where have you hidden your other wives?
Figgins, aside.
I haven't. I'm in the secret. I'll have the other wives in court in a twinkling.
To Mrs. Twistleton.
Would you like to be introduced to the acquaintanceship of this gentleman's other wives?
Here's a question for a heartbroken wife.
If you would, knock at either of those doors, at any door in the house, and out will pop a wife.
Horrible.
Dreadful.
Damnable. All ladies come into court.
He knocks at the different doors and outruns Miss Thompson and Miss Tompkins. They rush toward Twistleton.
I'm horror-struck and wonder-struck.
Let your surprise, madam, give way to gentler feelings. Your husband was kind enough to pass himself off as mine, to shield me from my guardian's anger.
He generously, for a few moments, played the part of my husband for the same laudable purpose.
He led me to church, I confess, but this,
pointing to Bunbury,
was the gentleman I was married to.
Twistleton to Mrs. Pimpernel.
I believe, madam, I contracted also a mimic marriage with you.
Pompously and throwing himself into an attitude.
Do you remember the guilty mother?
Mrs. Pimpernel, in mock heroics and drawing out her handkerchief.
I do, King Pippin.
Twistleton, looking round.
Is there any other lady wishes to claim me for her husband? There is silence in the court. Who then, among ye all, is to have me?
I, sir, your lawfully wedded wife, and
Pointing to Miss Thompson and Miss Tompkins.
I hope the guardians of these ladies will forgive them as heartily as I do.
Madam.
Ah, I see by the smile playing on the two good-looking countenances of these elderly young gentlemen that you have prevailed, and I congratulate you. I hope all are now satisfied?
All!
Twistleton, pulling out his gloves, slapping his hat on, and crossing to center.
And I may now pursue my journey?
May I detain you for a few minutes?
Certainly.
Why then, it seems to me that if all present are satisfied, you had better stay where you are.
And appear again tomorrow as everybody's husband.
End of Everybody's Husband by Richard Ryan.
$1 by David Pinski. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Persons. The characters are given in the order of their appearance.
The Comedian, read by Jim Gallagher.
The Villain, read by Aaron White.
The Tragedian, read by Thomas Peter.
The Old Man, read by Nima.
The Heroine, read by Avaï.
The Ingenue, read by Jen Broda.
The Old Woman, read by Betsy Walker.
The Stranger, read by Campbell Shelp.
Stage directions, read by T.J. Burns. $1. A crossroads at the edge of a forest. One road extends from left to right. The other crosses the first diagonally, disappearing into the forest. The roadside is bordered with grass. On the right, at the crossing, stands a signpost, to which are nailed 2 boards, giving directions and distances. The afternoon of a summer day. A troupe of stranded, strolling players enters from the left. They are ragged and weary. The comedian walks first, holding a valise in each hand, followed by the villain carrying over his arms 2 huge bundles wrapped in bedsheets. Immediately behind these, the tragedian and the old man carrying together a large, heavy trunk. Comedian stepping toward the signpost, reading the directions on the boards, and explaining to the approaching fellow actors.
That way,
pointing to right and swinging the valise to indicate the direction,
is 30 miles. This way,
pointing to left,
is 45. And that way, it is 36. Now choose for yourself the town that you'll never reach today. The nearest way for us is back to where we came from, whence we were escorted with the most splendid catcalls that have ever crowned our histrionic successes.
Villain exhausted.
Who will lend me a hand to wipe off my perspiration? It has a nasty way of streaming into my mouth.
Stand on your head, then, and let your perspiration water a more fruitful soil.
Oh!
He drops his arms, the bundles fall down. He then sinks down onto one of them and wipes off the perspiration, moving his hand wearily over his face. The tragedian and the old man approach the post and read the signs. Tragedian in a deep, dramatic voice.
It's hopeless. It's hopeless.
He lets go his end of the trunk. Old man lets go his end of the trunk.
Another stop.
Tragedian sits himself down on the trunk in a tragico-heroic pose. Knees wide apart, right elbow on right knee, left hand on left leg. Head slightly bent toward the right. Comedian puts down the valises and rolls a cigarette. The old man also sits down upon the trunk, head sunk upon his breast.
30 miles to the nearest town. 30 miles!
It's an outrage how far people move their towns away from us.
We won't strike a town until the day after tomorrow.
Hurrah! That's luck for you. There's yet a day after tomorrow for us.
And the women are still far behind us, crawling.
They want the vote, and they can't even walk.
We won't give them votes, that's settled. Down with votes for women.
It seems the devil himself can't take you. Neither your tongue nor your feet ever get tired. You get on my nerves. Sit down and shut up for a moment.
Me? Ha ha! I'm going back there to the lady of my heart. I'll meet her and fetch her hither in my arms.
He spits on his hands, turns up his sleeves, and strides rapidly off toward the left.
Clown!
How can he laugh and play his pranks even now? We haven't a cent to our souls. Our supply of food is running low, and our shoes are dilapidated.
Tragedian with an outburst.
Stop it! No reckoning. The number of our sins is great, and the tale of our misfortunes is even greater. Holy Father, our flasks are empty. I'd give what is left of our souls.
Displaying his ragged shoes.
For just a smell of whiskey.
From the left is heard the laughter of a woman. Enter the comedian carrying in his arms the heroine, who has her hands around his neck and holds a satchel in both hands behind his back. Comedian, letting his burden down upon the grass.
Sit down, my love, and rest up. We go no further today. Your feet, your tender little feet must ache you. How unhappy that makes me. At the first opportunity, I shall buy you an automobile.
And in the meantime, you may carry me oftener.
The beast of burden hears and obeys.
Enter the ingenue and the old woman, each carrying a small satchel. Ingenue, weary and pouting.
Ah, no one carried me.
She sits on the grass to the right of the heroine.
We have only one ass with us.
Comedian stretches himself out at the feet of the heroine and emits a bray of a donkey. Old woman sits down in the grass to the left of the heroine.
Are we to pass the night here?
No, we shall stop at Hotel Never Was.
Don't you like our night's lodging?
Turning over toward the old woman.
See, the bed is broad and wide, and certainly without vermin. Just feel the high grass. Such a soft bed you never slept in, and you shall have a cover embroidered with the moon and stars, a cover such as no royal bride ever possessed.
You're laughing. I feel like crying.
Crying? You should be ashamed of the sun which favors you with its setting splendor. Look and be inspired.
Yes, look and expire.
Look and shout with ecstasy.
Look and burst.
Ingenue starts sobbing. Tragedian laughs heavily. Comedian turning over to the ingenue.
What? You are crying? Aren't you ashamed of yourself?
I'm sad.
I can't stand it any longer.
Stop it, or I'll start bawling too.
Comedian springs to his knees and looks quickly from one woman to the other.
Cheer them up, clown.
Comedian jumps up abruptly without the aid of his hands.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have it.
In a measured and singing voice.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have it.
What have you?
Cheerfulness.
Ah, go bury yourself, clown.
P-O-O-H. Pooh.
The women weep all the louder.
I have a bottle of whiskey.
General commotion. The women stop crying and look up to the comedian in amazement. The tragedian straightens himself out and casts a surprised look at the comedian. The old man, rubbing his hands, jumps to his feet. The villain looks suspiciously at the comedian.
A
bottle of whiskey?
A bottle of whiskey.
Whiskey?
You bet. A bottle of whiskey hidden and preserved for such moments as this, a moment of masculine depression and feminine tears.
Taking the flask from his hip pocket, the expression on the face of all changes from hope to disappointment.
You call that a bottle. I call it a flask.
A thimble.
A dropper.
For 7 of us? Oh!
Comedian, letting the flask sparkle in the sun.
But it's whiskey, my children.
Opening the flask and smelling it.
That's whiskey for you. The saloon keeper from whom I hooked it will become a teetotaler from sheer despair.
Tragedian rising heavily and slowly, proceeding toward the flask. Villain, still skeptical, and rising as if unwilling. The old man chuckling and rubbing his hands. The old woman getting up indifferently and moving apathetically toward the flask. The heroine and the ingenue hold each other by the hand and take ballet steps in waltz time. All approach the comedian with necks eagerly stretched out and smell the flask, which the comedian holds firmly in both hands.
Fine.
Small quantity, but excellent quality.
Seems to be good whiskey.
Heroine dancing and singing.
My comedian. His head is in the right place. But why didn't you nab a larger bottle?
My beloved one, I had to take into consideration both the quality of the whiskey and the size of my pocket.
If only there's enough of it to go round.
Oh, I'm feeling sad again.
Cheer up, there will be enough for us all. Cheer up, here, smell it again.
They smell again, and cheerfulness reappears. They join hands and dance and sing, forming a circle, the comedian applauding.
Good. If you're so cheered after a mere smell of it, what won't you feel like after a drink? Wait, I'll join you.
He hides the whiskey flask in his pocket.
I'll show you a new roundel which we will perform in our next presentation of Hamlet, to the great edification of our esteemed audience.
Kicking the villain's bundles out of the way.
The place is clear. Now for dance and play. Join hands and form a circle, but you, villain, stay on the outside of it. You are to try to get in, and we dance and are not to let you in without getting out of step. Understand? Now then.
The circle is formed in the following order: comedian, heroine, tragedian, old woman, old man, ingenue. Comedian singing.
To be or not to be, that is the question, that is the question, that is the question. He who would enter in, climb he must over us. If over us he cannot, he must get under us. Tra-la-la, over us, under us, tra-la-la, under us, over us. Now we are jolly, jolly are we.
Tra-la-la, over us, under us. Tra-la-la, under us, over us. Now we are jolly, jolly are we.
To be or not to be, that is the question, that is the question, that is the question. In life to win success, elbow your way through, jostle the next one, else you will be jostled. Tra-la-la, over us, under us, tra-la-la, under us, over us. Now we are jolly, jolly are we.
Under us, over us. Now we
Tra-la-la,
are jolly,
jolly
jolly are
under
we.
us, tra-la-la, under us, over us. Now we are jolly, jolly are we.
Now we are jolly, jolly are
Now
we.
we are jolly, jolly are we.
On the last word of the refrain, they stop as if dumbfounded and stand transfixed, with eyes directed on one spot inside of the ring. The villain leans over the arms of the comedian and the heroine. Gradually, the circle draws closer till their heads almost touch. They attempt to free their hands, but each holds on to the other, and all 7 whisper in great astonishment.
$1.
$1.
The circle opens up again. They look at each other and shout in wonder.
$1.
$1.
$1.
Once more they close in, and the struggle to free their hands grows wilder. The villain tries to climb over and then under the hands into the circle and stretches out his hand toward the dollar, but instinctively he is stopped by the couple he tries to pass between, even when he is not seen, but only felt. Again, all lean their heads over the dollar, quite lost in the contemplation of it, and whispering, enraptured,
$1.
A dollar.
A dollar.
$1. Separating once again, they look at each other with exultation, and at the same time try to free their hands, once more exclaiming in ecstasy,
$1!
$1!
$1.
$1.
$1.
Then the struggle to get free grows wilder and wilder. The hand that is perchance freed is quickly grasped again by the one who held it. Ingenue in pain.
Oh, my hands, my hands! You'll break them. Let go of my hands.
If you don't let go of my hands, I'll bite.
Attempting to bite the hands of the tragedian and the old man, while they try to prevent it. Old man trying to free his hands from the hold of the heroine and the old woman.
Let go of me.
Pulling at both his hands.
These women's hands that seem so frail, just look at them now.
Heroine to comedian.
But you let go my hands.
I think it's you who are holding fast to mine.
Why should I be holding you? If you pick up the dollar, what is yours is mine, you know.
Then let go of my hand and I'll pick it up.
No, I'd rather pick it up myself.
I expected something like that from you.
Let go of my hands, that's all.
It's a huge joke.
In a tone of command.
Be quiet.
They become still.
We must contemplate the dollar with religious reverence.
Commotion.
Keep quiet, I say. A dollar is spread out before us, a real dollar in the midst of our circle, and everything within us draws us towards it, draws us on irresistibly. Be quiet. Remember you are before the ruler, before the Almighty. On your knees before him and pray. On your knees.
Sinks down on his knees and drags with him the heroine and ingenue. Old man dropping on his knees and dragging the old woman with him.
Clown.
Comedian to tragedian.
You are not worthy of the serious mask you wear. You don't appreciate true divine majesty. On your knees, or you'll get no whiskey.
Tragedian sinks heavily on his knees.
O holy dollar, O almighty ruler of the universe, before thee we kneel in the dust and send toward thee our most tearful and heartfelt prayers. Our hands are bound, but our hearts strive toward thee, and our souls yearn for thee. O great King of kings, thou who bringest together those who are separated, and separatest those who are near, thou who...
The villain, who is standing aside, takes a full jump, clears the ingenue, and grasps the dollar. All let go of one another and fall upon him, shouting, screaming, pushing, and fighting. Finally, the villain manages to free himself, holding the dollar in his right fist. The others follow him with clenched fists, glaring eyes, and foaming mouths, wildly shouting,
The dollar!
The dollar!
The dollar!
The dollar!
The dollar!
The dollar!
The
dollar!
Return the dollar!
Villain retreating.
You can't take it away from me. It's mine. It was lying under my bundle.
Give up the dollar!
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 The dollar!
Give up the dollar!
Give up the dollar!
Villain in great rage.
No! No!
A moment during which the opposing sides look at each other in hatred, quietly, but with malice.
Moreover, whom should I give it to? To you? 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 You?
He is right, the dollar is his. He has it, therefore it is his. And I wanted to crawl on my knees toward the dollar and pick it up with my teeth. But he got ahead of me.
Heroine whispering in rage.
That's because you would not let go of me.
Tragedian shaking his fist in the face of the villain.
Heaven and hell, I feel like crushing you.
He steps aside toward the trunk and sits down in his former pose. Ingenue, lying down on the grass, starts to cry.
Now we will drink, and the first drink is the villain's.
His proposition is accepted in gloom. The ingenue, however, stops crying. The old man and the old woman have been standing by the villain looking at the dollar in his hand as if waiting for the proper moment to snatch it from him. Finally, the old woman makes a contemptuous gesture and both turn aside from the villain. The latter, left in peace, smooths out the dollar with a serious expression on his face. The comedian hands him a small glass of whiskey.
Drink, lucky one.
The villain, shutting the dollar in his fist, takes the whiskey glass gravely and quickly drinks the contents, returning the glass. He then starts to smooth and caress the dollar again. The comedian, still laughing, passes the whiskey glass from one to the other of the company, who drink sullenly. The whiskey fails to cheer them. After drinking, the ingenue begins to sob again. The heroine, who is served at last, throws the empty whiskey glass toward the comedian.
Good shot. Now I'll drink up all that's left in the bottle.
He puts the flask to his lips and drinks. The heroine tries to knock it away from him, but he skillfully evades her. The villain continues to smooth and caress the dollar. Singing and dancing.
He who would enter in, jump he must over us. Ho, 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 ho. Oh, holy dollar. Oh, almighty ruler of the world. Oh, king of kings. Don't you all think that if I have the dollar, and you have it not, that I partake of a bit of its majesty? That means that I am now a part of its majesty. That means that I am the almighty dollar's plenipotentiary, and therefore I am the almighty ruler himself. On your knees before me.
Comedian, after throwing away the empty flask, lies down on the grass.
Well roared, Lion, but you forgot to hide your jackass's ears.
It is one's consciousness of power. I know, and you know, that if I have the money, I have the say. Remember, none of you has a cent to his name. Ah, the whiskey is gone.
Picking up the flask and examining it.
I did my job well. Drank it to the last drop.
Yes, to the very last drop. This evening you shall have bread and sausage, very small portions, too, for tomorrow is another day.
Ingenue sobbing more frequently.
Not till the day after tomorrow shall we reach town, and that doesn't mean that you get anything to eat there either. But I, oh, holy dollar, almighty dollar.
Gravely.
He who does my bidding shall not be without food.
Comedian with wide open eyes.
What?
Ingenue gets up and throws herself on the villain's bosom.
Oh, my dear beloved one.
My power already makes itself felt.
Heroine, pushing the ingenue away.
Let go of him, you. He sought my love for a long time, and now he shall have it.
What? You?
Heroine to comedian.
I hate you, traitor.
To the villain.
I have always loved genius. You are now the wisest of the wise. I adore you.
Villain, holding ingenue in one arm.
Come into my other arm.
Heroine throwing herself into his arms, kissing and embracing him. Comedian half rising on his knees.
Stop, I protest.
Throwing himself on the grass.
O frailty, thy name is woman.
Old woman approaching the villain from behind and embracing him.
Find a little spot on your bosom for me. I play the old woman, but you know, I'm not really old.
Now I have all of power and all of love.
Don't call it love, call it servility.
Villain freeing himself from the women.
But now I have something more important to carry out. My vassals, you all. I have decided we will not stay here overnight. We will proceed further.
How so?
How so?
How so?
We go forward tonight.
You have so decided?
I have so decided, and that in itself should be enough for you. But due to an old habit, I shall explain to you why I have so decided.
Keep your explanation to yourself, and better not disturb my contemplation of the sunset.
I'll put you down on the black list. It will go ill with you for your speeches against me. Now then, without an explanation, we will go, and at once.
Nobody stirs.
Very well, then, I go alone.
No.
No.
What do you mean?
I go with you.
And I.
And I.
Your loyalty gratifies me very much.
Old man, who is sitting apathetically upon the trunk.
What the deuce is urging you to go?
I wanted to explain to you, but now no more. I owe you no explanations. I have decided I wish to go, and that is sufficient.
He plays his comedy wonderfully. Would you ever have suspected that there was so much wit in his cabbage head?
Women making love to the villain.
Oh, you darling.
Oh, you darling.
Oh, you darling.
Tragedian majestically.
I wouldn't give him even a single glance.
Still another on the blacklist. I'll tell you this much. I have decided.
How long will you keep this up?
We start at once. But if I am to pay for your food, I will not carry any baggage. You shall divide my bundles among you, and of course, those who are on the black list will get the heaviest share. You heard me. Now move on. I'm going now. We will proceed to the nearest town, which is 30 miles away. Now then, I am off.
Bon voyage.
And with me fares His Majesty the dollar, and your meals for tomorrow.
We are coming.
We are coming.
We are coming.
We are coming.
We are coming. We are coming.
I'll go along.
Tragedian to the villain.
You're a scoundrel and a mean fellow.
I am no fellow of yours. I am master and bread giver.
I'll crush you in a moment.
What? You threaten me? Let's go.
Turns to right. The women take their satchels and follow him. Old man to the tragedian.
Get up and take the trunk. We will settle the score with him some other time. It is he who has the dollar now.
Tragedian rising and shaking his fist.
I'll get him yet.
He takes his side of the trunk. Villain to tragedian.
First, put one of my bundles on your back.
Tragedian in rage.
One of your bundles on my back?
Oh, for all I care, you can put it on your head or between your teeth.
We'll put the bundle on the trunk.
Comedian sitting up.
Look here, are you joking, or are you in earnest?
Villain contemptuously.
I never joke.
Then you are in earnest?
I'll make no explanations.
Do you really think that because you have the dollar,
the holy dollar, the almighty dollar, the king of kings,
that therefore you are the master,
bread giver, and provider,
and that we must
do what I bid you to?
So you are in earnest.
You must get up, take the baggage, and follow me.
Comedian rising.
Then I declare revolution.
What? A revolution?
A bloody one, if need be.
Tragedian dropping his end of the trunk and advancing with a bellicose attitude toward the villain.
And I shall be the first to let your blood, you scoundrel.
If that's the case, I have nothing to say to you. Those who wish, come along.
Comedian getting in his way.
No, you shall not go until you give up the dollar.
Ha 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 ha! It is to laugh.
The dollar, please, or... Then let there be blood.
Turns up his sleeves. Tragedian taking off his coat.
Ah, blood! Blood!
Old man dropping his end of the trunk.
I'm not going to keep out of a fight.
Women dropping his satchels.
Nor we.
Nor we.
Nor we.
Nor
Nor
we.
we. Nor we.
To whom should I give up the dollar? You?
This argument will not work any more. You are to give the dollar up to all of us. At the first opportunity, we'll get change and divide it into equal parts.
Hooray!
Hurrah!
Hooray!
Hurrah!
Divide it!
Divide it!
Comedian to villain.
And I will even be so good as to give you a share.
I'd rather give him a sound thrashing.
It shall be as I say. Give up the dollar.
Heroine throwing herself on the comedian's breast.
My comedian! My comedian!
Ingenue to the villain.
I'm sick of you. Give up the dollar.
Comedian pushing the heroine aside.
You better step aside, or else you may get the punch I aim at the master and bread giver.
To the villain.
Come up with the dollar.
Give up the dollar to him, do you hear?
The dollar.
The dollar.
The dollar.
The dollar. The dollar.
The dollar.
The dollar.
The dollar.
The dollar.
I'll tear it to pieces.
Then we shall tear out what little hair you have left on your head. The dollar, quick!
They surround the villain. The women pull his hair. The tragedian grabs him by the collar and shakes him. The old man strikes him on his baldpate. The comedian struggles with him and finally grasps the dollar. Comedian holding up the dollar.
I have it!
The women dance and sing.
Bandits! Thieves!
Silence, or I'll shut your mouth.
Goes back to the trunk and assumes his heroic pose. Comedian putting the dollar into his pocket.
That's what I call a successful and bloodless revolution, except for a little fright and heart palpitation on the part of the late master and bread giver. Listen, someone is coming. Perhaps you'll be able to change the dollar, and then we can divide it at once.
I'm puzzled how we can change it into equal parts.
Starts to calculate with the ingenue and the old woman. Heroine tenderly attentive to the comedian.
You are angry with me, but I was only playing with him so as to wheedle the dollar out of him.
And now you want to trick me out of my share of it.
It is impossible to divide it into equal parts. It is absolutely impossible. If it were 98 cents or 105 cents or...
The stranger enters from the right, perceives the company, greets it, and continues his way to left. Comedian stops him.
I beg your pardon, sir. Perhaps you have change of $1 in dimes, nickels, and pennies.
Showing the dollar. The old man and woman step forward. Stranger, getting slightly nervous, starts somewhat, makes a quick movement for his pistol pocket, looks at the comedian and the others, and says slowly,
Change of $1.
Moving from the circle to left.
I believe I have.
Hurrah!
Hooray!
Stranger turns so that no one is behind him, and pulls his revolver.
Hands up.
My dear sir, we are altogether peaceful folk.
Stranger takes the dollar from the comedian's hand and walks backwards to left with the pistol pointed at the group.
Good night, everybody.
He disappears. The actors remain dumb with fear, with their hands up, mouths wide open, and staring into space. Comedian finally breaks out into thunderous laughter. Curtain. End of A Dollar by David Pinski.
Why the Chimes Rang. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Why the Chimes Rang by Elizabeth Apthorp McFadden. Adapted from the story of the same name by Raymond MacDonald Alden. Characters. Narrator, read by Larry Wilson.
Holger, a peasant boy, read by Nima.
Steen, his younger brother, read by Josh Kibbe.
Bertel, their uncle, read by Aaron White.
Old Woman, read by Jane Manning.
Angel, read by Elsie Selwyn.
Time, dusk of a day long ago. Scene, the interior of a woodchopper's hut on the edge of a forest. Why the Chimes Rang. The scene is laid in a peasant's hut on the edge of a forest near a cathedral town. It is a dark, low-raftered room, lit only by the glowing wooden fire in the great fireplace in the wall to the right, and by a faint moonlight that steals in through the little window high in the left wall. This window commands a view of the cathedral and of the road leading down into the town. The only entrance into the hut is the front door near the window. The furnishings are few. 2 substantial stools, one near the window, the other before the fire. Logs piled up near the hearth, and on the chimney shelf above a few dishes, 3 little bowls, 3 spoons, and a great iron porridge pot. A wooden peg to the right of the chimney holds Steen's cap and cape. One to the left, an old shawl. Near the door, Holger's cap and cape hang from a 3rd peg. Despite its poverty, the room is full of beautiful coloring, as it lies half hidden in deep shadow, save where the light of the fire falls on the brown of the wood and the warmer shades of the children's garments, illuminates their faces, and gleams on their bright hair. When the curtain is raised, Steen is sitting disconsolately on the stool near the fire. He is a handsome, sturdy little lad of 9 or 10, dressed in rough but warm garments of a dark red. Holger, a slender boy, some 4 years older, bends over Steen, patting him comfortingly on the shoulder. There is a petulance and revolt in the expression of the younger boy, but Holger's face is full of a blended character and spirituality that makes him beautiful. He is clad like his brother in comfortable but worn jerkin and hose of a dark leaf green. His manner to the little boy is full of affection, though occasionally he is superior after the manner of big brothers. Throughout the play 2 moods alternate in Holger, a certain grave, half-mystical dreaminess, and bubbling through it the high spirits of his natural boyish self.
Take heart, Steen. Perhaps we can go next year.
Next year? Next year I'll be so old I won't want to go.
Oh, quite old folks go to the Christmas service. Come, let's watch the people going down to town.
No.
The road'll be full. Grand folk.
He crosses to the window.
Come watch, Steen.
No.
Holger looking out.
Why, the road's all empty again.
Everybody's gone.
Holger trying to be brave.
They're lighting the cathedral.
I don't care.
Oh, Steen, come see. Like the stars coming out.
I won't see. Mother said way last summer that we could go tonight, and now...
His voice breaks into a sob.
She meant it. She didn't know that the grandmother would be ill, and she and father'd have to go to her. Be fair, Steen.
They might let us go alone. Too little. Bah!
Steen, come here.
The tone, rather than the words, takes Steen quickly to Holger's side.
What?
Holger pointing out the window.
Look, by the dead pine yonder. An old woman facing us. Kneeling in the snow, see? Praying.
She's looking at us.
She's raising her hand to us.
She's beckoning.
No, she's making the sign of the cross.
Both boys drop their heads devoutly.
Who is she, Holger?
I don't know.
Steen drawing back from the window and crossing the room to the fire.
Oh, Holger, I'm afraid.
No, no. Look, she has turned away. She's deeper in the shadow. Why, she's gone.
Following Steen with all his bright courage bubbling high again, and speaks in a bantering tone.
Just some old granny going down to town, and thou afraid.
Steen recovering also.
And thou afraid.
I was not.
Oh.
Well, I was just a little bit afraid, lest she might frighten thee.
Steps are heard outside the house. Both boys start and look frightened again.
Hush! Steps! Coming here.
Steen backing from the door.
The old woman.
Holger crosses the room, looks cautiously out of the window, then cries joyously.
No! Uncle Bertle!
Hello there! Open, Holger!
Steen and Holger make a dash for the door, fling it open, and Bertle enters. He is a jolly, robust peasant uncle of early middle life, clad in rough grey jerkin and hose, with a dark grey cloak wrapped about him. He so radiates cheer that the room seems warmer for his presence in it. Nothing to be afraid of about him. The children adore him. Steen clinging to him happily.
Oh, Uncle Bertel.
Holger seizing Bertle on his other side.
Uncle Bertle, welcome.
Bertle tousling their hair and shaking himself loose in pretended dismay.
Help, help, robbers! I'm beset! Gently, youngsters.
He goes over to the fire and stands warming himself.
It's cold in the forest tonight. Well, why am I come? Tell me that.
To take us to the Christmas service?
Uncle, how didst thou know we were not going?
I met a fox who said...
Thou hast seen mother and father.
Bertle draws the stool nearer the fire and sits. The children promptly drop on the floor beside him.
By Our Lady, yes. And walking so fast they only had time to throw me a word from the sides of their mouths. Go up, cried mother. I wist my boys are deep in tears, and I, not wishing to see you drown in so much water.
Holger patting his arm.
Dear Uncle Bertle.
Steen rising on his knees.
Come, let's go, quick.
Patience, patience, young colt, plenty of time. Mother said something else.
What?
Bertle, his eyes on the shelf above the fire.
That I should find some warm porridge for my pains.
Holger springing to his feet.
Why, of course, there is porridge.
He goes to the shelf.
Nice and warm it is, all ready for supper.
He hands the first bowl to Bertle. Steen capers nimbly across the intervening space and seats himself on the side of the hearth facing Bertle, his back to the audience.
Supper? How could we forget about supper? Give me a big bowlful, Holger.
Holger handing Steen his porridge.
There isn't a big bowlful here.
Steen taking the bowl and hugging it.
Nice, kind, good supper.
Begins to eat eagerly. Holger suddenly looking toward the door.
Listen.
To what?
Someone sobbing at the door.
He goes to it, the others watching him startled. He opens the door, finds nothing, closes it, and comes back.
Nothing there.
The wind. Thy old tricks, Holger. Always dreaming some strange thing.
Holger, recalled by Bertel's words to something else.
Didst thou pass an old woman on the road, near here?
Not a soul nearer than the town gate.
Holger stands, thinking, absorbed.
Come, boy, eat, eat! See how Steen eats.
Holger breaks through his abstraction and reverts to his bright self.
No, Uncle Bertel, I'm too glad to eat.
Bertel, more seriously.
Thou art right, lad. Fasting were better than feasting this day in Tralsund. They say... Do you know what they say in the town?
What?
They say that tonight, in the great church, when the offerings are laid upon the altar for the Christ child, something will happen.
Steen has finished his porridge, puts the bowl on the shelf near him, seizes his cloak and cap from the peg near the hearth, and stands, eager to be gone.
What?
Who can say? All day the folk have been pouring into the town as never before. The market-place is crowded, every inn is full. No church but the cathedral could hold such a multitude. Never have I seen such excitement, such fervour.
There will be many gifts.
The rich are bringing their treasure, gold and jewels, king's ransoms. Aye, and the king comes.
Bertel finishes his porridge and hands the bowl to Steen.
The king?
The king himself.
Oh, and shall we see him, uncle, and the fine gifts and everything?
Why not? Even the poorest may go up and give. What hast thou to offer?
Steen abashed.
I? Nothing.
Puts his porridge bowl and Bertel's on the shelf, then goes restlessly to the door. Holger breaking in with eagerness.
Oh, I have. See, uncle?
Feels in his pocket and brings out 2 pennies.
See, last week I was gathering sticks in the forest, and a fine gentleman rode past and asked the way of me. I showed him the path, and he gave me these.
Holds up the pennies. Bertel rising and going to Holger, who is in the middle of the room.
Faith, real money in the family.
Stoops and looks at the pennies as though they were a rare sight.
Oh, I thought we were going to buy cakes with those, Holger.
But it's better to give it to the Christ child. You see, he is a little child, smaller than even you. And I think he would like a little gift. A little bright gift that would buy cakes for him.
Holger goes toward the window and stands looking dreamily out at the lights of the church.
Aye, tonight we must think of him, there in his holy church.
It is a holy place, the church. I feel it every time I go. It's like God's forest. The pillars like old oaks, and the great windows, all colors like sunsets through the trees.
'Tis like the forest.
And when the organ plays, that's like a storm gathering in the mountains.
A storm? Aye, the Lord hath his way in the whirlwind and in the storm, and the clouds are the dust of his feet. Why should he not do a wonder as of old? Perhaps the great miracle will come again.
Oh, which, uncle? There are so many in the Bible.
Yes, which? Would there be a whale now to swallow a priest?
Thou goosey, this is no Bible miracle. It happened there, where we see the lights, hundreds of years ago.
Bertel has followed Holger to the window, and Steen joins them. As he speaks, Bertel slips his arms affectionately round both children, and the 3 stand looking out. At this moment something stirs in the dim shadows that shroud the corner up above the fireplace. Suddenly, out of the dark, the old woman emerges. A tall figure, if she were not so bent, wrapped in a black cloak. There is nothing grotesque or sinister in her appearance. She might have stood for a statue of old age, impressive in its pathos. As she sits on the stool near the fire, she throws back the cloak, disclosing the plain, straight dress of gray beneath. The light of the fire reveals her crouched, swaying back and forth, praying silently, her face still shaded by the heavy hood of her cloak. The others, gazing intently out at the church, do not see her. Bertel continues speaking.
Surely thou hast heard of the miracle of the chimes?
I've heard folk speak of it, but I never knew just what happened.
Oh, tell us, Uncle Bertel.
Aye, listen then. You see the great tower there?
Both children nod emphatically.
It goes so high into the clouds that no one can see its top. No one even knows how high it is, for the men who built it have been dead for hundreds of years.
But what has that to do with the chimes?
Hush, Steen. Let Uncle speak.
The chimes are up at the top of the tower, and they are holy bells, miraculous bells, placed there by sainted hands. And when they rang, 'twas said that angels' voices echoed through them.
Why doesn't someone ring them now?
Ha! That is not so easy. They are said to ring on Christmas Eve, when the gifts are laid on the altar for the Christ child. But not every offering will ring them. It must be a perfect gift. And for all these years not one thing has been laid upon the altar good enough to make the chimes ring out.
Oh, that's what the priest was talking about the mother then. He said it mustn't be just a fine gift for show, but something full of love for the Christ child.
Oh, I want to hear them.
We shall. The very air is full of holy mystery. The Spirit of Christ will be there in the church tonight.
To Holger.
Thy cap, boy.
Holger stands wrapped in thought, gazing out at the cathedral. Steen taking the cap and cloak from the peg near the door, and bringing them down and piling them into Holger's arms.
Here they are, old dreamer.
He turns back up toward the door in such a way that he does not see the silent figure in the corner.
And hurry!
Bertel, too, turns toward his left hand and does not see the woman. Holger, in a tone of bright happiness, roused from his dreaming.
I'm coming. Nothing can happen to stop us now, can it?
As he says this, he wheels to his right in a way that brings the chimney corner in his line of vision. He starts, bends forward, staring as the others open the door.
Steen!
The others stop and stare at him, then in the direction of his look.
Oh, the old woman!
Bertel, looking at Steen.
When did she come in?
I didn't see her.
Holger crosses timidly towards her. As he approaches, the old woman turns her eyes on him and holds out her hands in pitiful appeal.
What dost thou want, dame?
Refuge from the storm of the world.
Surely thou shalt rest here.
Old woman half rises stiffly as Holger draws near her.
Oh, son, I am so weary and so heavy laden.
She sways and Holger runs forward, catching her in his arms and supporting her on the stool. The others stand watching. She sits huddled forward in a position that suggests collapse.
She's faint.
He touches her hands.
She's so cold. Quick, Steen, build up the fire.
Steen goes to the fire and puts in another log. The flames blaze up, and Holger busies himself, chafing the woman's hands and covering her with the old cloak that has dropped back from her shoulders.
She must have lost her way in the forest.
Bertel stands watching the woman rather suspiciously. Now comes to Holger, taps him on the arm, and draws him a little apart, speaking in an undertone.
We have scant time to lose with that old beggar.
What'll I do with her?
Leave her and come on.
And come, before it is tomorrow.
He is back by the door, his hand on the latch. Holger turns and looks at the old woman, and then back to Bertel.
Oh, ought we to go and leave her?
Not go?
Of course we'll go. She'll warm herself and march along.
But she is ill.
Turns to Steen with a new decision in his manner.
Thou shalt go with uncle, but I must stay with her.
Nonsense, Holger.
No, it isn't. If we should all go now, the fire would go out, and the light, and she would wake up in the cold darkness and not know where to turn for help.
Ah, by Saint Christopher! Miss a miracle to keep company with a beggar who held her hand before thou camest along. Send her packing, and make haste, Holger.
Oh, do, Holger.
If there were some place near that we could take her.
There isn't a place on the road. They've all gone to town long ago. Bid her fare there also.
Holger looks at the old woman, then at Bertel, then back to the old woman, then shakes his head.
Mother wouldn't treat her so. She'd be good to her.
Think of what you'll miss.
An expression of anguish passes over Holger's face, but he shakes his head and turns towards the old woman.
Ah, well, this is idle talk. Thou and I will go, Steen.
Oh, come, let's go.
Bertel, to Steen, but for Holger's benefit.
Thou and I will see the king, perchance, the Christ. Thou art stubborn, Holger. I who am older tell thee what to do.
Holger shakes his head again.
Ah, come, Steen.
He opens the door and goes out, Steen following him.
Goodbye, Holger.
Steen goes out and shuts the door.
Goodbye.
There is a moment's pause while Holger stands staring at the closed door. Then he suddenly runs toward it.
Oh, wait. Wait for me, uncle. I will go.
He opens the door, starts to go through it, then stops, turns, and looks at the woman, is drawn slowly backward by his gaze, and comes in, closing the door.
No.
Oh, the path is so steep.
Holger goes to her and bends over.
Didst thou speak, dame?
The woman does not answer.
Thou art like grandmother, and I know what mother would do for her.
Feeling her hands.
Art warmer, dame? Still cold. The covers aren't very thick.
He looks about the bare room, sees the old shawl hanging from the peg near the fire, takes it down, and spreads it over the woman.
Thou must get warm.
Goes to the fire and builds it higher. Woman still wandering in her mind.
Berries. Yes. Find berries.
Oh, thou art hungry.
He turns to the shelf, takes his own untasted bowl of porridge, brings it to her.
Dame, here is food.
Woman, rousing.
Food. Give it to me, child. I am dying for food.
Holger gives her the porridge and sits down on the floor beside her. Holger watching her as she devours the porridge.
Ah, poor soul. Why, thou wert starving. Nah, just see. Mother says that's what makes my little brother so round and rosy, because he eats so much porridge. You like it, don't you?
It is life itself.
Her voice has grown young and strong, sinks back again as she has eaten it all.
Bless thee, child.
Holger sets the empty dish aside on the hearth and turns to feel her hands.
Oh, thou art warm.
I warm.
In a voice increasingly rich and sweet. At this moment there comes the distant sound of organ music. Holger straightens suddenly in a listening attitude.
Listen. Is that music?
From the cathedral. Aye, it must be. Last summer we could hear it plain, and now, with so many thousands there.
Leaves the woman and stands in the center of the room, listening attentively.
It's beginning.
Pause.
Everyone is there.
Why are they there?
It's the great service.
He goes toward the window and stands looking out. He talks on half to her, half to himself.
All the world is there, the village folk and strangers from afar, great court folk too, aye, and the king, our king, and he will give a gift, A king's gift.
She rises erectly and follows him across the room. There is the strength and poise of youth in her walk. The heavy black hood has fallen back, revealing a head covering of white linen that suggests a sister of charity, and gives her face a look of austerity and sweetness. She is strong, maternal, beautiful. Intuitively, Holger in his disappointment begins to lean upon her sympathy. The music grows a little louder and floats into the room.
Look, dame, you can even see the windows gleam. It is so near. It's all beginning. I am not there.
A sob creeps into his voice.
Son.
Aye, dame?
He turns and comes toward her. She seats herself on the stool near the window, reaches out a hand, and draws him down beside her.
Thou too wouldst go?
Holger, too, moved by her sympathy to speak, nods silently and puts up a hand to hide the trembling of his lips. She slips her hand to his shoulder.
Another time thou'll go.
Holger, fighting back his tears.
It'll never be the same again. Tonight the Christ comes. Bertel said, the Christ.
Nay, son, pray to the Christ child. Pray that he does not pass thee by.
She sits facing the back wall of the hut. Holger kneels before her and drops his head in her lap. She lays her hand gently upon his hair and makes the sign of the cross above him. As they have been talking together, the fire on the hearth has burned itself out, and the shadows in the room have crept forward and closed around them, till only a faint outline of Holger and the woman can be distinguished in the glimmer of moonlight shining through the window near by. There is a long pause, broken only by the boy's sobbing, which gradually sinks to silence. As he prays, a faint light begins to grow behind him. The smoke-grimed back wall of the hut has vanished, and in its place appears a vision of the cathedral chancel. One by one, objects emerge from the darkness. The light touches the golden altar, the gleaming appointments upon it, the jewel-like tones of the stained-glass window above, and the rich carpet underfoot. It shows the marble arches at the sides and shines softly on the robe of the kneeling priest. As the dim vision grows to clearness, so the music comes nearer and swells forth softly into the Christmas processional. Unconscious of it all, Holger looks up at the woman, his face swept with despair.
Oh, it's no use. I'd rather be all blind and never see than miss the vision that the Christ will send.
Woman gazing at the vision.
Look! Look what comes!
Holger staring at the woman's face, illuminated by the light from the chancel.
Dame!
He turns to see where the light comes from, and the vision meets his eye. He crouches back at the woman's feet, held spellbound by the sight. As the music changes, the priest rises slowly to his feet, faces the congregation, and makes a gesture of approach. The voices of the choir join the music, and from the left side of the chancel people begin to enter carrying their gifts. An imperious-looking man, richly dressed in black and gold, comes first, bearing a heavy box. He approaches the altar, kneels, and puts the chest in the priest's hand, and, that the full value of his gift may be publicly recognized, he throws back the lid, heaping up the gold coin with which the box is filled. The priest turns, goes up the steps to the altar, and raises the chest as high as its weight will permit. The man, still kneeling, awaits the chimes with superb self-confidence. The bells do not ring. Slowly the priest lowers the gold to the altar, turns, raises his hand in blessing and dismissal. The rich man rises, looking bewildered at his failure, crosses to the right, and stands near the altar as the pageant moves on. The priest turns to the next comer, a courtier brave in green and gold, who enters with an air of great elegance, bearing daintily a gilded jewel casket. He kneels, lays it in the priest's hands. The latter turns to go, but the courtier detains him a second, raises the lid of the box, and holds up string after string of rich gems. The priest carries the jewels to the altar and offers them. The bells do not ring. The priest dismisses the courtier, and the young man rises, turns back with assumed lightness of manner, and stands at the left of the chancel, watching with great interest. A beautiful woman, clad in flame-colored velvet, sweeps proudly up the steps of the altar, kneels, takes from her neck a long strand of pearls, and offers it to the priest. The priest receives the necklace, ascends to the altar, and offers the jewels. The woman, smiling, listens tensely for the chimes. They do not ring. The smile fades as the priest turns and blesses her. She rises, trying to hide her chagrin in a look of great hauteur, crosses to the right, and stands near the man in black and gold, with whom she exchanges disdainful smiles over the next arrival. An old white-haired man, clad in a scholar's robe, totters on, bearing with difficulty a large vellum-bound book. The priest takes a step forward to relieve the old man of his burden, and as he goes up the altar steps, the sage sinks exhausted to his knees, listening with straining senses for the bells. They do not ring. The priest blesses the old man and helps him to rise. He turns back and stands near the courtier at the left. A lovely young girl enters, dressed in pale green satin, her arms filled with a sheaf of white lilies. The very way she carries them, and bends her head to catch their fragrance, shows that to her they are the most beautiful things in the world. Kneeling, she gives them into the hands of the priest. As she offers them, she listens with childish confidence for the ringing of the bells. Still there is no sound save the organ music and the singing of the choir, subdued almost to a breath, as the gifts are offered. Abashed as the priest blesses and dismisses her, the young girl steps back and stands near the old sage. There is a stir in the chancel, even the priest turning to watch. The king enters. He is a man of 40, with tall, distinguished figure and a proud face. His purple robes, richly jeweled, trail behind him, and on his head he wears his crown. Everyone leans forward, watching with great attention. The king, exalted with his mood of self-sacrifice, kneels, removes his crown, and lays it in the hands of the priest. Holger, crouching in the shadow, quivers with anticipation. Again the pantomime of hope and failure. The priest turns back to the king and raises his arms in the customary gesture. The king starts to rise, then suddenly, as though overcome at his spiritual defeat, sinks again to his knees before the altar and buries his face in his hands, praying. The priest stands with arms crossed upon his breast, regarding him sorrowfully. Holger, overwhelmed with disappointment, softly to the woman,
"Perhaps there are no chimes. Perhaps the Christ hears us not."
Have faith. Have faith in God.
"I would that I could give my pennies to the child."
The king rises from his prayer and goes sadly to the right, standing near the lady in red. Woman, in a low ringing voice that thrills like the call of a trumpet,
Go up, my son. Fear not. The Christ child waits for all.
Holger, breathless with the adventure, rises and goes timidly forward out of the gloom of the hut into the splendor of the chancel, looking very small and poorly dressed beside all the great ones. He holds out his pennies to the priest, who bends and takes them with a tender little smile. And Holger, crossing himself, too abashed to stand and wait, shrinks back into the darkness and the sheltering arms of the woman. The priest goes up the steps of the altar and holds the pennies high above his head in consecrating gesture. And as he does so, the organ music breaks off with an amazed suddenness, for from above there comes the far triumphant ringing of the chimes, mingled with ethereal voices singing the Alleluia. A wave of awe sweeps over everyone in the chancel, and as the priest wheels and gestures them to their knees, they prostrate themselves quickly. Holger, too, kneels awestruck, but the woman rises to her full height and stands watching. From this time on she withdraws gradually into the deeper shadow of the hut and is seen no more. As they all kneel, the angel enters from the right, ascends the steps of the altar, and stands beside the huddled figure of the priest. As she stands there, a single pencil of light shines down upon her from above, a ray of light so brilliant that everything around seems dull in comparison, and while she gives her message, the light above grows till it floods her hair and garments with a miraculous radiance. The angel smiles at Holger and chants in a lovely voice.
Verily, verily, I say unto you, it is not gold, nor silver, nor rich pearls, but love and self-sacrifice that please the Lord. The Christ child was hungered, and you gave him meat, a stranger, and you took him in.
But I have not seen the Christ child.
Insomuch as you have done it unto one of the least of these his brethren, you have done it unto him.
The angel stands with one hand uplifted as the music rises in a great crescendo of triumph. Holger, quite overcome, drops his face in his hands, and as the climax of the singing is reached, the whole tableau is held for a moment, then blotted out in darkness. There is a pause. Then the light on the hearth flares up, revealing the boy alone, still on his knees, looking up bewildered at the back wall of the hut where the vision had been. Swiftly he rises to his feet and turns to face the woman.
Dame, the chimes, the star. Did you see?
She is gone. He stares about him, looking for her.
Gone.
The music still rings softly.
But the chimes.
He turns, runs to the window, and flings open the casement. A soft light, half moonlight, half something more luminous, pours in upon him. He speaks in a tone of infinite happiness, looking upward.
The stars. God's chimes.
The curtain falls slowly. End of Why the Chimes Rang.
The Line of No Resistance by Percival L. Wilde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Line of No Resistance, a comedy in one act by Percival L. Wilde. Characters:
George Robertson, read by Thomas Peter.
Jean Robertson, read by Devorah Allen.
Ethel, read by Betsy Walker.
Stage directions, read by Aaron White. George Robertson, an oldish young man of some 30-odd years, extremely good-looking and fully aware of the fact. He has made money rather rapidly, and his success has gone to his head. Jean Robertson, his wife, a motherly young woman still on the sunny side of 30, pretty in a quiet way, and blessed with a splendid sense of humor and with a profound understanding of her husband's character. Ethel Quentin, a stunning girl of 20, she is very much in love with George and believes his wife is not the woman for him. The scene is the living room of the Robertsons' apartment. Center, rear, a mantel decorated with vases, photographs, and a clock. Right of the mantel, a liquor stand. At right center, the main entrance. A hat rack is visible in the hall beyond when the door is open. Another door, left center, opens into the servants' hallway, and a third, down left, leads into a bedroom. In the left wall, a window. There is plenty of furniture, the most conspicuous pieces being a Morris chair to the right of center, and a large and comfortable sofa to the left of center, each placed diagonally. A small table with smoker's articles and 2 or 3 books is near the head of the sofa, towards center, and there is a cheval glass between the mantel and the left center door. The room is furnished rather expensively and in the best of good taste. There are handsome rugs about the floor, curtains at the windows, and tapestries and paintings about the walls. The curtain rises, showing an empty stage. Elevator door off right is heard to slam. Door right opens, and Ethel enters, in a street dress, wearing hat and cloak, followed by George, who leaves his things outside on the coat-rack, and who closes the door as soon as he is in the room. Ethel, crossing to center, throws back wraps, turns.
Is she out?
Indicates lower left door. George, crossing to her.
Yes, she's gone shopping for the afternoon.
You are sure she doesn't suspect?
Not she.
He opens his arms. They embrace and kiss fondly. Noise off left, pause. Ethel pushing him away.
Now, George, I have come here to say something which I should have said long ago.
Yes?
Ethel sits right center.
I was thinking the other night, how long have we been friends?
Friends?
Well, more than friends.
Since the time my new life began.
Which is to say, in ordinary reckoning, 6 months.
Is that all?
It was in July we met, you remember?
Do I remember? With the stars shining down on us and the breezes sighing through the pines.
And wifey gone to bed 2 hours ago.
And the whisper of millions of insects, and love in the very air we breathed, and you and I alone, hand in hand.
And the next day, avoiding each other's glances, acting as if we had never met. Oh, the sham, the sham!
George, shrugging his shoulders.
What would you have me do?
Ethel, rising and crossing towards him.
What would I have you... George, tell me, you are a big man, aren't you?
Well...
You are big enough to be above public opinion?
Perhaps.
Do you expect to keep up the sham? Do you expect to continue this play acting? Do you expect to hide your real feelings from the world?
What do you mean?
George, listen to me. You and I have loved each other almost from the day we met.
Yes, I know that.
Do you think there's anything sinful in it?
Sinful?
Or do you believe that our love purifies itself? What does your wife matter? What does anything matter? You and I love each other. I need you, and you need me. Isn't that enough?
Well, almost enough.
Then what is the future to be? Are we to indulge in our love as if it were something shameful? Something horrible which will not bear the light of day? Something vile which we must not mention? Something despicable for which we must hang our heads? No! 1,000 times no!
Well, what do you propose?
Ethel, rising.
Let us be honest.
Honest?
Let us look the facts in the face. Choose between us, between your wife and me.
But...
There is no other way. If you love her, you have no use for me. If you love me, you have no use for her.
She is my wife.
What of that? Is she a wife for such a man as you?
George is visibly pleased.
Is she a wife for a successful businessman, a genius?
He is still more pleased.
When you married her, you were poor. Then she meant something. Today you are rich. What does she mean to you now?
George hanging his head.
Nothing.
And are you content? You are satisfied?
No, I'm not satisfied by God. No.
Then why keep up the farce?
George sinks into a chair and buries his face in his hands.
If your wife knew that it would be best for you to leave her, if she knew that I could fill her place better than she, would she say, go? Would she release you and make you happy? Or would she beg you to stay for her sake?
I don't know. I don't know.
But I know. George, be fair with yourself. Now is the time to decide. Will you be miserable with her or happy with me? Which is it? Are you a coward?
George, rising.
No, I am not a coward.
Then...
I want you.
They embrace.
There speaks the man I know. The first time I saw you, the first time I looked upon your beautiful face, I said to myself, he was made for me. George, I am proud of you. What have you to fear?
Noise off left. They both start.
That's my wife.
I thought she was out.
She must have come back.
Ethel, glancing at her watch and speaking quickly.
George, listen to me. It is 3 o'clock now. At 5, I board the train for Jacksonville. Will you come with me?
Today?
Yes, today. Have you the courage?
Have I the courage?
Then I will expect you to call for me at 4:15. You understand? 4:15.
Jean enters left, carrying a parcel.
Why, Miss Quentin, I am so glad to see you.
Crosses over and kisses her effusively.
So I was out when you called and George has been entertaining you? By the way, George, would you mind running around to the express office with the parcel?
Handing him parcel and money.
35 cents prepaid.
Ethel makes a move to go.
Oh, no, I really couldn't allow it. Stay a few minutes and chat. We women must gossip a little. Now, not a word.
Turning to George.
George, hurry back.
Exit George, closing door right. She opens it and calls after him.
George, don't forget to put on your rubbers.
Closes door again, turns to Ethel.
Now, my dear, tell me all the news.
They sit on sofa.
The news? There isn't any.
No? Then you haven't heard? You won't repeat it.
With show of secrecy.
It's not generally known, but I'm just bursting to tell you. A friend of mine is going to run away from his wife.
Elevator door, off right, slams. Ethel, starting violently.
Why, Mrs. Robertson!
Oh, the elevator does startle one, doesn't it? But call me Jean, dear, you won't mind. I feel as if I knew you so well, and I will call you Lucy.
My name is Ethel.
Oh, is it? Such a pretty name, too.
Experimenting with the sound.
Ethel.
You were saying?
Yes, what was I saying? I quite forget. Do remind me.
You were telling me about a friend of yours.
Ah, not another word. I remember now. Yes, he's going off with some insignificant Western girl.
Ethel, commencing indignantly.
Mrs.
Recalling herself and continuing more mildly.
Robertson.
Jean.
Jean, I meant. Who is it?
Oh, that would be telling, dear. But it's so romantic. You see, they've loved each other in secret so long, and his wife doesn't know a thing about it. Isn't it cute?
Ethel, wetting her lips nervously.
And you approve?
I know, Ethel, dear, you wouldn't. But what is there for me to do? I'm so immoral, and I think it's such a lark.
A lark?
Yes, he'll come back.
Ethel, rising and moving toward center.
What do you mean?
Jean, following her.
Oh, I forgot. You see, dear, you don't know him as well as I do. And he's such a good-looking man, and all the ladies are in love with him. But he's conceited. Very conceited. And unless you flatter him all the time, there's no getting along with him.
Oh.
So it will be very beautiful for a week or 2 weeks or a month, and then he'll get tired of her, and she won't be able to invent any new flatteries, and one fine day he'll come running back home just like Bo Peep. And he'll be happy to get back. Isn't it killing?
I don't see the joke.
No? But you're so straight-laced.
For one thing, it is possible that his wife doesn't appreciate him.
Curious. He thinks the same thing. But then, all men think that, don't they?
I don't know.
Jean, apologetically, laying her hand on Ethel's knee.
I forgot, dear. You've had experience. Yes, that's it. Experience.
Ethel, raising her handkerchief to her eyes.
You know, Mrs. Robertson.
Jean.
Jean, it's very cruel of you to jest. As for me, I am inclined to sympathize with the wife.
Sympathize with the wife? My dear, you convulse me.
Rising and turning her back, at which Ethel drops her handkerchief and watches intently.
You're so funny. Sympathize with the wife?
Turning suddenly, Ethel puts her handkerchief back to her eyes.
Why, I sympathize with the girl.
With the girl?
Of course. You see, she's a sweet little thing, but she's so sentimental, and she's in love with any man who is foolish enough to take her seriously.
Ethel, rising indignantly.
Mrs. Jean?
Jean, coming to her quickly.
Pardon me, dear. You wouldn't have spoken of her so harshly. I know. I am so impetuous. My tongue simply runs away with me. But you won't repeat it. I can trust you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. You see, she is so happy to think that it's a married man she's getting. A bachelor wouldn't attract her nearly as much. And she thinks his wife will be heartbroken and sit at the window and cry her eyes out and mope and fret, and go to her lawyers and all that sort of thing.
And she won't?
My dear, she will enjoy the vacation.
Oh!
As for the girl, I didn't tell you why I sympathized with her.
No.
Well, she thinks she will be a permanent fixture. And I know that she won't even be an episode.
Oh.
It will be a terrible blow. You feel for her too, don't you?
Ethel sitting right center.
I am beginning to.
I knew you would, dear. And the wife will be so grateful to her.
Grateful?
Jean, nodding.
Yes, grateful. She will teach the husband a lesson. A valuable lesson.
Ethel, rising with a desperate effort to control herself.
Mrs. Rupp. Jean, I am going.
Jean also rising.
So soon, dear. Won't you wait for George?
No. I haven't time.
Very well, then, if you must. You know, dear, one trouble with this world of ours is that there are thousands of girls who want to take husbands, and don't know whose husbands to take.
Ethel smiles despite herself, then looking into Jean's twinkling eyes and beginning to realize the true state of affairs, she breaks into almost hysterical laughter. The older woman enfolds her in a motherly embrace, and the girl sobs without restraint. Jean, soothing her,
All right, dearie, all right. Have a good cry, it won't hurt you.
Smooths the girl's hair and kisses her tenderly.
And now go home and forget all about it. Tomorrow you may come here to tell me that I'm the best friend you have in the world.
The two go toward the rear door. The elevator door is heard to slam. They both start.
There's George now. Oh, Mrs. Jean, I don't.
Yes, I understand.
Leading her quickly to door up left.
The servants' elevator is on this side.
Ethel hurries out.
Goodbye.
Closes door slowly, shaking head. Hearing footsteps, rushes over to sofa and reads as George enters. George showing disappointment.
Oh, she's gone.
Jean, turning a page of her book.
Beg your pardon?
Ethel, Miss Quentin, she's gone?
Jean, much interested in the book.
Yes, big hurry. Minutes ago.
A pause. George, under his breath.
Guess I'd better tell her now.
He looks at her furtively, crosses silently to liquor cabinet, and takes out glass and a bottle of whiskey, pours a little into the glass, pauses, and looks at his wife to gauge her requirements, pours out a little more, and stops again to estimate, nervously.
This ought to revive her.
He pauses in indecision, then, in desperation, he fills the glass almost to the brim and corks the bottle. During all of this he has kept a grave face, and Jean is wholly unconscious of his preparations. Having finished, he adjusts his tie with the aid of the mirror, smooths his hair, and strikes an attitude.
Jean.
Jean, turning another page.
Yes?
Come here.
Jean turns, looks at him quizzically, marks place with a hairpin, and joins him at the mantel, where she stands running her finger along the woodwork.
I have something to tell you.
Jean, examining the mantel with horror.
Oh, did you notice it? The girl hasn't dusted here in a week. It's positively disgraceful.
George, recoiling from the dust.
Jean, that isn't it. I have something else to tell you.
Jean picks up a vase and examines it closely.
Well, what is it?
Jean, I don't love you any longer.
Jean, holding the vase to the light and tapping it to dislodge the dust.
Oh.
Jean, did you hear what I said? I don't love you any longer.
Jean replacing the vase and taking up another.
That all?
My God, isn't that enough?
Jean dusting the second vase.
Well, what do you expect me to do?
Jean, I don't love you any longer.
I heard you the first time, George. Go on. Go on.
She takes up a third vase.
For heaven's sake, put that vase down.
Jean obeys him and begins to adjust her hair at the cheval glass.
Please stop that. Now listen to me. It is my duty to tell you that I don't love you any longer.
All right, you've done your duty 4 times. Now what do I say?
Jean, be serious. I'm not joking.
I know it.
I am going to leave you.
Yes.
I love another woman.
Of course.
You will never know who she is.
Certainly not.
Our love purifies itself.
Jean snapping her fingers.
Just like that.
She inspires me.
Bully for her.
And we are going off together.
On the 5 o'clock train.
George staggering back.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Sitting right center very suddenly. Jean offering him the glass of whiskey.
Here, George, drink this.
He gulps it down, chokes. She pats him on the back.
There, there.
You were in the next room.
She nods.
When I thought you were out shopping.
A nod.
And you overheard.
Every word.
Good Lord.
Rising.
That this should come to me, my wife an eavesdropper.
She looks at him in blank amazement.
It's bitter. Yes, it's bitter.
Jean, after pausing for him to calm down.
George.
Yes?
You had better hurry.
George, coming toward her threateningly.
Hurry?
You've got to call for her at 4:15, but I've packed your clothes.
You packed my clothes?
Yes, while you were talking. You'll need them, won't you?
How dared you do such a thing? I never heard of anything like it in my life.
You're still a young man, George.
But that...
I thought it would save you trouble.
Save me? I don't believe you did it.
Rushes out down left, returning an instant later.
You did.
Of course I did.
Sits on sofa. George striding to her and glaring.
Tell me, woman, are you glad to have me go?
She looks up at him innocently and shrugs her shoulders.
Tell me the truth. Don't care if it hurts. Don't you love me any longer?
George, isn't that rather a leading question?
What will you do if I go away?
George, I don't see how that can interest you.
No evasion, woman. I insist on an answer.
Jean, sitting up slowly.
Well, if I must. I thought of taking a leaf out of your book.
What?
You know Tommy Andrews, don't you? He's such an attractive boy, and he makes love so delightfully.
Jean!
Jean, not noticing the interruption.
And he's been so attentive to me, and I've repulsed him. But you're not narrow-minded, George. So when you are gallivanting all over the country with Miss Quentin, and when you're telling her that you've never been so happy in your life, just remember that I am happy also.
And you say this to my face?
Why not?
She yawns.
You'd find it out anyhow.
Crossing to cheval glass and admiring herself.
Tommy Andrews is going to call tonight, and I'm going to put on my prettiest dress.
With a hairpin in her mouth.
And do up my hair the way he likes it.
The way he likes it?
Why, of course, dear. He notices such things. And when he says...
Removing the hairpin.
Jean, darling, I'd love to kiss you. I'll say, you know, Tommy, a woman hates a coward. No, that wouldn't be nice. I'll say, I'm alone, Tommy, and you're so strong. George, I'm beginning to think that I'm frightfully immoral.
You are immoral.
But no worse than you, George, am I?
As God is my witness, I don't deserve it. That my wife whom I have idolized, should deceive me.
I haven't deceived you yet, George.
Yet? But you are going to.
You're going to deceive me. I'm going to deceive you. We're going to deceive each other. Won't it be jolly?
Jolly? Jean, in heaven's name, have you no heart?
If that isn't too funny. George, that's just what Tommy Andrews asked me.
Damn Tommy Andrews!
He collapses onto the chair, right center, and sobs. Jean watches him quietly.
George?
No answer.
George?
No answer. She approaches him and touches his shoulder.
How about the train?
Oh, damn the train!
Jean, her face is radiant for an instant, then controlled.
And you must call for Miss Quentin.
Damn Miss Quint.
Oh, how can you?
George, lifting a tear-stained but set face.
Woman, why did you marry me?
Tommy Andrews asked me that also.
Please don't mention his name. Didn't you love me?
Well, perhaps I did. But perhaps...
Perhaps what?
Perhaps I was merely anxious to get married.
George, rising sternly.
I thank God for this revelation. I know my duty at last.
What is your duty, George? To tell me that you don't love me any longer? 4 times?
No, my duty is to stay here and watch you.
Oh.
George, driving her towards left.
I trusted you once.
Oh.
But my confidence has been misplaced.
Oh.
I am not going away. I must remain here and protect my wife's honor.
Won't that be nice, George?
A longish pause.
You are sure you're going to stay?
George, crossing to chair right center, sits.
Yes.
Jean, after a pause.
Quite sure?
George, firmly, rising.
My mind is made up.
Jean, another pause.
Then you might take off your rubbers.
Without a word, he seats himself in the Morris chair and takes the rubbers off. She takes them, and opening the hall door, deposits them under the coat rack. Then, humming merrily, she crosses the room, finds his pipe, fills it, lights a match, and brings it to him. He does not notice. She pushes the pipe into his mouth. He grunts his thanks and accepts a light. She blows out the match and throws it into an ash receiver. She returns to the sofa, takes up her book, and commences reading. There is a long pause during which he watches her.
What are you reading?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
So that's where you get your ideas.
Rising sternly.
Read it aloud. I insist.
Really, George?
George, approaching.
Obey me.
Jean makes a curious face, then...
Soft flannel or woolen garments should be worn next to the skin for the greater part of the year, and when a change is made to lighter material, it should be done with great caution. Dress the infant so that...
What?
With a sudden understanding of what it all means, he turns to her, and opening his arms in the wildest excitement, cries,
Jean! Jean!
Curtain. End of The Line of No Resistance.
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern by W.S. Gilbert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, an original tragedy in 3 acts founded on an old Danish legend. Players:
King Claudius, read by Aaron White.
Queen Gertrude, read by Sonia.
Rosencrantz, read by Kevin S.
Guildenstern, read by Thomas Peter.
Ophelia, read by phone.
Hamlet, read by alanmapstoneA.
First Player, read by Campbell Shelp.
He, read by Peter Yearsley.
She, read by Sandra Schmidt.
Stage directions, read by Todd. Argument. King Claudius, when a young man, wrote a 5-act tragedy which was damned, and all reference to it forbidden under penalty of death. The king has a son, Hamlet, whose tendency to soliloquy has so alarmed his mother, Queen Gertrude, that she has sent for Rosencrantz and Guildenstern to devise some court revels for his entertainment. Rosencrantz is a former lover of Ophelia, to whom Hamlet is betrothed, and they lay their heads together to devise a plan by which Hamlet may be put out of the way. Some court theatricals are in preparation. Ophelia and Rosencrantz persuade Hamlet to play his father's tragedy before the king and court. Hamlet, who is unaware of the proscription, does so, and he is banished, and Rosencrantz happily united to Ophelia. Act 1. Interior of King Claudius's palace. Claudius discovered, seated in gloomy attitude. Queen Gertrude at his feet, consoling him.
Nay, be not sad, my lord.
Sad, loved queen, if by an effort of the will I could revoke the ever-present past, disperse the gaunt and gloomy ghosts of bygone deeds, or bind them with unperishable chains in caverns of the past incarcerate, then could I smile again. But not till then.
O my dear lord, if aught there be that gives thy soul unrest, tell it to me.
Well-loved and faithful wife, tender companion of my faltering life, yes, I can trust thee. Listen then to me. 50 years since, when but a headstrong lad, I wrote a 5-act tragedy.
Queen, interested.
Indeed?
A play writ by a king.
And such a king.
Finds ready market. It was read at once, but ere 'twas read, accepted. Then the press teemed with portentous import. Elsinore was duly placarded by willing hands. We know that walls have ears. I gave them tongues, and they were eloquent with promises.
Even the dead walls?
Aye, the deader they, the louder they proclaimed.
Queen, appalled.
Oh, marvellous!
The day approached. All Denmark stood agape. Arrangements were devised at once by which seats might be booked a 12-month in advance. The first night came.
And did the play succeed?
In one sense, yes.
Oh, I was sure of it.
A farce was given to play the people in. My tragedy succeeded that. That's all.
And how long did it run?
About 10 minutes. Ere the first act had traced 1/2 its course, the curtain fell, never to rise again.
And did the people hiss?
No, worse than that. They laughed. Sick with the shame that covered me, I knelt down palsied in my private box, and prayed the hearsed and catacombed dead might quit their vaults and claim me for their own. But it was not to be.
Oh, my good lord, the house was surely packed.
It was. By me. My favourite courtiers crowded every place. From floor to floor the house was peopled by the sycophantic crew. My tragedy was more than even sycophants could stand.
Was it, my lord, so very, very bad?
Not to deceive my trusting queen, it was.
And when the play failed, didst thou take no steps to set thyself right with the world?
I did. The acts were 5, though by 5 acts too long I wrote an act by way of epilogue, an act by which the penalty of death was meted out to all who sneered at it. The play was not good, but the punishment of those that laughed at it was capital.
Think on it no more, my lord. Now, mark me well. To cheer our son, whose solitary tastes and tendency to long soliloquy have much alarmed us, I, unknown to thee, have sent for Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, 2 merry knaves kin to Polonius, who will devise such revels in our court, such antic schemes of harmless merriment, as shall abstract his meditative mind from sad employment. Claudius, who can tell but that they may divert my lord as well? Ah, they are here.
Enter Guildenstern, who kneels.
My homage to the queen.
Enter Rosencrantz.
In hot obedience to the royal hest, we have arrived, prepared to do our best.
We welcome you to court. Our chamberlain shall see that you are suitably disposed. Here is his daughter. She will hear your will, and see that it receives fair countenance.
Exit King and Queen. Enter Ophelia.
Ophelia!
Both embrace her. Ophelia, delighted and surprised.
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, this meeting likes me much. We have not met since we were babes.
The queen has summoned us, and I have come in a half-hearted hope that I may claim once more my baby love.
Alas, I am betrothed.
Betrothed? To whom?
To Hamlet.
Oh, incomprehensible. Thou lovest Hamlet.
Nay, I said not so. I said we were betrothed.
And what's he like?
Alike for no 2 seasons at a time. Sometimes he's tall, sometimes he's very short, now with black hair, now with a flaxen wig. Sometimes an English accent, then a French, then English with a strong provincial burr. Once an American and once a Jew. But Danish, never, take him how you will. And strange to say, whate'er his tongue may be, whether he's dark or flaxen, English, French, though we're in Denmark A.D. 1062, he always dresses as King James the First.
Oh, he is surely mad.
Well, there again opinion is divided. Some men hold that he's the sanest far of all sane men. Some that he's really sane, but shamming mad. Some that he's really mad, but shamming sane. Some that he will be mad. Some that he was. Some that he couldn't be. But on the whole, as far as I can make out what they mean, the favourite theory is somewhat like this. Hamlet is idiotically sane, with lucid intervals of lunacy.
We must devise some plan to stop this match.
Stay. Many years ago, King Claudius was guilty of a 5-act tragedy. The play was damned, and none may mention it under the pain of death. We might contrive to make him play this piece before the king, and take the consequence.
Impossible, for every copy was destroyed.
But one, my father's.
Eh?
In his capacity as chamberlain, he has 1 copy. I, this night, when all the court is drowned in sleep, will creep with stealthy foot into his den and dare abstract the precious manuscript.
That's well bethought, in truth. But take good heed. Your father may detect you.
Oh dear, no! My father spends his long official days in reading all the rubbishing new plays. From 10 to 4 at work he may be found, and then my father sleeps exceeding sound.
Act 2. Apartment in the castle. Chair right. Enter Queen, Rosencrantz, and Guildenstern.
Have you as yet planned aught that may relieve our poor afflicted son's despondency?
Madam, we have lost no time. Already we are getting up some court theatricals in which the prince will play a leading part.
That's well bethought. It will divert his mind. See, here he comes.
How gloomily he stalks, as one o'erwhelmed with weight of bitter care. He thrusts his hand into his bosom, thus, starts, looks around, then, as if reassured, rumples his hair and rolls his glassy eyes.
That means he's going to soliloquize. Prevent this gentleman by any means.
We will, but how?
Anticipate his points and follow out his argument for him. Thus will you cut the ground from 'neath his feet and leave him naught to say.
We will.
We will.
We will.
A mother's blessing be upon you, sirs.
Exit.
Now, Guildenstern, apply thee to this task.
Enter Hamlet. He stalks to the chair, throws himself into it.
To be or not to be?
Rosencrantz, right of chair.
Yes, that's the point, whether he's bravest who will cut his throat rather than suffer all.
Guildenstern, left of chair.
Or suffer all rather than cut his throat.
Hamlet, annoyed at an interruption, resumes.
To die. To sleep.
It's nothing more. Death is but sleep spun out. Why hesitate?
Offers him a dagger.
The only question is, between the choice of deaths, which death to choose?
Offers another. Hamlet, in great terror.
Do take those dreadful things away. They make my blood run cold.
Resumes.
To sleep, perchance to...
Dream. That's very true. I never dream myself, but Guildenstern dreams all night long, out loud.
With blushes, sir, I do confess it true.
This question, gentlemen, concerns me not.
Resumes.
For who would bear the whips and scorns of time?
Rosencrantz, as guessing a riddle.
Who'd bear the whips and scorns? Now let me see. Who'd bear them, eh?
Guildenstern, same business.
Who'd bear the scorns of time?
Rosencrantz, correcting him.
The whips and scorns.
The whips and scorns, of course.
Hamlet, about to protest.
Don't tell us. Let us guess. The whips of time?
Oh, sirs, this interruption likes us not. I pray you give it up.
My lord, we do. We cannot tell who bears these whips and scorns.
Hamlet, not heeding them, resumes.
But that the dread of something after death...
That's true. Post-mortem and the coroner. Felo de se. Crossroads at 12 p.m. And then the forfeited life policy. Exceedingly unpleasant.
Hamlet, really angry.
Gentlemen, it must be patent to the merest dunce. 3 persons can't soliloquize at once.
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern retire up. Hamlet, aside.
They're playing on me. Playing upon me, who am not fashioned to be played upon. Show them a pipe, a thing of holes and stops, made to be played on. They'll shrink abashed, and swear they have not skill on that. Now, mark. A Rosencrantz, here.
Producing a flute as Rosencrantz comes down. Exit Guildenstern.
This is a well-toned flute. Play me an air upon it.
Sneeringly.
Do not say you know not how.
Nay, but I do know how. I'm rather good upon the flute. Observe.
Plays an elaborate roulade. Hamlet, snatching it from him peevishly.
Huff! Everything goes wrong.
Throws himself into a chair as if buried in soliloquy. Enter Ophelia, white with terror.
Rosencrantz!
Well?
I found a manuscript, but never put me to such work again.
Why, what has happened that you tremble so?
Last night I stole down from my room alone and sought my father's den. I entered it. The clock struck 12, and then, oh, horrible! From chest and cabinet there issued forth the mouldy spectres of 5,000 plays, all dead and gone, and many of them damned. I shook with horror. They encompassed me, chattering forth the scenes and parts of scenes which my poor father wisely had cut out. Oh, horrible! Oh, 'twas most horrible!
Covering her face.
What was they uttered?
Ophelia, severely.
I decline to say. The more I heard, the more convinced was I my father acted most judiciously. Let that suffice thee.
Give me then the play, and I'll submit it to the prince.
But stay, do not appear to urge him, hold him back, or he'll decline to play the piece. I know him.
Hamlet, who has been soliloquizing under his breath.
And lose the name of action.
Rises.
Why, what's that?
We have been looking through some dozen plays to find one suited to our company. This is, my lord, a 5-act tragedy. 'Tis called Gonzago, but it will not serve. 'Tis very long.
Hamlet, interested.
Is there a part for me?
There is, my lord, a most important part. A mad archbishop who becomes a Jew, despite his diocese.
That's very good.
Rosencrantz, taking manuscript.
Here you go mad, and then soliloquize. Here you are the sane again, and then you don't. Then later on you stab your aunt, because, well, I can't tell you why you stab your aunt, but still you stab her.
That is quite enough.
Then you become the leader of a troop of Greek banditti, and soliloquize, after a long and undisturbed career of murder, tempered by soliloquy, you see the sin and folly of your ways, and offer to resume your diocese. But just too late, for, terrible to tell, as you were repenting in soliloquy, the bench of bishops seize you unawares and blow you from a gun.
That's excellent. That's very good indeed. We'll play this piece.
But pray consider, all the other parts are insignificant.
What matters that? We'll play this piece.
The plot's impossible, and all the dialogue bombastic stuff.
I tell you, sir, that we will play this piece. Bestir yourself about it, and engage all the most fairly famed tragedians to play the small parts, as tragedians should. A mad archbishop. Yes, that's very good.
Act 3. Room in the palace prepared for a stage performance. Enter King Claudius and Queen, meeting Rosencrantz.
A fair good morrow to you, Rosencrantz. How march the royal revels?
Lamely, madame, lamely, like a one-legged duck. The prince has discovered a strange play. He hath called it a right reckoning, long delayed.
And of what fashion is the prince's play?
'Tis an excellent poor tragedy, my lord, a thing of shreds and patches welded into a form that hath mass without consistency, like an ill-built villa.
But, sir, you should have used your best endeavours to wean his fantasy from such a play.
Madam, I did, and with some success, for he now seeth the absurdity of its tragical catastrophes, and laughs at it as freely as we do. So, albeit the poor author had hoped to have drawn tears of sympathy, the prince has resolved to present it as a piece of pompous folly intended to excite no loftier emotion than laughter and surprise. Here comes the royal tragedian with his troupe.
Enter Hamlet and players.
Good morrow, sir. This is our company of players. They have come to town to do honour and add completeness to our revels.
Good sirs, we welcome you to Elsinore. Prepare you now. We are agog to taste the intellectual treat in store for us.
We are ready, sir. But before we begin, I would speak a word to you who are to play this piece. I have chosen this play in the face of sturdy opposition from my well-esteemed friends, who were for playing a piece with less bombastic fury, and more frolic. But I have thought this a fit play to be presented by reason of that very pedantic bombast and windy obtrusive rhetoric that they do so rightly despise. For I hold that there is no such antic fellow as your bombastical hero, who doth so earnestly spout forth his folly as to make his hearers believe that he is unconscious of all incongruity. Whereas he who doth so mark, label, and underscore his antic speeches, as to show that he is alive to their absurdity, seemeth to utter them under protest, and to take part with his audience against himself. For which reason, I pray you, let there be no huge red noses, nor extravagant monstrous wigs, nor coarse men garbed as women in this commie tragedy. For such things are as much as to say, I am a comic fellow. I pray you laugh at me, and hold what I say to be cleverly ridiculous. Such labelling of humour is an impertinence to your audience, for it seemeth to imply that they are unable to recognise a joke unless it be pointed out to them. I pray you avoid it.
Sir, we are beholden to you for your good counsels, but we would urge upon your consideration that we are accomplished players, who have spent many years in learning our profession, and we would venture to suggest that it would better befit your lordship to confine yourself to such matters as your lordship may be likely to understand. We, on our part, may have our own ideas as to the duties of heirs apparent, but it would ill become us to air them before your lordship, who may be reasonably supposed to understand such matters more perfectly than your very humble servants.
Exeunt Hamlet and players, right and left.
Come, let us take our places. Call the court, that all may see this fooling. Here's a chair.
The court enter.
In which I shall find room to roll about when laughter takes possession of my soul. Now we are ready.
The curtain rises. Enter a loving couple lovingly.
Shouldst thou prove faithless?
If I do, then let the world forget to woo. The mountain tops bow down in fears, the midday sun dissolve in tears, and outraged nature, pale and bent, fall prostrate in bewilderment.
All titter through this, breaking into a laugh at the end, the king enjoying it as much as anyone.
Truly, sir, I hope he will prove faithful, lest we should all be involved in this catastrophe.
Much indeed it depends upon his constancy. I am sure he hath all our prayers, gentlemen.
Aside to Rosencrantz.
Is this play well known?
It is not, my lord.
Ha! I seem to have met with these lines before. Go on.
Hark! Dost thou hear those trumpets and drums? Thy hated rival, stern Gonzago, comes.
And wherefore cometh Gonzago?
He cometh here to woo.
Cannot he woo without an orchestra at his elbow? A fico for such a wooing, say I.
Claudius, rather alarmed, aside to Rosencrantz.
Who is Gonzago?
He's a mad archbishop of Elsinore. 'Tis a most ridiculous and mirthful character, and the more so that the poor author had hoped to have appalled you with his tragedical end.
During this, the king has shown that he has recognized his tragedy. He is horrified at the discovery. Enter Hamlet as archbishop. All laugh except the king, who is miserable.
Free from the cares of church and state, I come to wreak my love and hate. Love whirls me to the lofty skies, Hate drags me where dark Pluto lies.
All laugh except King.
Marry, but he must have a nice time of it between them. Oh, sir, this passeth the bounds of ridicule, and to think that these lines were to have drawn our tears.
Truly, mine eyes run with tears, but they are begotten of laughter.
Gently, gently. Spare your ridicule, lest you have none left for the later scenes. This tragedy is full of such windy fooling. You shall hear more anon. There are 5 acts of this.
All groan. Hamlet resumes.
For 2 great ends I daily fume, the altar and the deadly tomb. How can I live in such a state, and hold my archiepiscopate?
Oh, my lord, I pray you end this, or I shall die with laughter.
Did mortal ever hear such metrical folly? Stop it, my good lord, or I shall assuredly do myself some injury.
Oh, sir, prithee have mercy on us. We have laughed till we can laugh no more.
The drollest scene is coming now. Listen.
Claudius rises.
Stop!
Hamlet about to resume.
Stop, I say! Cast off those mummeries! Come hither, Hamlet.
Hamlet takes off robes and comes down.
Why? What ails you, sir?
Claudius, with suppressed fury.
Knowest thou who wrote this play?
Not I, indeed. Nor do I care to know.
I wrote this play. To mention it is death, by Denmark's law.
Oh, spare him, for he is thine only child.
No, I have 2, my son, my play. Both worthless, both shall together perish.
Draws dagger. Hamlet on his knees.
Hold thine hand. I can't bear death. I'm a philosopher.
Apollo's son, Lycaeus, built a fane at Athens, where philosophers dispute. 'Tis known as the Lyceum. Send him there. He will find such a hearty welcome, sir, that he will stay there, goodness knows how long.
Well, be it so, and Hamlet get you gone.
He goes to the Lyceum, where he is much esteemed. Curtain. End of Rosencrantz and Guildenstern by W.S. Gilbert.
First Come, First Served by John Maddison Morton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae.
Colonel Challenger, read by Larry Wilson.
Harry Barton, read by Max Schörling.
Basil Royston, read by Thomas Peter.
Mrs. Templeton, read by Sonia.
Julia Templeton, read by Devorah Allen.
Josephine Templeton, read by Elsie Selwyn.
Stage directions by David Olson. Scene: Mrs. Templeton's villa at Roehampton. Handsomely furnished apartments, large French window at center looking on a garden. Doors right hand and left hand. At right hand a table on which is an open album. At left center another table covered with papers, etc. Table, sofa, chairs, etc. Enter Mrs. Templeton at center, followed by Colonel Challenger.
Cousin Martha, you are wrong, wrong, wrong. 1,000 times wrong.
Cousin Samuel, I'm right, right, right. 10,000 times right.
Obstinate old woman.
Pig-headed old man.
What possible reason can you have for setting your face against Josephine getting married? It's downright tyranny. Call yourself aunt indeed.
My reason is a very simple one. Her elder sister Julia must find a husband first.
First come, first served, eh? Really, my dear Martha, I must say that for a sensible woman, you are by many degrees the most prejudiced and most self-willed, the most...
Of course I am. But you know very well that when I once do make up my mind to anything...
You stick to it like a fly to a catch-em-alive-o.
I don't choose that Julia should suffer what I did. I had a sister, Dorothy Jane, 4 years my junior, who married before I did. Do you think that was pleasant? Who supplied me with a sprinkling of nephews and nieces before I had a husband. Do you think that was pleasant? Who gave garden parties, balls, concerts, to which all the world flocked and surrounded her with flattery, adulation, while I was neglected, extinguished, regularly snuffed out. Do you think that was pleasant? Well, it is this humiliation that I am determined to spare Julia.
Well, you didn't lose much by waiting, I'm sure. Tom Templeton was as good a creature as ever breathed. Didn't live long, poor fellow, but cut up remarkably well, considering.
Leaving his 2 nieces, his brother's children, to my charge, with £10,000 each.
As a wedding portion, which I must say you didn't seem in a hurry to part with.
You know my conditions. You have only to find a husband for Julia.
Aye? When she refused half the good-looking fellows within 10 miles round? If she does mean to marry, she takes her time about it. That I will say. It never seems to occur to her that she's keeping her poor sister out in the cold.
Oh, you may be mistaken, cousin. I spoke to Julia only yesterday, and she expressed herself in terms which convinced me that, were she to receive a suitable offer...
She'd accept it? Well, I'm glad she's coming to her senses at last, and I shall go away all the more comfortable in my mind.
Go away?
Yes, I'm off back again to Cheltenham. Touch of gout, liver queer. Besides, my work here is done. Your husband's affairs, which I confess appeared to me at first sight to be in a state of hopeless confusion, are now orderly and satisfactorily arranged, thanks to my young colleague Harry Barton, who, I must say, worked like a nigger over them. By and by he's another victim to Miss Julia's caprice and fastidiousness. She actually snubbed the poor fellow before she'd time even to look at him, much less know him.
Well, you'll confess he bears his disappointment with becoming resignation.
Yes, he's getting used to it like the eels. He doesn't see the use of crying over spilt milk. By the by, there's another matter of £5,000 coming to the girls out of the Hampshire property, but Barton will give you all the particulars.
I'm sure, cousin, I feel deeply indebted to you.
Not half as much as you ought to feel to Harry Barton. Hasn't he been here twice a week for the last month, up to his elbows in leases, loans, mortgages, and the deuce knows what? Here he comes.
Enter Harry Barton at centre, a roll of papers under his arm, a lawyer's blue bag in his hand, which he deposits on chair. Bowing to Mrs. Templeton.
Your servant, madam.
To Colonel.
Ah, my dear Colonel, I hope you're well. But perhaps I ought to apologize for entering unannounced. You may be engaged?
Not at all. I am aware, Mr. Barton, how deeply I am in your debt. But now that the business which served as your first introduction here is satisfactorily concluded, pray remember my house is open to you as before.
Barton bows.
You will kindly excuse me now. A few orders to give.
Courtesies and exit left hand. At the same moment the door at right hand opens and Josephine peeps in.
Is the coast clear?
Watching Mrs. Templeton as she goes out.
She's gone at last.
Runs in. Barton, meeting her.
Joe, dear Joe.
Taking her hand, which he is about to kiss.
Wait a minute.
Looking after Mrs. Templeton.
She's quite disappeared. Now you may.
Holding out her hand to Barton, who kisses it.
And now.
Turning to Colonel.
You dear, good, kind old uncle. Uncle, is it? Or cousin? I never know which.
Don't you? It's simple enough. Your mother's elder brother's second. Never mind. Call me uncle.
Well, have you spoken to Aunt Martha?
Yes. Have you broken the ice?
Cracked it, that's all.
And what was the result? Did she consent or not?
Did she say yes or no?
Why don't you speak?
Why don't you say something?
How the deuce can I, when you won't let me get in a word edgeways? Well then, my poor young friends, sorry I've no good news for you. The old story over again. Miss Julia stops the way.
And yet, Mrs. Templeton's pressing invitation to me to visit at her house
is easily explained. She doesn't even suspect that your affections have been transferred from her elder to her younger niece.
Then you should have told her. Then there would have been an explosion.
Yes, which would have blown Master Harry clean out of the street door. No, don't despair. Julia'll find a husband. Sooner or later.
Sooner or later? But what am I to do in the meantime?
Yes, what are we to do in the meantime?
I'm sure she's had plenty of offers, but one was too young, another was too old, one was too rich, another wasn't rich enough. Even poor Harry here, though he followed her around like a shadow, and I'm sure made himself sufficiently ridiculous, even he wasn't good enough for her ladyship. It's downright absurd being so particular. I'm sure I wasn't.
No, dear Joe, you took pity on me at once.
No, not quite at once. I didn't jump at you. But what is to be done?
Have patience.
Patience? Haven't I been patient for the last 5 weeks?
5 weeks and 3 days.
5 weeks and 3 days! Oh, such an idea! Such a capital notion! Listen, Julia must find a husband, or a husband must be found for Julia. That's a settled point.
Quite so.
Well then, as she sets her face against a young one.
Yes, as she sets her face against a young one.
And turns up her nose at a handsome one.
And turns up her nose at a handsome one.
To Colonel.
She might find you more to her taste.
She might find me more to her...
Seeing Josephine laughing.
So, Miss Saucy One, you're poking fun at me, are you? Then you'll be good enough to find another victim. I mean another admirer for Miss Julia. Egad, I must make haste to pack up or I shall lose my train. Come along with me, little one. Goodbye, Barton. Keep up your spirits. Recollect you've still got me.
And me, Harry. Not yet, but you will.
Exeunt. Colonel and Josephine at door right hand.
Dear Josephine, what a contrast to her cold, insensible, apathetic sister. I, who loved her so sincerely, so devotedly, made such a thorough spoony of myself. I was even weak enough to believe I was not quite indifferent to her. I confess I felt hurt, considerably hurt, infernally hurt. But if she flattered herself I should be inconsolable, she never was more mistaken in her life. She little dreamt how soon I should find a cure for my infatuation in the charms of her angelic sister, dear Josephine. And to think there's no hope of my calling her mine till we find somebody to call her sister his. By the by, here are a few papers I must look over.
Seating himself at table and opening papers. Royston heard without.
Very well. Take my card to Mrs. Templeton. I'll wait. I'm in no hurry.
Heyday. Who have we here?
Enter Basil Royston at center. Coming down, seeing Barton.
I beg pardon, sir.
Barton, rising.
Sir,
Be seated, I beg.
Not till you set me the example.
Pointing to chair, they seat themselves.
Like me, sir, you are doubtless waiting to see Mrs. Templeton.
No, sir.
Oh, one of the family, perhaps? Possibly a friend?
Yes, sir, a friend. He is very inquisitive.
Royston, looking at album.
What charming watercolours. Perfect gems.
They are the work of Mrs. Templeton's elder niece. Are you an artist?
No, merely an amateur. And you?
A humble member of the legal profession.
A lawyer, eh? By Jove, here's a chance for me. I've half a mind to... He looks a very picture of good nature, and 6 and 8pence won't ruin me. Might I venture, sir, on so very slight an acquaintance, to solicit your professional opinion?
Barton bows.
It is rather a delicate subject, a very peculiar subject.
I'm all attention, sir. Merely observing that the sooner you begin...
The sooner I shall have done, exactly. Then I'll come to the point at once. I would ask you whether, in your opinion, a promise of marriage, written under certain circumstances and under certain conditions, must necessarily be binding.
Such conditions being...
First and foremost, that the lady should have her head altered.
Have her head altered?
I mean, have her hair dyed.
Which condition the lady has not complied with?
No, sir. It's as red as ever.
Then, sir, I've no hesitation in saying that the promise falls to the ground.
Thank you, sir.
Seizing Barton's hand and shaking it. Aside and sighing.
Poor Sophia.
May I inquire the name of my new client?
Smiling.
Royston.
The Roystons of Banbury?
Yes, Banbury, where the case come from.
I was aware that Mrs. Templeton expected you on a matter of business. A certain sum of money, I believe.
Yes, coming to the family from some Hampshire property.
I imagined Mr. Royston was a much older person.
I see. You mean Jonathan?
Jonathan?
Yes, my brother, the head of the firm. He's 20 years my senior. But as he could not spare the time to come, he sent me.
It's worth the trial. Decidedly worth it.
Looking aside at Royston.
Young, gentlemanly, sufficiently good-looking, good family. Here goes. Excuse my candor, but I guess your motive in putting the professional question you did just now. You are the writer of the promise of marriage, and you are desirous of contracting another alliance, eh?
I don't care about it, but Jonathan does. Poor Sophia.
Perhaps you have some party in view?
No, but I am on the lookout.
And, no doubt, anxious to succeed?
Not particularly, but Jonathan is.
Perhaps that is the object of your visit here?
Huh? Is there a marriageable young lady here?
Yes.
I should like to see her.
Nothing more easy.
What age?
20.
Any fortune?
10,000.
That'd just suit Jonathan. Pretty?
Charming.
That'd just suit me. Egad, suppose I try my luck. I've half a mind.
Have a whole one. I've a notion you'll succeed.
But I know nobody here.
I beg your pardon. You know me.
Eh?
Know me for years.
Royston, suddenly seeing Barton's meaning.
Of course I have.
Ever since we were children.
Babies.
We went to the same school together.
Of course we did.
At Tunbridge Wells.
Yes, at Bagnage Wells.
And we have been friends ever since.
Bosom friends. And you really do all you can to serve me?
Of course I will. And myself at the same time.
1,000 thanks, my dear. By the by, what shall I call you?
Harry. And you?
Basil.
Grasping Barton's hand.
Sophia might scratch your eyes out, but Jonathan will bless you.
Hush.
Seeing Miss Templeton, who enters at left hand.
Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Royston.
I am here, madam, as my brother's representative.
I am aware of it. Mr. Barton, allow me to introduce to you.
No necessity for it, madam. Basil is an old friend of mine.
Yes, madam. I little thought of meeting an old schoolfellow here.
Royston, shaking Barton's hand warmly.
Some years ago now. Eh, Tom?
Harry.
Harry?
So you were schoolfellows, eh?
Yes, ma'am, at Bagnage Wells.
Tunbridge.
Of course, Tunbridge.
You must have had some difficulty in recognizing each other.
I had very considerable difficulty, I assure you.
We should have met earlier, no doubt, but for my friend's lengthened absence in Italy.
Significantly to Royston.
Yes. Charming country, for those who don't mind the cold.
On a sign from Barton.
I mean the heat.
Mrs. Templeton, aside, and looking at Royston.
Really a vastly agreeable young man.
Enter Colonel at right hand.
So Royston has arrived, has he?
Seeing Basil.
Heyday! Why, this is Basil, his younger brother.
At your service, Colonel.
You are acquainted, then?
I was intimate with his mother's family, indeed. I may say I was the means of getting him a nomination to the Blue Coat School.
Now, this is deuced awkward.
The Blue Coat School? I thought you said Tunbridge Wells.
Royston, recollecting.
Yes, that was before... after.
I suspect these young fellows are playing some little game of their own. And what's more, I can pretty well guess what it is.
Mrs. Templeton, to Colonel.
As Mr. Royston is an entire stranger to me, may I ask you, Cousin Samuel, what is the opinion you have formed of him?
Oh, a very charming young man indeed. Most respectable family. An ample income already, with great expectations from a couple of aunts and a godmother. A little wild at present, perhaps, but he'll soon settle down when he's married. Ah, happy the woman who makes a conquest of such a man. There now, I'm in the conspiracy too.
Mrs. Templeton, to Royston.
Your friend Mr. Barton does not leave here till tomorrow. You, I hope, will also defer your departure till then.
Barton, quickly, to Royston.
Of course you will.
To Mrs. Templeton.
Of course he will.
To Royston.
You'll only be too delighted.
To Mrs. Templeton.
He'll only be too delighted.
Ah, here's my niece.
Going up to meet Julia, who enters at center. Royston, seeing Josephine, who at the same moment enters at right hand.
Look, what a charming creature.
No, it isn't she. It's the other. Look there.
Pointing to Julia.
There's a figure. There's a symmetry. Look at all those finely chiseled features.
Yes, but still, in my opinion.
Looking admiringly at Josephine.
Your opinion, indeed. Psh, what do you know about it?
Josephine, aside to Colonel, and pointing to Royston.
What? Has Harry found somebody already?
Julia, my dear, allow me to present Mr. Royston, an old friend of Mr. Barton's.
Julia courtesies stiffly to Royston. Barton, to Royston.
There's a curtsy. That's what I call a curtsy.
Yes, but as I said before, of the two, I prefer...
Looking at Josephine.
You prefer, indeed. Surely I must know better than you.
To Julia.
My friend Royston, a distinguished amateur of the fine arts, is in raptures with your sketches, Miss Julia.
Julia courtesies stiffly again.
Why don't you thank Mr. Royston, sister?
Royston, aside to Barton.
Oh, she's a sister, eh?
Yes, a little harmless, insignificant schoolgirl.
Still, I repeat, if I had to choose between them...
Psh, my dear fellow, if you only knew what nonsense you're talking. Zounds, I hope he isn't going to fall in love with Josephine.
Sorry to interrupt, but my time is precious, and business must be attended to. Mr. Royston, will you step into the dining room with your papers? Barton, you'll come too?
Josephine, hastily aside, to Barton.
I understand it all, Harriet. A very nice young man indeed, and likely to stand a good chance. Don't you think so? Where did you pick him up so soon?
Hush, I'll explain everything another time.
Colonel and Mrs. Templeton exeunt at right hand, followed by Barton and Royston. Royston stops, turns, and makes a profound bow to Josephine. Barton pushes him out.
I wonder what she thinks of him. A very gentlemanly young man, Mr. Royston, don't you think so, Julia?
I scarcely looked at him.
That's not very encouraging. How do you manage to find so many admirers? I can't.
Julia, smiling.
Hitherto, perhaps, I may have had the lion's share of attention, homage, and professed admiration. But your turn will come.
It's a long time about it. You're so difficult to please. And poor Mr. Royston, I suppose, will be snubbed like the rest.
Josephine! Surely you don't imagine...
that there is some attraction for him here? Of course I do. It can't be Aunt Martha, nor I. I'm only a child.
Josephine, you speak as though you were piqued, vexed. I might almost say envious.
Envious? I? Of what?
Of what indeed? Ah, dear one, the privileges of an elder sister are not so enviable after all. What is often her lot? To be constantly exposed to flattery, adulation from the lips of strangers, compelling her to assume an extreme reserve in order to modify the exaggerated and, at times, indelicate encomiums of relatives and friends. What is the necessary result? Doubt, distrust, suspicion, nay, even prejudice, oftentimes unjust, against those who profess a desire to please. On this impulse I have acted, an impulse dictated by self-respect and a due sense of my own dignity.
What a serious tone. But just think how cruelly, how unjustly you may have acted. And I'm sure as for Mr. Royston...
Mr. Royston again? Silly child.
Child? Perhaps I could mention a little fact that... But I won't. Goodbye to my secret if I did. Goodbye.
Are you going to leave me too?
Haven't I got to write out all the invitations for our ball on the 23rd?
Your birthday? True.
Yes, that is the professed reason, but of course it is on your account that it is given.
Josephine!
I know a younger sister's duty, Miss Templeton.
Makes a low courtesy and exit, left hand.
Josephine! Sister! Did she but know how she misjudges me, how heavily I have been punished for that pride, that apparent insensibility with which she reproaches me. Oh, Harry, Harry, could you but tell how bitterly I have repented. But surely the cruel, wicked indifference with which I treated his affection, his devotion, cannot have entirely destroyed them. Some little spark of the old flame must still remain. Else why is he so constantly here? Why does he still seem to seek my presence? At any rate, he shall see that I am no heartless coquette, and when this Mr. Royston presents himself, as I'm sure he will...
Seeing Royston, who enters from right hand.
I thought so.
She's alone. She is decidedly handsome, yet, as I said before, there's something about the other that...
Bowing to Julia.
Miss Templeton.
Julia, courtesying.
Sir, the business matter in which you are engaged is, I presume, settled?
Yes, the signatures alone are required.
In that case, perhaps I had better...
About to retire.
One moment, I beg. She's decidedly very handsome. Still, don't know how it is, but there is certainly something about the other that... Before leaving this house tomorrow, with my new acquaintance, my old friend Barton...
Mr. Barton leaves tomorrow?
Yes, alas. I say alas, because one day only is now left for me to admire your physical attractions, your mental accomplishments.
Oh, sir, believe me, my sister is far more accomplished than I am.
Far be it from me to deny it. Still, from the highly eulogistic terms in which everyone speaks of you, your sister among the first.
Ah, sir, dear Josephine is so amiable, so affectionate, so good, so loving, so angelic.
She sticks up for her sister, that I will say. Still, there are certain attractions which we can all judge of by our own eyes.
And who can possess them to a greater degree than Josephine? Such exquisite grace, such absolute perfection of form and feature.
Her sister again. If we go on at this rate, we shan't get on very fast. Allow me to be frank with you. My brother Jonathan, but perhaps you've never heard of Jonathan Royston of Banbury, where the caves come from. Well, he often reproaches me with being what he calls rather wild and fast and flighty.
The only fault I find with Josephine, dear child, she is so giddy, so thoughtless, so excitable. What a capital match you'd make.
That's a pretty broad hint. And Jonathan, says that the best thing I could do would be to get married.
The very conclusion I have come to about Josephine.
It really looks as if she wanted to turn me over to her sister. And having received the flattering assurance that my pretensions to your hand might possibly not be unsuccessful...
From whom, pray? Doubtless from my aunt.
Oh, no, from my dear old friend Barton.
Mr. Barton? He? No. I cannot, will not believe it.
I'm sure he will not deny it. And see, fortunately he is here.
Enter Barton at right-hand door.
Miss Templeton, your presence is required in the drawing room.
Julia, very coldly, and seating herself at table.
Presently.
Barton, aside to Royston.
Well, what news?
All right. At least, if it isn't this one, it'll be the other. One of the two.
What do you mean by the other?
The little harmless, insignificant schoolgirl, you know.
Confound the fellow.
You first put the notion of marriage into my head, and I won't leave this house a bachelor. I'll marry somebody. I'll leave you together. You'll plead my cause, won't you? And pitch it strong, won't you? I shall be all anxiety to know the result, because if she won't have me, I can fall back on the other. Don't you see?
Shaking Barton's hand and runs out at center. Barton, aside and looking at Julia.
To have to plead the cause of another, when, in spite of me, her presence will recall the past, painful, humiliating as it is.
Your friend has left you, Mr. Barton?
He has, Miss Templeton, but he has left an advocate to intercede with you on his behalf.
A willing and an earnest one, no doubt, who probably has already furnished him with a detailed catalogue of my tastes, habits, pursuits, disposition.
He's been blabbing. Surely he cannot have betrayed my confidence.
The charge of betrayal of confidence should rather be levelled at one who, by his intimacy with a family into which he is admitted on terms of friendship, is enabled to study the characters of its members for the purpose of retailing the result of his observations to others.
I will not affect to misunderstand your reproof. It is true that I spoke of you to Mr. Royston in terms which you fully merit, that I even told him your heart was free.
Perfectly, absolutely free. You undertook to be his advocate with such zeal, such earnestness, one might almost imagine you had some personal interest.
And what if I had an interest? A powerful interest?
Indeed.
Yes, and after this somewhat harsh rejection I met with at your hands, which, no doubt, I fully merited, what greater proof can I give of the esteem in which I still hold you than to confide my secret to you?
A secret? What can he mean?
That, on the eve of leaving your family, I should feel far less regret could I but indulge in the hope of ever becoming connected with it by a closer tie.
Can it be? Has he forgotten? Forgiven? Can he still care for me? But why this silence, this want of confidence in me?
Frankly, because we feared you would oppose our wishes, our hopes.
Our hopes? We feared?
Yes, she especially.
She? Of whom are you speaking? Her name?
Surely I must have mentioned it. Your sister.
Julia, starting from her chair.
Josephine.
Yes. Rejected by her elder sister, I sought and found solace and consolation in her goodness and sympathy.
So, your frequent visits, Your constant presence here, apparently so inconsistent with your wounded feelings, are now explained. It was for her, and I was to be kept in ignorance, to fancy, to believe, to hope.
Miss Templeton.
I now understand this anxiety to dispose of my hand, this crowd of admirers thrown in my way. What mattered my feelings, my happiness? I was an obstacle to be removed.
I implore you.
Julia, stamping her foot.
Silence, sir.
Enter Mrs. Templeton, hurriedly at right hand.
What is the matter here? Julia, what means this excitement, this agitation?
To Barton.
Perhaps you, sir?
I am as much surprised as yourself, madam. I venture to confide to Miss Julia my pretensions to the hand of her sister.
Oh, what? You had the cruelty, the barbarity to make such an avowal to her elder sister?
Advancing upon Barton, who retreats.
To lacerate her feelings, to wound her pride.
Yes, that's it, to wound my pride.
But really...
Silence, young man. I remember what my feelings were when my younger sister was married before me. I was choking, sir, suffocating, sir. I turned positively purple. All sorts of colours, sir. And here is a little pert forward chit, daring to follow her Aunt Dorothy Jane's example. But here she comes.
Enter Colonel from right hand and Josephine from left hand.
So, miss.
Advancing angrily on Josephine.
A pretty account I've heard of you. To mix yourself up at your age in a silly romance, a nonsensical love intrigue.
But, my dear Martha...
Mrs. Templeton, turning sharply on him.
Hold your tongue, Cousin Samuel.
But, Aunt, if you only allow me...
But I won't allow you.
To Julia.
Keep up your spirits, poor persecuted victim.
Victim? It seems to me that I'm the victim, just as I thought I was going to be married and settled.
Beginning to sob, Colonel tries to pacify her.
Married and settled indeed. A child, a baby like you.
To Barton.
After what has occurred, sir, you will see that your further presence under this roof...
Barton, bowing.
I fully understand, madam.
Mrs. Templeton, to Josephine.
Come, miss, follow me.
Josephine about to speak.
Not a word. It is for me to speak, as you will find I intend to do, and to some purpose. This way.
Making Josephine pass before her, she and Julia follow her out at right hand.
Phew! Here's a pretty piece of business.
Not satisfied with rejecting me herself, she carries her prejudice, her hate, so far as to...
Hate? Ah, nonsense. By Jove, I have it. At least I think I have. What if she should feel a sneaking kindness for you after all?
Pshaw!
But what about friend Royston?
Hang friend Royston.
With all my heart. But where the deuce is he?
Waiting somewhere or other to hear the result of my interview with Miss Templeton.
In which you undertook to plead his cause, eh?
Yes, and forgot all about it in my anxiety to plead my own.
What's that? Do you mean to say you confided to her the secret between you and Josephine?
Yes. Trusting in her generous nature and her sisterly affection, I certainly did.
And a pretty mess you've made of it. Well, I must find Royston and let him know. As for you, as you've received orders to march, the sooner you pack up and pack off the better.
Hurries out at center. Door at right hand opens, and Josephine peeps in.
Harry, are you alone? Quite alone?
Hurries forward.
Yes, what is it?
Such a discovery. She's got one.
She? Who?
Julia.
Got one? Got what?
A young man, shut up in a box.
In a box?
Listen. After being well scolded by Aunt Martha, I followed Julia to her room. There she was, with a little open box before her, out of which she took something, looked at it, then pressed her lips to it and gave such a sigh. You might have heard it here. Perhaps you did.
Well?
Then Aunt called her, and she hurried out of the room, leaving the box on the table. And then somehow or other, here it is.
Producing a small casket.
It looks as if there was a young man inside, a portrait, doesn't it?
You've not opened it?
No, that's for Aunt Martha to do.
Surely you would not betray your sister's secret. Perhaps her happiness?
Much she cared about mine, didn't she? Aunt Martha must and shall see it.
Going, Barton stops her. The box falls on stage and opens.
There! How clumsy you are!
Barton picks up the box and then, suddenly starting,
What do I see?
That's what I want to know. It is a portrait, isn't it?
Yes. No. A mere fancy sketch. Nothing more.
Taking miniature from box and hastily concealing it in his breast pocket.
Be persuaded by me. Replace the box where you found it.
Giving box to her.
Mayn't I take just one little peep? Not that I've an atom of curiosity.
No.
Well, if you insist on it.
I do not insist. I beg, implore of you.
Very well.
Josephine hurries out at right hand. Barton, watching her out, then taking miniature out and looking at it.
My portrait. And what is written here?
Reading.
From memory. What am I to think? Can I dare to hope that her indifference was assumed? That she ever loved me? That she loves me still? Can such happiness be mine? Dear Julia. But, zounds. What about Josephine? Poor little girl. I can't marry them both. What is to be done?
Walking up and down.
Will anybody tell me what's to be done?
Enter Royston hurriedly at center. Royston, coming down.
Oh, here you are. I couldn't wait any longer.
Following Barton up and down.
Don't worry. Don't bother.
Bother? When I want to thank you for introducing me to this charming, amiable family, and to tell you I don't despair of becoming one of it.
What?
In a word, I'm in love. There's no mistake about it. Over head and ears in love.
What, sir? You persist in carrying on this absurd, ridiculous joke?
Joke?
Yes, sir. I beg to tell you I'll not permit you to annoy poor dear Julia, Miss Templeton, with your unwelcome attentions, sir. Your absurd importunities, sir.
Miss Templeton? My dear fellow, she's nothing whatever to do with it. It's the other, the little one.
Josephine?
Yes.
My dear fellow, come to my arms.
Throwing his arms about Royston, who struggles.
I congratulate you. I give you joy. Such a sweet, charming, amiable creature, brimful of talent, overflowing with tenderness. Come to my arms again.
Embracing Royston again.
Then you'll speak for me, eh?
Speak for yourself. Here she comes.
Enter Josephine hurriedly at right, stopping on seeing Royston.
Mr. Royston?
Barton, aside to Royston.
Now then, speak out. Don't be afraid. Put on a sentimental look.
Royston, assuming a very lackadaisical look.
This sort of thing. Miss Josephine, It's very awkward. If I only knew how to begin.
Go on.
Pardon my frankness, but it has been impossible for me to find myself in your charming society without being captivated, enchanted by your fascinations,
I thought it was my sister who...
So it was, but she wouldn't have me. That's why
No, that won't do.
No, that won't do.
And you don't hesitate to address me in this language before...
Pointing to Barton.
Before my bosom friend, that I went to school with at Bagnage Wells, why should I? It is he who encourages me, who tells me to go on. You told me to go on, didn't you?
Josephine, looking at Barton.
But has it never occurred to you that you might have a rival?
So much the better. I should make it my immediate business to sweep him off the face of the earth.
Josephine, to Barton.
And you, sir, you can listen with perfect calmness, indifference. Have you nothing to say?
Yes, have you nothing?
Hold your tongue. Who can anticipate events? How little do we know what a few hours may bring forth?
Yes, how little do we know?
Hold your tongue. In a word, what if circumstances compel me to leave England for a considerable time?
A considerable time?
Yes, for 2 years at least, possibly more.
2 or 3 years?
Could I venture to hope that you would submit such a tax on your goodness, your patience?
I should think not, indeed.
She doesn't love me. Huzzah! What course is then open to me? One, only one, to sacrifice myself to the happiness of my friend.
Royston, grasping his hand.
Glorious creature.
But what about your own happiness? It isn't likely you could give me up so quietly without some other reason, some other motive.
I have another motive, which, for your sister's sake, you will respect. In a word, that portrait...
In Julia's box? Yes. Well?
Was mine. See.
Taking out portrait and showing it.
Yours? It is?
Yours? It is.
Then you are her young man after all?
Yes, you are her young man.
Of course. Now I understand. Now I see it all.
So do I. No, I don't. At least, not quite.
Enter Colonel hurriedly at center, singing as he comes in.
See, the conquering hero comes. Victory, victory, everything settled. And now, my dear young friends...
Shaking Barton's and Josephine's hands.
You can get married as soon as you like.
Married?
Yes. I had a devil of a fight for it, but I've carried the day. Aunt Martha consents. Julia consents. Everybody consents.
I beg your pardon. I don't. I forbid the banns.
Enter Mrs. Templeton, followed by Julia at right hand. Julia, aside, as she sees Barton.
Still here.
So, Aunt Martha, you've given your consent? And you too, Julia?
Julia, endeavoring to conceal her emotion.
Yes, Josephine, willingly, gladly. Can I be indifferent to your happiness?
Smiling sadly.
How bravely she bears herself. And yet just now you were so indignant, so angry with me.
A momentary caprice, an unworthy jealousy, but no more of that. Kiss me, dear sister.
Kissing Josephine and moving away.
A tear, but you won't suffer long, poor dear martyr.
Suddenly bursting into loud laughter. Aside to Colonel.
Laugh.
Colonel, forcing laugh.
Ha 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 ha. Laugh.
Ha 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 ha. I don't know what I'm laughing about.
What is the matter?
You don't mean to say you've all been taken in? Did you think we were in earnest all the time?
Aside to Colonel.
Laugh!
Ha 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 ha.
Ha 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 ha.
Josephine, I insist on your explaining this extraordinary behavior instantly.
Nothing so simple.
To Colonel and Barton.
There's no necessity for our carrying on this innocent little jest any longer, is there?
Jest?
Yes, this harmless conspiracy to make everybody happy. Juliet, dear, it was to test your love for me that I pretended to be so very anxious to get married, which I wasn't the least little bit in the world.
With a sly look at Royston.
I mean, I wasn't then. My fellow conspirator, Mr. Barton, fearing that your rejection of him might proceed from a preference for another, joined in the plot, but very unwilling. For it is you, Julia, you alone that he has ever loved, you alone that he loves still.
What is it I hear?
The truth, madam.
To Julia.
May I hope, or must I endure a second refusal?
I suffered too much from the first, Harry.
Giving her hand to Barton.
That's one couple, but there's room for another.
To Mrs. Templeton.
Madam, I have the honour to solicit the hand of your younger niece, Miss Josephine.
With all my heart, Mr. Royston. That is, unless Josephine objects.
But she doesn't.
Giving her hand to Royston.
You see, Jonathan will be satisfied after all.
Yes, but poor Sophia.
Hush.
Aside to Josephine, and slipping the portrait into her hand.
You'll put this portrait back, in its place.
She won't care to look at it, now that she's got the original.
The curtain falls. End of First Come, First Served by John Maddison Morton.
Wanted, a Male Cook. A farce by George Melville Baker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters:
Mr. Hartwell,
an old bachelor.
Read by Larry Wilson.
Joshua Slocum, from Greenville, Maine. Read by Todd.
Teddy Ryan, a native of Ireland. Read by Thomas Peter.
François, a French cook. Read by Pauline Latournerie.
Stage directions. Read by Max Schörlinge. Scene: room in Mr. Hartwell's house. Entrances right and left. Table and chairs. Enter Mr. Hartwell, left.
Phew, this is a cold morning to be without a servant. Since my Irish servant took it into her head to leave me, because I objected to her having the parlour for her company every night in the week, I am determined to have no more of the female sex in the house. Consequently, I have inserted an advertisement in the papers for a male cook, and a male cook I suppose I shall see this morning.
Racket outside. Joshua outside.
Consign your blasted stairs. I've nearly broke my neck.
Enter Joshua, left, rubbing his shins.
What do you mean by coming into a man's house in this manner?
Well, you see, old horse, I couldn't find any knocker, so I just opened the door and walked in.
Why didn't you ring the bell?
Now you don't. I don't ring no bells, I reckon. I ain't called the shrewdest young man in Greenville. That's where I come from. For nothing, I reckon. Yow don't catch me ringing bells. I was coming along the road this morning, and I see on the door, "Please ring the bell." Well, as I am considered in Greenville, that's where I come from, about the politest fella in town, I steps up and rings the bell. Pretty soon a big black nigger stuck his head out and wanted to know what I was arter. "Oh," says I, "nothing. I'm 'bleeged to you." "What did you ring the bell for, then?" says he. "'Cause your sign here axed me to," says I. "Go away," says he. "Shan't," says I. With that, out he comes and gives me the all-firedest kick that made me see more stars than there are in all the palmetty flags in South Carolina. So I guess I shan't trouble any more bells.
Well, sir, what do you want with me?
Wall, you see, Squire, I come here from Greenville. That's where I belong. Greenville, Maine. Some folks do say it's down east, but dear sirs, we don't calculate we begin to be down east. Well, as I said afore, suppose you don't mind me eating a little something?
Pulls out a doughnut, breaks one, and offers half of it to Mr. Hartwell.
Wouldn't you have a piece, Squire?
No, sir, obliged to you. I'm afraid you'll rob yourself.
Lord, no. I got a heap more in this here bundle. These are of Mom's. She belongs in Greenville, too. As I said afore, Dad, says he to me, he belongs in Greenville, too, says he to me, Joshua? He always called me by my whole first name, though the fellows and gals here in Greenville, that's where I come from, used to call me Josh for short. Says Dad to me, Joshua, work is getting slack with me just about this time, so I reckon you had better do up your Sunday go-to-meeting clothes in a bundle, and start off to Boston to seek your fortune. So Dad give me $1. Ma fried me some doughnuts, and Sister Jerusha, she belongs in Greenfield too, ironed me a clean dicky, and here I am in Boston.
Well, what's all this to me?
Hold on, Squire. Hold your horses, and I'll tell you. I was reading the newspaper, and I come across your card and one of a male cook. So I thought I'd just step up and see what kind of a looking cutter you be, and what you will give the tallest wood chopper, the spryest cattle driver, and the greatest fellow among the girls in all Greenville, Maine. That's where I come from.
Can you cook?
Look here, Squire. Come to talk about cooking, if you hire me, I reckon you get about the smartest fellow to cook clam chowder, baked pan dowdies, or fried doughnuts there is this side of Greenville, Maine. That's where I come from. And as for soup, oxtail or cowtail, I reckon I can whip old Sally Doolittle all holler, and she is reckoned about the smartest cook in our town.
Well, Joshua, as you seem to be an honest sort of chap, I don't mind trying you at $1.50 a week, and board till I find out how much you are worth. Will that do?
$1.50 and board? Wow, I swore. Dad did say I should make an eternal fortune here in this Boston, but I reckon he didn't expect such a pile as that. Yeah, Squire, I'll let you boss me at that rate.
Well then, just go down into the kitchen and build a fire, and I will come down and tell you where to find the things for breakfast.
Yeah, Squire, I'll fix it in a minute. $1.50 and board. What would our Jerusha say?
Exit right, leaving his bundle on the table.
Well, I have got a male cook at last. Rather a green one, to be sure, but then he's so honest. He won't steal my eggs, nor present rather large samples of my sugars to his cousins. I think he'll prove a treasure.
Barking of dogs outside. Teddy, outside.
Out of that, you spalpeens! Murder! Murder!
Comes tumbling in and rolls on the floor, left.
Hello, who have we here?
The top of the morning to yous. Where's your father?
My father?
Yes, Mr. Cartwheel.
I am Mr. Hartwell.
The devil, you say? Faith, I thought 'twas your grandmother in a calico nightgown.
What do you want?
If you please, sir, I'm the cook.
Oh, another applicant. You are too late. I'm supplied.
And sure ain't it in the papers, I'd like to know. Do you think I come all the way from Ireland to be trifled with in this way?
But I tell you, I am supplied.
Got a supply, have you? Then the more need of someone to cook it up for you.
But I tell you, I have just hired a cook.
Then what did you stick that bit of a notice for a cook in the paper for? Bad luck to you.
When I put that in, I was in want of a cook. A young man applied, and I hired him.
Then you don't want me, your honour. Bad luck to you, Teddy Ryan. You're always soon enough to be too late. I suppose I must have been born the next day after I first saw the light. Here is myself that has just left sway to Ireland, in the little thatched cottage, which only late when it rained, where the pig and myself got along so happily together, rolling in the mud and fighting like two loving brothers. To come to this America, what they call the land of liberty. It's a great land of liberty, by my soul. When I first set my foot on the solid ground, the dry land of Boston, which, by the way, was in the water over my head, because, do you mind, I tumbled overboard when I was to come ashore. A great ugly cur, not knowing the looks of a gentleman like myself, came at me. I stooped down in the strait to pick up a stone, and bedad, they were all fastened down. Oh, it's a great land of liberty, by my soul, where the dogs are all let loose and the stones are all tied down. So you don't want to cook, your honour?
No, Teddy, no cook.
Don't you want a chambermaid? You see, in old Ireland the pig and I had one bed together, and as it was mighty inconvenient for the pig, I done the chamber work.
No, young man, no chambermaid.
Then good day, your honour. You say you have a cook?
Yes, yes, and here he comes.
Is that the cook? Faith, he's forgot to comb his head.
Enter Joshua, left.
Well, Joshua, fire built?
Yes, Squire, after a heap of trouble. You see, I went down where you said the wood was, and I couldn't find nothing but a lot of boards, and these were all covered up with a pile of stones black as your hat. So I just stepped out to the back gate, and I seed a feller going by with a wheelbarrow. So I just sung out to him, "Say, what do you cart off a lot of stones for?" Well, he looked at the stones, and then at me, and then he laughed and said, "Seeing it's you, I'll cart 'em off for nothing, and I'll be blamed if the blasted fool didn't load 'em up and cart me off for nothing. Why, it's worth $1 if it's worth a cent."
Carted it off, you fool! You've given away all my coal.
Coal? What do you do with coal?
Burn it, to be sure.
Burn them stones? Well, perhaps you do. But down in Greenville, we burn slabs and birch.
Mr. Hartwell, aside.
This greenhorn will never do for me. Now just take your hat and go to Mr. Prentice in C Street, and tell him to send me a ton of coal at once.
Aside.
When you get back, I'll settle with you.
Yes, Squire.
Aside.
I wonder where C Street is. It won't do to let the squire know I don't know where it is, for he's dreadful riled now. I say, Pat, where is C Street?
How did you know my name was Pat?
Guessed it, to be sure.
Then, since you're so good at guessing, just guess the way to C Street.
Oh, you get out. Well, as I can't find out, I must hunt it up. So here goes.
Exit left.
Well, young man, I suppose I shall have to try you.
By my soul, sir, I don't think you could do better.
Can you cook?
Can I cook, is it? Faith, give me something to cook, and if I don't do it handsome, my name is not Teddy Ryan.
Well then, Teddy Ryan, I'll give you $1.50 a week and your board.
$1.50. Teddy Ryan, you've been knocked about to fall on your fate at last. Faith, I shall be going to Ireland in a few weeks, a millionaire.
Well, go down into the kitchen and boil the tea kettle the first thing.
Teddy, aside.
I wonder what he means by boiling the tea kettle. I'll buy you something anyhow.
Exit right.
Well, I'll give number 2 a trial at any rate, though I've not much faith in him. I begin to think a male cook will not quite suit me.
Knocking.
Another application. Let's see who this is.
Exit left. François, outside.
Have I the pleasure to speak with Monsieur Hartwell?
Mr. Hartwell, outside.
Yes, sir. Will you walk in?
François, outside.
I thank you very much. You do me one great honor.
Enter Mr. Hartwell and François, left. Mr. Hartwell, aside.
I wonder who this can be. He is too fine for a cook.
To François.
To what do I owe the honor of this visit?
Ah, monsieur, You do me what you call too much proud. 'Tis I who has the honour. I come, sir, to make application for the situation of the cook. You have note in the paper? I am one grand cook from la belle France. France, the country of my home. France, the proud of my heart. France, where I have lived the little wife and the 5 child who call me by the name of Papa. I have come to this country to cook the fine dishes for the fine people who will pay me the fine money. Shall I serve you, monsieur?
I have just engaged a cook.
Ah, sacré! That is what you call the very much too bad. That is worser than no better. I have leave my own country to come to this great republic for the employment. I go to the large establishment, and I say, Sir, I wish to employ you. He say, Very well, can you cook? Oui, monsieur. Very well, can you roast the chicken? Oui, monsieur. Very well, can you boil the mutton? Oui, monsieur. Very well. By gar, he say very well all the time, all too much. Can you whistle the Dixie? Sacré, I be very astonished. I have cooked the mutton and the chicken, but by gar, I never before hear of the dish what you call the Dixie. Never. Oh, he say, you no comprehend. I mean the song, the tune, what you blow with your mouth. Oh, sacré, I see all over in 1 minute that he poke what you call the fun at me. I be very much indignant. By gar, the indignation stick out of my face all over, and I say, Sacré, you be one grand humzebug. I will cook for you the chicken or the mutton. But sacré, I will never blow for you the Dixie with my mouth. Never. I shake the dirt of his infernal house from the roof of my feet, and I come to you. And when I set the eye of my head on you, I say, Here is one grand gentleman. The intelligence stick right out of him, all over, right from the end of his nose, and I should cook for him in the highest style of the art, such as I have learned in la belle France.
I am sorry, but I have just engaged a cook. Where could that fellow be? Teddy!
Teddy, without.
Coming! You needn't make such a hullabaloo.
Enter Teddy, right.
Where's the hot water I ordered?
Hot water?
Didn't I tell you to boil the tea kettle?
And sure didn't I do that same. I took the big feller with the nose, the tea kettle, and as I couldn't find another pot big enough to hold him, I put him in the boiler. But by my soul, if it was to boil till next Michaelmas, I don't believe you can make it the least bit tender.
What? Boil an iron kettle? I thought you could cook.
Faith, and so I can if you'd want some fine big pirates. I'm the boy that can do them for you quick as a cat can jump.
Oh, sacré. He is one stupid foreigner.
This fellow will never do for me. Look, you, Teddy, you don't just suit me. So here's $1, and I shan't want you any longer. Now, Mr. Frenchman, you can try what you can do. You will find all you want in the kitchen. Let me have something for breakfast in 5 minutes.
Ah, thanks, monsieur. I fly to do your bidding. I'll give you the breakfast fit for the King of the United States, such as I have learned in la belle France.
Exit left.
Well, if this fellow does not suit, I shall have to get a female cook again. I begin to feel hungry, but thanks to Frenchy, I shall soon have some breakfast.
Exit left. Teddy, soulless.
Hurrah! Teddy, my boy, nature never intended you for a cook, and if nature is ever going to do anything for you, here is the time.
Perceiving the bundle of doughnuts on the table, which he commences devouring.
Faith, here's an intelligent loach anyhow. Hurrah! Here is the greenie that gave away old Hartwell's squall. Bad luck to him.
Enter Joshua,
left. Well, I reckon I found the right place that time. I found the man that keeps the rocks.
Seeing Teddy.
Hello, Pat. Ain't you gone yet?
Divil step. I'm waiting for a situation.
Oh, Lou, I hope you ain't trying to get mine.
Faith, I've had it, and retired, as the man in the paper says, to recruit my shattered energies.
Enter Mr. Hartwell, right.
Well, see here. You just retire for them or donuts.
Seizing them, Mr. Hartwell rubbing his hands.
Ha! There's a cook worth having. Such a breakfast I have not ate for a fortnight. What a treasure I have got. By the way, I wonder where he got that meat he so nicely fricasseed. I was not aware there was a bit in the house. Hello, Francois.
Enter Francois, right.
Did Monsieur call?
Where did you find the meat you sent up so nicely cooked? I was not aware there was a bit in the house.
Sacré, did I not give you the fine breakfast?
But the meat, where did you get the meat?
Was it not an elegant breakfast?
Yes, but the meat.
The coffee...
Tell me quick, where did you get the meat?
Ah, monsieur, I shall tell you. You say you must have the meat. So I go downstairs, I look in the closet, no meat. In the pantry, no meat. I look under the chairs, under the table, no meat. Sacré, I must have the meat. Ah, what do I see? The little grey pussy, what you call meow, meow. I size him, I chop off his head, and I have the meat. And I give you the breakfast, what you call splendid.
Oh, he cooked my cat.
Well, I swore, if that don't turn his stomach.
He's a heathen cannibal.
Get out of my house, all of you, male cooks. Male fiddlesticks. I'll have no more of them. I'll have a female cook tomorrow, if she has to have the house full every night in the week. As for you, come into my office and I'll settle with you, provided you say nothing about my advertising in search of a male cook.
Well, I won't say anything. Only keep mum about the coals.
Nor tell how I boiled the tea kettle.
No, how I cook the pussy. What you call meow, meow.
End of Wanted, a Male Cook by George Melville Baker.